What if the author of a novel suddenly gets pulled into the very world he created? This is the fate of Nam Wu Haiyan, a brilliant writer who just finished the ending of his story, only to wake up inside it. But instead of becoming the hero, he finds himself reborn as Arsene Adel, the strongest villain, destined to die tragically at the end. Now trapped in his own creation, Nam Wu Haiyan must rewrite his fate, outsmart the story's plot, and face the dangers he once imagined. Will he meet his doom as the villain, or rise above destiny and change everything? Get ready, because the game has only just begun. Somewhere, a red-haired young man was on the brink of death. He muttered in his heart, "What a beautiful dream. So beautiful that I want to destroy it, swallow it whole, and flatten it." Unfortunately, before he could finish the dramatic line, a blonde youth stared at him and calmly spoke, finally managed to wipe him out. A miserable end, perfectly fitting for the cruelest villain. With that, he turned away like a cool actor. Turns out this was just the ending of a novel. Just earlier, Nam Wu Haiyan had arranged for the strongest villain to die at the hero's hands to finish his story. Though it was the ending many readers wanted, to him it felt like trash. Clearly, this wasn't the ending he wanted to write, but for that cursed thing called money, he had no choice. As the final word was typed, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Nam Wu Haiyan shivered in shock. At this hour, no one should be here, unless it was a ghost delivery man. He walked toward the door to check, but all he saw was empty silence. Though uneasy, Wu Haiyan convinced himself it was probably just a drunk staggering by. As he turned back to head for bed, a strange piece of paper fell at his feet. On it was written, "This is a gift, request it when you need it." Before he could dream about wishing for 2 TVs and a fridge, the paper released a stream of black smoke. Asin the villain emerged from it right before his eyes. Wu Haiyan gasped, "What? Why is he here?" Asin didn't reply immediately, just gave a bitter smile. He said, "So this is how I die, after all the time, all the effort. 10 years spent seeking revenge against those who destroyed my clan, my family, my friends, my lover. I lost everything, yet even after letting it all go, the end is still failure." "Ha, Wu Haiyan, you probably know this better than anyone, so no need for me to whine further." Wu Haiyan tried to say something, but Asin cut him off, "So please." Then the black smoke enveloped his body. With a helpless grin, Asin continued, "Please help me, only you can change this fate. I'll be watching you." Instantly, Wu Hun was dragged into a mess. He entered the body of the red-haired youth, slowly opening his eyes. He jumped up, scratching his head. "Huh, did I just faint?" Suddenly, the room's structure looked unfamiliar, confusing him. Glancing at his wrist, he wondered what was up with this outfit. He stepped down from the bed, approached the mirror, and muttered, "What the heck is going on?" Observing himself, he saw a bizarre red head and a mischievous smile. The moment he looked into those emotionless fox eyes, he realized he was now in the body of Arsene Adel, the strongest villain in his own novel. And worse, in just a few days, the assassination event would happen. The half-demon blood of the Arsene family, descendants of demons, helped their clan become one of the greatest in the kingdom. But the family declined because of the 6 great families, leaving only Adel behind. That was his story and the reason he became a villain. He tried to take revenge but failed, so he dragged Wu Haiyan, the one who created him, into this world. In a few days, he would be killed by the knights of the 6 great families. Powerless, he opened the status window. In terms of talent, Adel was one of the strongest in the novel, but still couldn't compare to the absurd abilities Wu Haiyan gave the protagonists. The window displayed, race half-demon, setting chaos, talent substitution, 1 dark attribute, killing intent, mana control 341. No matter how attractive the villains were, Wu Haiyan never intended to let them beat the protagonists. But now he couldn't control the mana setting he had written, and the terrifying Adel he made had basically become his own trap. Pulling his hair, he noticed a piece of paper on the bed. "What's this?" "Wait, that's the paper that appeared before I got sucked into the novel." He had forgotten it. Even if he didn't know whether it was useful, he couldn't be picky. He remembered the paper said, "Check it when you need it." But when he looked at it, the paper was blank, not even a doodle. Suddenly, some lines appeared on the paper. "Author, if you don't know how to use the gift, just answer yes or no." Wu Haiyan trembled, mumbling, "Damn it, who the heck are you?" The paper showed another line, "Write yes or no on the paper." Annoyed, he snapped, "What now, are you messing with me?" "Fine, I'll play along." He wrote yes, and the paper turned into instructions for buying and selling information. "I will answer anything written on this paper. Some questions require payment." Wu Haiyan was stunned. Buying and selling information, so this thing's like Google Premium. The paper explained, the more important the question, the higher the cost. He asked, "Then tell me how to return to the real world." The paper instantly refused. Impossible. He cursed, "Damn it, of course it's useless." He decided, "Then tell me how to use Adel's mana and attributes." As soon as he wrote it, mana surged through him. The paper responded, "This question requires no payment. Mana control and attribute usage have been transferred to your body. Do you accept?" He answered yes. He smiled as he felt the mana flow. The first attribute was darkness, the ability to nullify an opponent's 5 senses. When activated, a black hole appeared in his hand. He grinned, success. Normally it was bigger, but hey, size isn't everything. Next was killing intent, the power to suppress opponents with aura. After using it, he succeeded again. Knights and trained soldiers could resist, but it still worked against ordinary people. He thought now he just needed to master Adele's special talents. Substitution 1, the ability to swap positions with any object, the ultimate assassination skill. When activated, a magic circle appeared under his feet. He was pleased but realized he could only substitute within a 20 m2 range, far weaker than in the novel. If I train hard enough. He looked forward and decided to try it on the armor. He used substitution 1. He expected his body to swap into the armor, but instead he was flung backward like a ragdoll. A loud noise echoed, and he fell flat on his butt. Damn it, guess there's no way to nail it in one go. Outside, the sounds of horses and shouting voices grew closer. The soldiers yelled, hurry up, this time we must kill him. But Wu Haiyan was determined. He'd try again 10, no, 100 times if needed. He was going to survive. At this moment in the arson family's manor, a group of people entered. Seeing so many, the 2 servants grew nervous. A tall man, eyes brimming with killing intent, looked down and asked, where is he? This man was Count Leon, captain of the Phelps Knights. The servant stammered, it's in that room. Inside, Adele heard the noise but said nothing. Leon wondered about his condition. The servant reported he hasn't moved for days. Hearing that, Leon grew even more curious. HMPH, without hesitation, he smashed the door open and barged in. Adele sat calmly in a chair to greet him. So you've arrived, Sir Phelps. Surely you don't plan on letting a brat like me live, right? Leon sneered with disdain. How laughable. Kill him. A soldier immediately obeyed and stepped forward. Yes, my lord. Not about to be bullied, Udal quickly used substitution 1. The soldier's sword gleamed, throwing him off guard. Udal used substitution 1 again. He appeared right in front of the soldier. With one thrust, he stabbed the soldier's neck, blood spraying everywhere. Leon was surprised to see Adele take down a soldier in an instant. Folding his arms, he commanded, what are you waiting for? Attack! The soldiers obeyed and charged forward. Adele quickly dashed out of the room. He threw a dagger onto the ground, then used substitution 1 to teleport. His body landed safely on the ground. Adele decided he had to reach the arson forest. Leon saw him escape and ordered, he's running away after him. In the arson forest, Udal ran desperately, gasping for breath. Even if he got lucky and escaped the knights and left the territory, survival was slim. So he would head through the gate in this forest to reach the demon realm. The demon realm was currently suffering heavy losses from the war with humans. If he showed enough talent, they might accept him. But the problem was, Adele stopped to rest and suddenly heard a noise. Had they already caught up to him? Leon's soldiers had entered the forest. He ordered them to split up and search. Adele hid behind a tree, thinking, the problem is I don't know exactly where the gate is. It has to be nearby. While walking, he unluckily stepped on a branch, making a crack. He grew nervous. Immediately, the area was devastated by Lun's power. He radiated killing intent and said, you slippery bastard, so this is where you're hiding. But before that, Udal had used his ability to escape. I've got 1 or 2 substitutions left. I need to find that gate fast. Damn it, there has to be a way. He wrote on the paper, tell me the exact location of the gate to the demon realm in the Asun forest. The paper replied that information is not free, payment required, 100 gold coins or a relic class artifact or higher. Shocked at the demand for such a huge price, Udal cursed, what the hell, bastard? Where am I supposed to get that now? No sooner had he spoken than a violent shockwave rushed toward him, slamming him painfully to the ground. Ouch. Leon stood before him with a sharp sword. You ran away because you wanted to live, didn't you? Adele, today you will die here, whether you like it or not. Even coughing blood, Adele sneered, don't make me laugh. I won't die, he thought there was still one way. Whether I live or die, I'll just gamble it. Seeing him like this, Leon wondered, you still resist until the end. After all, you are the head of your house. Adele gripped his sword tightly, annoyed. Why act so noble? You're just a bunch of grown men ganging up on one kid. Maybe switch careers to babysitters, although I doubt you could handle that alone. His mocking words enraged Leon. I intended to send you off without pain, but now I'll pierce your heart with the sword Count Leon himself granted me. Leon charged forward with his sword. Die. Adele smirked slyly, now's the time. As Leon thrust his sword, Udal quickly opened the paper to block it. Words appeared, thank you for paying a price deemed sufficient, surpassing the required amount. You will be guided to the gate leading to the demon realm in the arson forest. Adele grinned triumphantly, leaving Leon bewildered. What? Beside him a door appeared. Adele immediately used substitution 1 and dashed toward the gate. Leon panicked and shouted stop. But Adele ran firmly toward it, thinking, damn freak, can't believe he chased me this far. Seeing the door, he rejoiced found it. Leon quickly broke off a tree trunk, declaring, I won't let you go anywhere. The trunk hurtled straight toward Adele. As it nearly struck, he was just about to vanish. Adele smiled at Leon, see you next time, Sir Feltz. Before leaving, he even gave Leon a cheeky farewell, driving him mad. Damn it, he's reached the demon realm. After arriving in the demon realm, Adele chewed on dried meat, wondering, how long has it been already? Since waking up after passing through the gate, he found himself in a dungeon. This was a man-made dungeon created for secret research into demonic arts. He was puzzled, why were there dried meat and a stone bed in such a place? Was it left by the treasure guardian? Not to mention a red barrier blocking the front and even a stone guardian. I don't know which high-ranking family created this, but it's full of weird stuff. Just looking at that guardian is terrifying enough. If I charge in now, I'll probably be squashed flat. Suddenly, the paper glowed, catching Adele's attention. On it was written, this is the only time you'll be forgiven for using items not in your possession as payment. If you don't comply, information exchanges will not be carried out. Adele broke out in a sweat thinking, this guy's insane, so he let me off this time. Suddenly he spotted something strange. That stone wall looks suspicious. Oh, I can actually sense these things. Suddenly a voice echoed, you have no permission. Hearing that, Adele thought, must be the barrier nullification function. Too bad, he began plotting, I need another way out of here. That stone fell from the guardian. If it really is a stone, maybe I can work this to my favor. With that thought, he immediately used substitution 1, swapping places with the stone. Escaping, he cheered nice success. But suddenly, a monster let out a loud roar. Somewhere in a kingdom where the sun and moon formed an eclipse, a man splashed a bucket of water, scolding, idiot, why'd you spill it here? He kept cursing at the child. The one standing above was the head of the bear's family in the demon realm, Crete. He entered and said, quite noisy, perhaps because my daughter is about to challenge the mid-level secret realm. What a hassle. If she succeeds, she'll gain the right to enter Satan. But even if I order her to fail, she'll resist. Only by entering Satan can she avenge her mother who was killed by humans. Can such a weakling survive in a place filled only with ferocious demons? Crete sighed helplessly. Suddenly a servant rushed in, calling, Master, there's a problem. Crete frowned, what's with the noise now? The servant bowed nervously, I am sorry, we heard that an unidentified intruder is inside the secret realm. Crete was intrigued. In the secret realm, the servant continued, yes, there's no sign of the gate being opened, so everyone is confused. Crete asked, have you identified who it is? The servant replied, they touched a function only you can use from inside, but we don't know who it is. Crete tapped the table and thought, perhaps he was forcefully summoned through the gate created in the war between humans and demons. He ordered, he'll die anyway, no need to worry, just focus on preparing for my daughter's trial. The servant obeyed. Crete looked outside, musing, if things go well, I might gain a useful pawn. Of course, that's if he doesn't die in the secret realm. Meanwhile, Adele was thrown back into the chamber, crashing to the ground with a scream. He was bewildered, what the wolf nearly killed me. The wolf kept slamming the door, making him anxious. So even if the barrier vanished, he'd still be in trouble outside. Suddenly he realized, wait, isn't that thing also made of stone? He decided, alright, let's try it. Adele quickly used substitution 1, swapping places with the wolf. He grinned, success again. The wolf howled in confusion inside the chamber, desperately trying to get out. Adele ran off thinking, that thing's doomed if it stays like that. Now I just need to find the exit. While running, he froze. In front of him appeared a mantis. This looks bad. Each stage had its own challenge, and this one was even more dangerous than the wolf. He smirked confidently, just as I thought, they're only mindless beings. This is doable as long as I've got substitution 1. He dashed forward swiftly, then stopped before the final door. A voice rang out, welcome, you've reached the final destination. Adele was confused, what, you're welcoming an intruder? What the hell is this? Looks like the boss room. Is anyone in there? Inside was another monster, a Death Knight. Adele gulped nervously, judging its strength, it seemed on par with Felt's. The Death Knight spoke, I pay my respects for you coming this far. Adele immediately used substitution 1. Just as the Death Knight finished speaking, here and now, he had already swapped him outside. Adele greedily stepped forward, him a treasure chest, bigger than I thought, and also a carved decoration of a black dragon. Suddenly he realized, wait, where have I seen that black dragon ornament before? He grew curious. Black dragon. Among the highest noble families there were sins of sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, greed, malice, and pride, just like a black dragon. The bear's clan embodied the 7th deadly sin, pride. Thinking of that, he gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, if they catch me, I'm done for. Without hesitation, Adele opened the chest. At this point, might as well loot everything and run. There had to be something useful to escape. As soon as it opened, demonic energy burst out, clinging tightly to his face. It forced its way into his stomach. Adele clutched his belly in agony, vomiting everything up, then screamed. His head felt like it exploded, blood spraying everywhere. At that moment, something grotesque lay on the ground. Adele trembled, panting in shock. How long was I unconscious? Is my left eye bulging out? He checked his reflection in the blade and saw a dark eye. Could it be the liquid that hit me earlier? The status window appeared. Race half demon, attribute chaos, talent substitution 1, traits, focused curiosity, dark killing intent, mana control, prideful eye. Mana 341. Dynamic vision drastically increased, activating after defeating an enemy. Gaining this new power, Adele smirked. With this, I'll never lose to weaklings again. Not bad, coming to the demon realm really was the right choice. After finishing up, he decided he had everything necessary in hand. Time to leave this place. I only noticed the chest, but behind it there's a door. What should I do? I've made a lot of noise. There must be tons of soldiers waiting outside. If I go out, I'm dead for sure. Should I kneel faster than light itself to save my life? But if they find out I'm from the arson family, even if I beg, they'll kill me. Better hide this crest first. The Death Knight roared in anger, open the door now. Hearing the sound, Adele turned back. He saw the Death Knight pounding on the door. His Highness is coming, open up. Adele was baffled. What, His Highness? Wait, could it be the reason they welcomed me with dried meat and a stone bed was because this place was created by the high families for testing? He wrote on the paper, who owns this place? He thought, I must have stolen the reward meant for them. They'll butcher me on the spot. He asked, tell me who is the closest to me right now. The paper replied that information has a price. Payment required, 1 item worth 100 gold coins or a relic class artifact or higher. Adele wondered, what can I possibly pay? He decided, I'll pay with 100 points of my maximum mana. He thought it'd be tough, but if I survive, I can recover later. The paper accepted, judged the price sufficient. I will take 100 of your mana. Author, the one closest to you is Renee, the youngest daughter of Crete Bears, head of the Bears family. At that moment, Renee stepped in, making Adele panic. Damn it, my life over. From what he knew, this territory was created by the Bears family to train their youngest daughter. The prideful eye was surely her reward upon clearing it. Renee, who held enough power in the Bears family to slice guardians like butter, was now standing right in front of him. Renee casually decapitated the Death Knight, then glanced over, making him break out in a cold sweat. All right, I can do this, he told himself. Renee pointed her sword at him, annoyed, asking, who are you? Adele quickly knelt down respectfully. Congratulations, Lady Renee, on clearing the final territory. You are now truly worthy. Renee frowned, explained. Adele, sweating, explained, the patriarch ordered me to be your guardian. He thought their eyes met, but it seemed she hadn't noticed the prideful eye. Renee looked doubtful. You? Adele cheerfully confirmed, yes, even though I look like this, my skills aren't half bad. He resolved to use her to get out of here. Renee burst out laughing. Adele grew nervous. She doesn't believe me. He immediately used his ability to make Renee believe, startling her. He grabbed her hands smugly. Well, I believe I'll be useful in protecting Lady Renee. Renee angrily pulled her hand back, leaving Adele puzzled. What the heck, did she get mad? She turned away in thought. Adele secretly rejoiced. Lucky she let it slide. He said, let's go then, please meet the patriarch at once. He's waiting for you. Renee agreed. Fine. Adele wanted to slip away first. Then I'll go take care of other tasks the patriarch entrusted me. I need to get out of here as soon as possible. He swung the door open, saying, I definitely won't be late to the head count. Suddenly Renee froze, leaving Adele bewildered. Looking ahead, she called, Father. Crete radiated killing intent, yet smiled. Adele was shocked. Damn it, why is Crete here? If he sees the prideful eye, he'll kill me. Why isn't he reacting? Crete questioned Renee, have you successfully completed the territory? Renee answered, yes, Father. Crete turned away. I see, follow me. Adele grew curious. Follow me, what's he planning? He quickly followed Crete, thinking, I can't trick all of them, and I've got nothing left to offer the paper, which means I can't use its power. He followed Crete to the palace, so this was the bear's estate. Crete halted and ordered, return to your rooms. The others responded, yes, my lord. Crete then spoke to Adele, and you wait here, I'll call you later. Adele secretly rejoiced, he left me alone. This is my chance, right? No, of course not, don't be stupid. Inside the office, Renee stood before Crete. He asked, you've completed my final task. Must you really enter the Satan training ground? Renee confirmed, yes. Crete pondered, then asked, never mind that for now. The one who followed you, what kind of person is he? Renee thought back, then affirmed, he is strong, Father. Crete heard this, amused, I see, how interesting. He stood up and looked outside. Since you have proven yourself worthy, you may go to Satan as you wish. Renee smiled happily. Thank you, father. Crete thought I assumed he'd die right after sneaking into the territory, yet he survived, even obtained the prideful eye, and with Renee's opinion of him, he's certainly worth exploiting. Adele outside grew anxious. How much longer do I have to wait? In the dim light of the castle, two men appeared. One subordinate bowed politely, guiding Adele. This way. He pushed the door open, reporting, I have brought him Patriarch. The moment Adele stepped into the room, Crete's face loomed like a demon from hell. Adele instantly panicked, mind spinning. Patriarch, what's he thinking? He bowed his head, cautious, fearful that one wrong move would cost his life. Why did you let me live? Crete let out a twisted grin, his voice harsh. You bastard. He unleashed his power, the sound echoing through the dark castle. As expected, you deceived my daughter well. The sudden assault caught Adele off guard, pain surging through his body as he gritted his teeth to endure. Under Crete's overwhelming might, he collapsed to the ground. He shouted, you don't intend to kill me. Hearing this, Crete withdrew his power, smirking. HMPH. Being spared, Adele exhaled sharply, gulping air, his body still trembling. He thought, this demonic energy is terrifying. Crete, with the demeanor of a supreme being, grinned in delight. You're quick-witted. Tell me, what is your name? Adele, still terrified, dared not delay and quickly answered, I am Adele. Hearing that name, Crete's anger seemed to grow. Once again, Adele was crushed by power, not understanding why Crete was enraged. His body writhed in pain, weakened. He asked, my lord, what do you want from me? Crete commanded, his voice like compulsion, open your mouth. His wicked face showed a satisfied grin. You only need to keep saying to my daughter what you already have. A grotesque creature forced its way down Adele's throat, overwhelming his mind. Crete amplified his power, making the agony unbearable. A dark voice resounded, if you have any other thoughts, this poison will tear your heart apart. Adele screamed in despair, tortured without hope. Crete turned his back and said, I'll prepare a place for you, wait until I call. Crete seemed unconcerned, with Adele writhing on the floor, weak but sufficiently threatened. He spared him and ordered, go. Adele gasped for breath, unable to believe what had just happened. Damn it, what was that nightmare in this dark castle? A while later, he was led to a room. The subordinate calmly said, from now on, this will be your place. Adele stood in the vast space of the room, pondering why he ended up here. I've become dependent on this family because of Crete's decree. The subordinate bowed farewell. Then please rest well. Adele remained confused at being spared. Living comfortably here, I should be grateful he let me live, yet I feel like I'm being completely used. He sat down on the bed, satisfied with his achievement. Well, I've been acknowledged by Crete, at least partially. This could actually be a good situation, but above all, that creature was still deep inside his body. Adele clutched his chest, feeling the parasite's presence. He resolved to get rid of it. He thought firmly, it has to work. After forcing the parasite out of his body, he shouted joyfully, success, just as I thought, it's a mindless thing. Looking at the creature still asleep, oblivious to the world, he thought, if I kill it, Crete will notice immediately. So what should I do now? Adele froze as the thing opened its eyes. He soon realized it awakened because the mana supply from his body was cut. He quickly dropped a bit of his blood for it. Here, eat this. While it blissfully absorbed the mana, he muttered helplessly, so I've got no choice but to soothe it like this. He urged, hurry up, eat, and go back to sleep. Adele collapsed onto the soft bed, exhausted, sighing, finally I can relax. Not sure how much of the trap around my neck has been removed. I'm about to pass out. The status window appeared. Race half demon, attribute chaos, talent substitution 1, level 2, traits, curious engagement, focus, dark killing intent, mana control, prideful eye. Mana 341, reduced to 241. Looking at the numbers, Adele carefully checked, I should verify this. After completing the check, he was pleased. Substitution 1 had leveled up to 2, but mana was the problem. Compared to the protagonists, mine's just a grain of sand in the desert. How do I increase mana? After thinking long, he found a way. Ah, right, there's still that method. Renee appeared with a cold, gloomy, lifeless expression. I don't like this. Adele nervously replied, yes. He thought helplessly it had been 3 days since he was assigned as Renee's guardian. Walking behind her, he observed that she always reacted with cold indifference. Gazing at her back, he reflected. When she was young, she was bright, but after losing her mother to humans, she changed. As the author, I feel guilty. From afar, a man shouted loudly, Renee, the patriarch is calling you both. Adele flinched, perhaps still traumatized by the last incident. Following the summons, he and Renee stood before Crete. He understood the reason the patriarch called must be about Renee entering Satan. Even though Renee hoped for it, having cleared the territory, in the end Crete would still forbid it. He calmly explained, Satan is not a simple place. With your ability, you'll die before long, unable to avenge your mother properly. Hearing that, terrifying energy burst from Renee, making Adele tremble. He regretted being there. Crete continued, however, if you take Adele as your guardian, I will allow you to enter. Both of them were shocked, unable to believe what they heard. Renee shook her head, refusing. No, Adele thought, does she hate me that much? He remembered Satan was the academy of the demon realm, gathering the most promising children. They constantly clashed with the Royal Academy, where the protagonists studied. In that conflict, many students, including Renee, died. It was the worst place where death ticked like a time bomb. Seeing Renee's determined face, Adele wondered why she insisted on going to such a place. But he denied his initial thought, replacing it with certainty. No, it's the best place to gather forces. I know most of the major events that happen between the Royal Academy and Satan. A daring thought struck him. Yes, let's try it. He hurriedly accepted Crete's demand, but added, I have one request. Looking at Crete's stern face, Adele hesitated slightly. If I'm dragged there too, I should take what I can, he clearly requested. I want something related to mana. Crete laughed gleefully as if he already had the upper hand. Oh ho, I thought you'd ask me to remove that thing. Adele shivered, fearing the secret of the parasite being gone would be exposed. Luckily, Crete hadn't realized it. Renee looked at him with suspicious eyes. Crete immediately agreed. Arrogant brat, your request isn't hard, I'll grant it. Right after, Crete ordered Renee, you may leave now. Renee bowed respectfully. Yes. She walked toward the door but turned her head back, casting a deadly glare at Adele. Feeling that terrifying pressure, he thought, does she hate the idea of going with me that much? In the room with only Adele and Crete, he wondered, what will he give me? A mana potion or maybe an artifact wouldn't be bad. Crete spoke, I have something for you. It's a relic so sensitive that members of the family can sense it, which is why I sent my daughter away. Adele was stunned hearing that, an heirloom treasure. Crete unleashed his power. I know your mana is pitifully low. You'll die in place of my daughter, so this much I can at least grant you. His eerie voice followed. Come closer, I will pass down the bear's family's mana cultivation technique. Adele was shocked to learn of this family secret. Mana cultivation technique. Crete's voice echoed throughout the room. O demon god, grant this servant clarity in the flow of chaos. Bestow upon us rightful trials and do not let thousands of demons starve, but place us not into tests. If you do, your name shall still be exalted. Adele, his reason manipulated by the power, knelt respectfully before Crete. Crete watched his posture with satisfaction. An ordinary man would lose his mind after hearing the incantation. You are truly amusing. With this cultivation, mana will be bestowed directly from the demon god, and you will achieve what you desire. Adele resisted, bewildered. The demon god. Crete continued, however, it seems your family is tied to the 7 deadly sins. Adele stammered, why yes. Crete gave a twisted smile, sneering. Even so, I have already planted the parasite in you. Whether you are serpent or butterfly, it makes no difference. Adele's face went blank. Information I once wrote, my family linked to the 7 deadly sins. I don't remember creating that setup. Soon after, Crete said, now you may go. Adele replied, yes. Scene shift in the refreshing air of the forest. Adele sat down to cultivate. He decided to train here since his mana could spiral out of control. He adapted to the raging dark energy within his body. Oh demon god, he realized, once I accept the demon god's energy, I'll never be able to use human mana again. I really don't have any other choice. Suddenly, a deadly voice rang out, you are a half-breed. Adele gaped in shock at what appeared before him. His voice stammered, don't tell me this creature has gained life. It spoke, I don't believe you carry that child's blood. It seems you carry the filthy blood of a traitor. Adele shuddered at the immense energy, asking, are you the demon god? The voice in the space answered, yes, it seems the world calls me the god of pride. Adele asked, almost certain of the outcome, do you intend to kill me? The creature explained, if I wished to kill you, you'd have died the moment you opened your mouth. For some reason, I don't wish to kill you. You seem to burn with the same sin as I feel a strange sympathy toward you, so I will grant you a mark. You who walk the same path as me, this mark proves you can wield my power, arrogant traitor. Just be sure you don't let pride cloud your sanity. Adele raised his hand, feeling the power being absorbed, his mind spinning. I've borrowed the strength of a demon god. Looks like I just earned 3 extra lives thanks to this mark. But the mark was a tattoo. Before long, my whole body will be covered in tattoos. He didn't realize that behind the tree, someone had witnessed everything. Sensing someone's gaze, he turned around and saw Renee's figure. He panicked, why is she here? Was she eavesdropping on me? Renee suddenly called out, Black Priest. Adele was stunned, what? A month had passed since he received the mark from the demon god. He looked at the status window: race half-demon, attribute chaos, talent substitution 2. Traits: curious engagement, focus, dark killing intent, mana control, prideful eye, mana 241 to 1035. Adele was delighted, satisfied he had trained 100-fold. Who would have thought his mana would triple in such a short time, perhaps thanks to the traits focus and curiosity. In a few years, I might even surpass the heirs of the 6 great families in the human world. With my current strength, even that hidden domain could be conquered. Looking at Renee, he thought helplessly, but why is she practicing in front of my house instead of the training grounds? He spoke up, catching her attention. Pardon me, lady. Renee bowed respectfully. Yes. He thought it was good she no longer avoided him, but suspected she now mistook him for a priest. In this world, only black priests could commune with the demon god. It'd be better if she didn't hear what I said to the demon god. But if Renee treats me as a superior, rumors will spread through the family. He called again, lady. She immediately replied, yes. Adele calmly expressed, my lady, I don't know what you're thinking, but I ask you to treat me as before. Renee looked confused. But he continued, I'm only following the patriarch's orders to protect you. Please treat me casually. She hesitated, then, and turned to command, bring me some water. Adele was stunned. Huh. Renee paused. Didn't you say to treat you casually? After training, I'm tired and thirsty. He thought he had achieved his goal, but something felt off. As expected of the prideful family, she sure switched attitudes fast. Renee raised her voice. Hurry up. He answered, yes. Adele resigned himself. Maybe I really do have to do whatever she says. Standing beside Renee, sword in hand, he thought, I need to quickly conquer that territory, but Renee won't give me peace. I barely have any time left. I must act before the protagonists cross the demon realm ahead of me. I need that treasure to survive Satan. He called out, my lady. Then calmly asked, how are your preparations for enrolling at Satan going? Renee was surprised. Why are you suddenly asking that? He explained so she wouldn't suspect him. Because you'll face all kinds of cruel people there. I asked out of concern for you. She distractedly replied, I've already packed everything necessary. He pressed further, are you sure? While her hands busied themselves packing items into a basket. Why not double-check to be safe? He persuaded, if later you realize you forgot something important, I don't want you running into trouble. Renee looked at him suspiciously and spoke bluntly. What are you really trying to say? Get to the point. Adele instantly denied, making excuses. I only said it because I care. After all, I am your escort. She seemed to see right through him, blurting out, liar, where were you planning to sneak off to? Adele cursed inwardly, damn it, she's not falling for it. Renee's voice turned dark. Do you despise me that much? Adele swore silently, damn it. He scrambled to explain. Actually, I heard of a territory nearby and was planning to conquer it. Please understand, it's only for your safety. In his mind, he pleaded, please, just believe this excuse. After a frightening silence, Renee said, now I remember what I forgot. Adele lit up with joy as if he'd struck gold. Really? Then why not go back? She cut him off. Start up. The words felt like ice water over his head. He asked mechanically, excuse me, what do you mean? I'm not done warming up. I will go with you to that territory. If it's nearby, we can finish it today, right? Adele faltered. Lady, Renee barked. Hurry up then. Where is that territory? The atmosphere grew grim and suffocating. Adele muttered, it's the Undying Territory. The Undying Territory was once ruled by necromancers, but now it swarmed with soldiers turned into wraiths. After the necromancers were wiped out in the war between humans and demons, the place fell into ruin. After a pause, Renee whispered, I know that place well. Just hearing its name made her uneasy. That place was at least a mid to high level territory. By now, the number of soldiers there had surely multiplied. Adele thought, well, with Renee's help it won't be bad. But the problem was, traveling together would make escaping the estate harder. If the escape was exposed, word would reach Crete immediately. After some thought, he reassured, Lady Renee, if it's too much of a burden, maybe you shouldn't go. He added, if the patriarch finds out you left without permission. Before he could finish, Renee interrupted, it's fine. She continued, I know a secret passage. With that, Renee led Adele through the forest edge to the ruins of an old fortress wall. Arriving there, she pointed to a low archway near the ground, nearly hidden by thick grass, and said, here. Adele praised, you seem familiar with this place. He thought privately, looks like she sneaks out often. Adele told Renee, let's go before we're discovered. She agreed, all right. After passing through the shortcut, before their eyes appeared a majestic mountain range towering endlessly. Below lay barren ground, gravel and stone, a gloomy chill covering everything. After looking around for a while, Adele asked, "My lady, how much farther do we have to go?" Renee didn't answer immediately, turning back with a cold, unreadable face. Seeing this, he quickly explained, "I had no reason to leave the estate, so I'm not familiar with the surroundings." Only then did Renee reply, "We're close, just past that and we'll arrive." After a long climb through mountains and hills in silence, Adele awkwardly broke it. Must be near now." Renee stayed cold, answering curtly, "Yes." Finally, the two arrived at the territory. Adele said, "Looks like we've reached it." The outside was indescribably desolate, ruined walls scattered everywhere, the earth unable to grow even a blade of grass. Witnessing the bleakness, Renee seethed, "Damn it, spawn of Cerberus." Adele thought, "Guess she means bastard. I must hide my arson bloodline at all costs," he kept thinking, "only I know the way in." After examining a while, he told Renee, "I think we can dig here to get inside." She immediately replied, "All right." Deep beneath the largest stone statue were rotten soldiers guarding the land. After digging, a hatch leading to the undying territory was revealed, engraved with intricate runes and patterns. Adele confirmed this was the entrance. Adele offered, "I'll lead the way," but Renee refused, "No, I'll go first." Deeper inside was a corridor lit brightly with torches. Adele marveled, "Brighter than I expected." Standing before a grand but ominous castle, Renee announced, "There, we've arrived at the right place." Adele thought this place was on another level compared to the bear's territory. "I bet there are at least 100 fresh graves here." Renee signaled, "Let's go." Adele responded, "All right." As soon as they moved, the ground swarmed with skeletons clawing their way up through earth by magic. They were suddenly surrounded. Adele said to Renee, "My lady, I'll leave this to you." She agreed, "Fine." Without another word, Renee charged with her sword, fighting fiercely against the surrounding soldiers. Watching her dive into battle, Adele thought, "Just as I suspected, going with her was the right choice." He shouted, "There must be a necromancer at the end of this horde. I'll catch up soon." The moment skeletons were cut down by Renee's blade, they instantly regenerated as if nothing happened. Renee grew uneasy. They revived. Not far from the chaos, the mastermind manipulated the horde through a magic orb. "You've got guts coming here." He commanded, "Destroy the intruders, finish them off." No matter how many they destroyed, the skeletons revived. Renee grew impatient. "They keep coming back, what do we do?" Adele rushed toward her, shouting, "It's that sorcerer." He continued, "Don't stop, just push forward." Lady Renee reacted, "What?" A skeleton lunged forward. Adele cut one down swiftly and suggested, "I've got a way to wipe them all at once." Before he could explain, Renee answered immediately, "Got it." With that, both dashed straight for the leading sorcerer. He ordered his skeleton army to block them. Adele shouted loudly, "We just need to get close to him." Adele thought, "Everything will end once we break the sorcerer's orb. Finally, I can use my new ability of substitution too." A giant skeleton soldier suddenly appeared, charging to attack. Adele realized it won't be that easy and shouted. Lady Renee charged forward. The giant skeleton soldier was cleaved directly by Renee's sword, its body shattering into pieces. Taking advantage of the moment, Adele and Renee worked together to carry out the plan to eliminate the sorcerer. Substitution 2, target locked for transfer. He thought the new function of Substitution 2 allows swapping objects with each other. Substitution 2 activated. The sorcerer saw the orb vanish, confused. Remembering the new ability, Adele successfully caught the magic orb in his hand. "Got it." The head sorcerer screamed, "No." Immediately, Adele smashed the orb into fragments. Losing the orb, the sorcerer's magic power was gone. He faded away, roaring angrily, "Impossible." After the sorcerer completely vanished, Adele cheered, "We did it." Lady Renee, still exhausted from battle, answered softly, "Yes." The voices of fatting spirits echoed suddenly, "Thank you." Looking around, Adele murmured, "The tragedy here, all of it happened because of what I wrote. Rest in peace." Suddenly Renee asked, "Did Adele have anything else to do?" He replied with a cheerful face, "Yes, time to claim the reward." Before them lay an ancient chest not far away. Adele rejoiced, finally the items he needed. Shadow Fang, a dagger forged from demonic black steel. It transforms darkness into mana, boosting sharpness and speed in the dark. Eternal Full Moon, a crafted ring that absorbs and senses mana along with moonlight. Adele marveled in awe. "With this dagger, I'll maximize the use of the darkness trait. The ring is good too, but I don't really need it." He turned to Lady Renee, "Why don't you take the ring? I'll take the dagger." Renee agreed, Fine." Adele continued, "All right then, let me." With that, he gently slipped the ring onto Renee's hand. Instantly, she pulled her hand back, her face turning red. Adele wondered, why is she reacting like that? "Does putting on a ring have some special meaning for demons?" he asked. "Well." Renee shyly replied, "This is wonderful." Adele laughed, "As long as you like it, that's good." Then he sat down beside the chest full of gold coins and said, "Now, since I dealt with the boss, I'll take all the gold." Renee's sword immediately pressed against his neck. Adele quickly backpedaled. I mean, we'll split it evenly, down to the last coin. After clearing the territory, the two returned to the estate. Adele spent his time either running errands for Renee or training Mana. A month passed, his status window appeared. Race half-demon, attribute chaos, talent substitution 2, traits curious engagement, focus, dark killing intent, mana control, prideful eye. Mana 1035 1297. Adele was satisfied, nearly 1300 mana, the mid-range level in the demon realm. He had made significant progress. A few days later, Crete summoned Adele and Renee. At the mansion, her father stood before them, his voice stern. The time has come for you to enter Satan. The moment had arrived, he continued. Today you two will head to the capital to enroll in the academy. Crete asked, are you ready? Adele and Renee answered in unison, yes, sir. Hearing this, he said, go, I don't think farewells are necessary. Renee stayed silent, saddened. Then she bowed and left. Adele obeyed, then I'll depart with Lady Renee now. Crete gave Adele a private reminder. I expect you to do well. Adele replied politely, yes. Outside, the carriage was ready, and the two departed immediately. Adele glanced up at Crete, thinking, he said he wouldn't see us off, but perhaps demons do feel something for their children. He told himself he worried about the future, but since it had come to this, he would achieve his goals at Satan. On the carriage, Adele noticed. Since leaving, she hadn't said a word. Did I do something wrong? Renee turned to look at Adele, silently judging. At first, I disliked him for looking suspicious, but he's actually more handsome than I thought. Noticing the chilling atmosphere, Adele spoke, ha ha, the weather's nice today, isn't it? Renee kept thinking, his words and actions lack weight, and his strength is still far from what's required. Is he truly a priest? She reassured herself. Don't be stupid, I saw him speak with the demon god, why am I even doubting? Adele wondered silently, why is she staring at me? Did I mess something up? Renee's eyes lingered on the ring. She turned away shyly, thinking, an eternal vow, that's the meaning when someone of the opposite sex puts a ring on your finger in the demon realm. He did that without saying much. What kind of vow did he make? I'm really curious. Adele spoke, my lady will arrive in an hour, sooner than expected, right? Renee looked at him, then quickly turned away. Fine. Adele pressed, my lady, did I do something wrong? Renee replied, I want to sleep for a while. He answered, yes. Finally they arrived. Adele looked around, thinking, so this is the capital of the demon realm. Doesn't look much different from the human world, just with a medieval vibe. However, there were a few differences, like some people having horns or other unique traits. He noticed an elite demon with a tattoo on his neck similar to his own. Seeing Adele distracted, Renee reminded him, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Adele fumbled, yes, my lady. He asked, so where are we going now? Renee replied, the entrance exam is in 2 days, we need to register first. Adele quickly suggested, if it's 2 days away, why don't we explore the capital until then? Renee coldly answered, not interested. Hearing that icy reply, Adele's usual smile vanished. He tried to persuade, my lady, perhaps. Renee cut him off, we don't have time, let's register. Adele thought, wasn't her past that she never left home since her mother's death? Good grief, I really don't understand her. Gazing at the campus of Satan, he marveled, so this is Satan. Incredible, it's 3 times larger than a normal university. From the front, the examiner announced, you're registered, come back in 2 days. When it was Adele's turn, he said, we're here to register for enrollment. The examiner looked him over and asked, what are you? Adele was confused. The man continued, you don't look like a demon. Gripping his pen tightly, he snapped, a half-breed dares to register. He shouted, we may have lost the war, but what do you think this place is? Hearing those bitter words, Adele thought, I see a dark future ahead already. The registrar raged, openly insulting Adele. Filth like you. Renee's voice rang out, what's going on here? She approached the desk. Adele glanced at her awkwardly, while the examiner suddenly looked up at her and gasped, oh, those horns, what an extraordinary intake. I can't believe I get to witness a child of the 7 deadly sins clan. He lowered his tone, if you're a candidate, state your family and identity. Renee calmly introduced, family bears Renee. She emphasized to the examiner, and this is my guardian. He will enroll with me. Reluctantly, the man filled out the form but grumbled, a half-breed as a guardian. HMPH, the clan of the 7 deadly sins really has lowered its standards. Renee cut him off, her killing intent flaring. That's enough. She drew her sword, glaring, I won't stand by and let you insult the bear's family again. Panicked, the man changed his tone, muttering nervously, we don't discriminate between candidates, so forget what I said. Then louder, please state your family and identity. Adele answered, family Adele. The man completed the registration and reminded, you're registered, report back on the exam date. Adele thought during the Human-Demon War, half-breeds fought for humans, so naturally demons resent them. I'm angry, but I can't do anything about it. The two left, but Renee still fumed over the incident. Adele tried to soothe her. All right, Lady Renee, let's find a place to stay. They arrived at an inn not far away. Adele remarked, this place looks clean enough. But Renee disagreed, disappointed. The inns here are so old. Adele consoled as best he could, we don't have much money. He thought the 10 gold Crete gave us is only enough for a month. Because of the war, the bear's family is poor, so I can't expect more. Adele turned to Renee with a smile, so shall we head inside? The door opened and greetings echoed. Renee looked around while Adele politely asked the innkeeper, do you have rooms for 2 people for 2 days? The innkeeper replied, yes. He asked further, would the 2 of you like a shared room? Renee, startled, blushing, quickly refused. Adele answered, no, please give us 2 separate rooms. She avoided eye contact in embarrassment. The innkeeper was surprised. Oh, very well. He handed over the keys, explaining, 2 rooms for 2 days, including meals, total of 2 gold coins. Rooms are on the 2nd floor. Adele paid, thinking, this amount equals 2 human currency, not bad. Renee quickly went upstairs. I'll go first. Adele nodded after her. I'll bring the luggage up later. Lady Renee, please rest well. She turned around. All right, you too. Adele watched her back, thinking, she's always lived in that huge mansion. This must be her first time sleeping in a place like this. Well, she'll get used to it soon enough. Sunset fell, the sky darkened. Adele thought it was time to rest before the next 2 days. The next morning, sunlight shone through the academy's windows, the sky clear blue. A guard shouted, candidates, please come inside and follow instructions. Adele and Renee joined the crowd. He glanced around, so many people, at least 100 maybe. As everyone gathered in the area, Adele grew nervous. I didn't expect this many candidates all registering to fight humans. I must be careful not to reveal my identity. An announcement rang out, from this moment, please show identification and board the train in order. Adele was shocked. A train. A massive train pulled in. Everyone gasped. Adele exclaimed, a train, didn't see that coming. The train barreled through a mystical space. They said many labyrinthine space gates were set up to block intruders, and only the train could reach Satan. The 2 boarded. Adele marveled, who knew the giant fortress we saw outside was just one part. How massive is this place? The train sped at terrifying speed, both of them clinging to their seats. An announcement came, we are arriving at Satan, prepare yourselves. Adele couldn't believe his eyes at the sight. The grandeur of the academy was overwhelming. He said to Renee, we've finally arrived. She only replied, yes. The train stopped inside the academy. Adele carefully helped Renee off. An announcement rang, candidates, follow the instructions to the hall where the exam will be held. Everyone hurried through a large door. Standing in the grand hall, Adele looked up. Wow, huge ceiling, I feel so tiny. He observed the crowd, mostly young demons. I wonder if any other heirs of the 7 deadly sins families are here. Suddenly, 3 figures in strange attire appeared. One man with purple hair carried a massive longsword at his waist, looking fierce. People only dared to glance at him. Adele thought, they're not students, their outfits scream instructors. He smiled, if I make a good impression on them, life here might be easier. Ha. But Renee interrupted, time up. Adele blinked in confusion. The large door slammed shut. Everyone froze in fear. The light dimmed, all eyes turned upward. Adele sweated, thinking, it's clearly daytime. What kind of magic effect is this? What will the exam be like? A sinister voice echoed, silence. Nobody moved. From high above the hall, a beam of light revealed a figure. Fierce red eyes, long markings running from his neck up his face. He looked down with contempt. Welcome to Satan, you foolish idiots. He threatened, let's see, so many eager to die this year, not a single one wasn't trembling. Adele trembled too, thinking, unbelievable, just his voice carried such crushing pressure. The figure laughed wickedly, a surge of light flaring around him. Enough small talk. He roared, the entrance exam begins now. A dazzling green light burst forth, pouring power down into the hall. Everyone staggered. Adele, worried, called out, Lady Renee. She steadied herself, saying, focus on the exam. This wasn't ordinary light. Some clutched their throats, choking, collapsing. Adele grit his teeth and endured. The 2 strangely dressed people from earlier stood watching, unsurprised by the screams. The short-haired one chuckled. The headmaster sure has bizarre taste, don't you think? The purple-haired man replied, well, no matter how talented, a weak spirit is useless. The one creating the light was Headmaster Lucian himself, overseeing the first stage of the exam, testing mental endurance, ensuring candidates could withstand torture and keep secrets if captured by humans. The purple-haired man observed, 5 minutes in, hardly anyone still standing. The short-haired one said, other than those 8, everyone else collapsed. I had high expectations since there were so many candidates. But the purple-haired man focused, 40% lasting over 5 minutes, that's more than last time. What a relief. They noted the ones unaffected. The man remarked, I heard this time an heir of the 7 deadly sins clan is here. Seems the rumor's true. The purple-haired man suddenly noticed Adele, trembling, nearly collapsing. Who's that kid? Doesn't look like an heir of the 7 deadly sins. The short-haired one smirked, exactly, yet he stayed conscious for nearly 10 minutes. He added, but he probably won't last much longer. Adele was about to fall to his knees. Suddenly, the purple-haired man frowned. Wait, something's off. Terrifying black energy surged from Adele. Both men were shocked. Headmaster Lucian also turned, surprised, toward Adele. Dangerous, there's another presence inside him. The purple-haired man quickly drew his sword. No hesitation, we must kill him here and now. He seemed so ordinary. The purple-haired man looked again at the panting Adele. But suddenly the aura around him shifted, startling him. What is this? An emotionless killing intent. The aura surrounding Adele terrified everyone. It wasn't the primal malice of beasts, but the chilling intent of the cruelest murderers, like swatting flowers or crushing insects. Suddenly, all the instructors' attention focused on him. The purple-haired man's body moved instinctively, drawing his blade. Headmaster Lucian glanced at him, sensing the intent, slightly uneasy. The purple-haired man thought, damn it. I'm actually nervous about facing a rookie. The short-haired one beside him just smiled knowingly. Most of the candidates had already collapsed onto the floor. Adele trembled, still forcing himself upright, mind on the verge of shattering. I'm about to lose it, I must endure. He clenched his teeth. Wait, what if I use my own killing intent? Maybe it's enough to counter her aura. Knowing he couldn't last, Adele gambled. He had no other choice. He roared, his eyes turning red, the aura around him blazing crimson. Headmaster Lucian looked toward him. You're holding out well, should I raise the intensity a little? A sinister shadow loomed, just a little more, and Adele's red aura spread out, resisting the headmaster's invasion. Lucian was a bit surprised. Adele panted, it feels like I've regained strength. I can stand straight now, so much better, finally some relief. Adele quickly turned to Renee, right, how's Renee? She seemed barely affected, still standing firm. He thought, she's holding up well, worthy of her name. Observing the others still standing, he realized the heirs of the 7 deadly sins were also enduring. The golden-eyed man, heir of envy, Balian. The girl with 2 horns on her forehead, heir of lust, Prone. The green-eyed guy, heir of gluttony, Samuel. The mysterious man, heir of sloth, Aaron. The burly man, heir of faith, Gewar. Looking at Renee's back, Adele thought. The 6 of them, including Renee, were characters written with sincere feelings. But fate dictated they'd all be killed by the main characters. He frowned, suddenly recognizing a familiar silhouette. Long white hair. A girl with red eyes and a crown of brown thorns. Adele was shocked, no mistaking her. The girl with blazing red eyes, unaffected by the headmaster's power, was the future worst villain of the demon realm, Demon King, heir of wrath, Diane. An announcement rang out, all right, the first round is over. Adele focused his thoughts, the Demon King always came from the Wrath clan, so why was she here? The successor to the Demon King entering Satan as a candidate. Is there something I don't know? Someone shouted, catching Adele's attention. I failed, impossible. The purple-haired man stood with arms crossed, while students protested, what kind of exam is this? Don't you dare touch me, do you know who my father is? A massive hand grabbed that person's face. The purple-haired man glared, I don't care who your father is, got it. The guy trembled, the man released him bluntly, don't make me repeat myself. The boy collapsed to the ground. The man declared firmly, those who couldn't last 5 minutes in the first test aren't needed here. Failures eliminated. The announcement rang, close the gates. Adele smiled faintly in relief. Satan truly was merciless. Luckily, he passed. He turned to look at the headmaster, thinking that girl is the headmaster of Satan. I knew it, I've seen her somewhere before. He assessed, despite her cute appearance, she was one of the strongest in the demon realm, Lucian, headmaster of Satan. Gripping his sword tightly, he thought, I barely passed the first round, but I must be cautious, I could fail at any time. Even fewer will pass the second test. Whispers spread, Adele turned to listen. That's Renee, the battle genius of the Bears family, right? Renee stood there surrounded by murmurs, people glancing. Adele thought, Renee's really famous, huh? An orange-haired guy with an arrogant face was crowded by others. Adele thought, makes sense, they're heirs of the 7 deadly sins clan and resisted the headmaster's crushing aura. His eyes stung, but why was no one paying attention to him? Two figures behind looked at Adele with judgment. Renee approached. You passed too, didn't you? Adele replied, yes, I passed. He thought maybe he should be satisfied. He at least left the impression he wasn't a normal candidate. Surely the instructors and headmaster would remember him. The purple-haired man shouted, attention, everyone quickly focus. He said loudly, I'll introduce myself. My name is Aries, the instructor responsible for training you. But students broke into a cold sweat, thinking he looked like the type who carried a sashimi knife in his pocket. Aries turned, congratulations on passing the first test of mental strength. That was a test to see if you can stay sane when tortured by humans in the future. The girl air of lust crossed her arms and smirked. Aries continued, the 8 who lasted until the end will receive bonus points. If you perform well in the second test, you'll gain entry to the armory. Adele rejoiced, the armory, lucky me. Thank God I held on until the end. But he could feel the killing intent in everyone's envious stares. Aries announced, now I'll explain the second test. Renee focused intently. Aries said, in this second test, you'll demonstrate your abilities. Specifically, you'll show us your talents and weapons to fight against humans. The class you're assigned may depend on this test. Remember that. Adele thought he probably meant they'd be placed in classes based on their talents and weapons. Still, he wondered what kind of humans they'd face. Aries raised his hand and cast a spell. Here's the exercise for the second test and the human you'll face. A small green light appeared, swirling violently into a massive vortex. A figure emerged, wearing a fox crest on his chest, wielding a long sharp sword. Everyone was shocked, even Adele. Wait, isn't that the strongest hero of the 6 great families, Ninny Cell? The resolute face of a legend. Adele was stunned. Why was that man here? Too random. But Renee stayed calm, turning to ask, do you know who that is? He thought, of course I do. That's Ninny Cell, head of the Cell family, closely tied to the main character in the original story. Not just close, his bloodline was destined from birth to be the father of the main character. The Sword Saint, you created the strongest clan through pure talent. 2 boys nearby muttered, that's the Sword Saint. Aren't they trying to eliminate us from the start? Adele glanced around, realizing others recognized him too. Well, he did crush quite a few demon families. Instructor Aries explained casually, of course we don't expect you to withstand the Sword Saint's full strength. He'll only use 10% of his power. Everyone listened. Renee turned, 10%, that's not too hard, is it? Adele smiled, not at all. Even weakened, a monster is still a monster. He looked uneasily at the Sword Saint. 10% of his power was enough to wipe out a city. He wondered how this batch of candidates would survive such a brutal test. An idea struck, there must be a specific standard to pass. If possible, he'd use the information scroll, but they didn't have much money and the number of questions was limited. The instructor continued, at your current level you can't face him alone, so we'll form teams of 4. To ensure fairness, the 8 top scorers from the first test will be separated. The rest will be assigned randomly. Adele pondered, the top 8 definitely include the heirs of the 7 deadly sins and me. Well, guess I got a boost. Renee drew admiring gazes from the male students, but she didn't care. Adele thought, I'm used to those looks now. On the other hand, he got hostile stares. They looked at him like he just lucked out in the draw while the rest were trash. A small hand touched him. She whispered, survive and come back safely. Adele smiled, yes, I wish you success too, Lady Renee. The announcement rang out. Now I'll call names, starting with Group 1. Adele's group was announced. Group 33, leader Adele, members Kina, Chris, Sanshay. He walked over to his team thinking, I don't recognize these names. Are they side characters with no significance in the original story? Adele politely introduced himself. I'm Adele, nice to meet you all. The white-haired boy cheered, hi, I'm Chris and this is Kina. The blonde girl waved, hello. The last one looked annoyed. Chris introduced, and that's Sanshay. Sanshay sneered at Adele, a half-demon as leader. What an insult to the clan. Adele gritted his teeth in frustration. Even nameless nobodies looked down on him. Did this guy think he was some heir of the 7 deadly sins? He turned to the other 2. Well, whatever, let's just do our best. Adele took initiative. First, we need to assign roles. Share what weapon or ability you use, starting with you, Chris. Chris demonstrated his power. My ability is mana transformation. I can create triangular prisms, turning them into armor or swords. He showed his flexibility. It's not high in attack power, but it's very versatile. Adele nodded, satisfied. Not bad at all, buddy. Next, Kina. Kina beamed. I'm not suited for fighting, more of a support type. Adele asked, support, huh? She crossed her arms and cast a spell. I pray to the demon god to boost allies' speed. A wave of magic appeared. Kina panted, Huffwell, feel lighter. Adele answered flatly, I think so. Kina fumed, you're awful. Adele quickly backtracked, haha, just kidding, don't be upset. But he thought, better than nothing, though it's so weak I could barely feel it. Honestly, I don't even know how she passed the first test. He turned to Sanshay. Finally, what about you? Sanshay smirked, proudly showing off. My ability is hardening. Adele smiled. Oh, perfect for the front line. Sanshay barked, your turn now. Whoosh, Adele vanished. He reappeared right next to Sanshay. It startled him completely. Adele introduced instant teleportation. That's my ability. He lightly tapped Sanshay's sword, making him pale with fear. Kina and Chris clapped in awe. Wow, amazing. Instant teleportation is really awesome. Adele laughed, haha, thanks for the praise. But he thought still, who knows what variables might come up. I won't reveal every detail of my power yet. Adele concluded simply, Chris and Sanshay defend at the front, I'll stay in the middle, Kina supports from the back. Everyone okay with that? Kina agreed, sounds good. Sanshay stayed silent. The announcement rang out, we will now begin the second test. Each group prepare. Adele turned, finally it's starting. The instructor called, Group 1 step forward. Adele focused despite facing the Sword Saint, their eyes still burned with fighting spirit. The Sword Saint swung his blade once. The whole of Group 1 flew apart, one member clutching his stomach as he rolled on the ground, screaming. Adele was stunned, I didn't even see him move. Was that really just 10% of his power? The instructor called again, Group 2. Same as Group 1, Group 2 was blown away. Everyone grew anxious. Group 3, Group 4 stepped forward. 2 members of Group 4 approached the instructor. It's useless, we're sure to lose. Aries went silent, then said, all right, you two may skip the test. The other 2 will continue, yes. One answered, yes, we'll try. Adele thought they're really going to continue. I get it now. The condition to pass the second test must be. Chris blurted, wait, they don't need to take the test. Adele smirked, of course not. The 2 remaining members of Group 4 prepared. The instructor shouted, begin. Adele watched, thinking, there's no way they can handle Ninicel. Let's observe a bit more. Again, with just one strike from the Sword Saint, both were blown away. One screamed in agony. Adele sighed helplessly. If he'd used real sword aura, they'd have been cleaved in half. Chris panicked, can we really defeat a monster like that? Sanshay barked, HMPH, you're really scared of a mere human. Adele noticed Sanshay grinning, but could hear his legs trembling from here. Still, with just one swing, Group 5 was defeated, sprawled on the ground. Group 9, the tension only rose. Adele noted Group 10 stepped up and immediately forfeited. Renee watched without expression. Groups 20 and 30 were called. As they stepped forward, Adele thought by Group 30 already 5 teams had forfeited. Not a single group had landed a meaningful hit on the Sword Saint. The next group formed up, fighting desperately against an invincible foe, no option to leave midway. One student managed to block a strike from the Sword Saint. Chris gasped, whoa, he blocked it. Adele stayed quiet. The later groups lasted longer, their skills sharper than those before. He fixed his gaze on the Sword Saint. I see now, that's the real condition to pass the second test. Sanshay shouted proudly, it's our turn soon. Chris replied, yeah, I'm shaking here. Adele said, I figured out how to pass the second test. Sanshay frowned, what do you mean? Adele grinned, the criteria is, despite losing against overwhelming power, you must still stand and fight to the end. Judging by how the instructors handled the quitters and the Sword Saint's strength, I'm certain. Sanshay hesitated, but. Instructor Aries roared, next Group 33. Adele drew his sword, smiling, let's try defeating the Sword Saint, shall we? With our strength, we can do it. Sanshay balked, what? Kina and Chris cheered, of course, let's try, yeah, losing is fine too. Adele smirked inwardly, so what if I'm just a half-demon? With the talent of the strongest villain, I can win. The group took their positions. Adele shouted, all right, let's begin. He thought, unlike the protagonist, I don't have much intel on Ninicel since it wasn't detailed before. What now? He reassured his teammates, don't worry, hold your ground and fight. Chris and Sanshay trusted him. All right, HMPH, I know. The Sword Saint attacked. Adele shouted, he's coming. The Sword Saint swung his blade. Chris's shield shattered. Chris was flung into the air, screaming, ah. Kina rushed forward, leave it to me, I need to soften his fall. Adele worried about the front line. Sanshay was still standing his ground. Sanshay answered, I know. The Sword Saint swung again. Sanshay stayed put, blocking the strike. I held on. Adele patted his shoulder, nice job. Adele noticed right before the second slash, there was an opening. But he thought that gap looks way too obvious. His instincts screamed not to risk it. He wondered, is this a trap? Does he have someone inside him? Adele, the second attack was coming right at their position. Chris tried casting another shield. Damn it. Adele sensed danger. Chris was already at his limit. Sanshay's hands were starting to crack. Adele kept calm, just one strike and we're already like this. Not good, just hold out a bit more. The Sword Saint's next slash came. Sanshay's body began to crack. He was about to break. It's even stronger than before. Sanshay yelled at Adele, what are you waiting for? At this rate we'll die, hold out longer my ass. Sanshay cursed furiously, damn bastard. Adele calculated. We're the only team that's blocked a second strike. Is that what he wants? The Sword Saint quietly observed the group. Adele realized something. Kina shook Chris, shouting, Chris, Chris. Adele quickly asked, you okay? He told trembling Chris, I know it's tough, but trust me just once more. Sanshay called out, what are you doing, Adele? He's about to attack. Chris asked, you've got a plan, right? Adele nodded, yeah. Adele suddenly transformed into that eerie demonic form from before. I'll definitely stab my sword into his throat. Chris and Kina were shocked. The Sword Saint ready to strike. Sanshay yelled, he's coming. Adele stood behind Sanshay, saying, this time you'll have to endure without Chris's barrier. Sanshay panicked, what do you mean? The Sword Saint unleashed his strike. Sanshay failed to withstand it and was blasted away. Adele leapt up, activating Transposition 2. He warped to face the Sword Saint directly. As the old man launched his next strike, Transposition 2 designated. Adele jumped, swapping out his sword. Standing before the Sword Saint, Adele roared, die Nini Cell. Adele dashed in like lightning. Instructor Ares frowned, watching intently. Renee's eyes instinctively followed him. The Sword Saint's knee slammed straight into Adele's chest. Luckily, the barrier absorbed some of it. Red blood splattered across the floor. Adele endured the pain, thinking, damn bastard, I'll push through one more time. He dodged and unleashed his darkness attribute. A black vortex spread out. Inside, Adele thought, without Chris's barrier, I'd have exploded already. The swap failed, but at least I've trapped him. Ahead of him was the Sword Saint's back, swallowed in pitch-black void. Adele narrowed his eyes, but I've got the Fang of Darkness. In this space, it's stronger than any weapon. Standing behind the Sword Saint, he resolved to defeat him with everything he had. The Sword Saint suddenly sensed something. He turned back toward Adele, catching him off guard. With blinding speed, he lunged and raised a fist. Adele thought, this guy really is a monster. He spread his arms wide. One eye flared red. Adele smirked. The sword in his hand suddenly shifted, reappearing behind the Sword Saint. Adele thrust out his palm at him. This time the one falling into a trap is you, Sword Saint. Not just one, countless blades materialized within the void. Adele clenched his fist, Fang of Darkness, Dark Sword Dance. Dozens of blades shot forward, stabbing the Sword Saint over and over. Outside, everyone fixed their eyes on the vortex. Chris worried, what the hell is happening in there? Instructor Ares said flatly, seems it's about to end. The vortex slowly dissipated. Adele stood there like nothing had happened. When the vortex fully vanished, the Sword Saint lay collapsed on the ground, Adele still standing tall. Everyone was stunned, drawn to his satisfied expression. Adele thought, this heavy silence, it means I did it. The orange-haired boy commented in awe, how interesting. Chris and Kina rushed over happily. Chris praised, that was amazing. Kina asked, how did you pull that off? Adele smiled, it was thanks to everyone's teamwork. He turned to Kina and Sanshay. She answered, he's shaken, but the instructors are healing him. Adele raised his blade, good then. He stepped toward the Sword Saint, shall we finish this? Chris and Kina froze, confused. Finish it, isn't it already over? The Sword Saint's leg suddenly twitched. Chris gasped, what are you doing? Adele glanced back, well, don't we need to make sure he's truly beat? Instructor Ares stared fixedly. A seductive figure nearby murmured, HMPH. For a half-demon you're not bad. The guy beside her said, but compared to you, he's nothing special. She smirked, HMPH of course. She rambled on, he was born inferior anyway. No matter what, his true nature will come out eventually. Renee stood glaring at her, killing intent overflowing. The girl froze, what the hell, who is that? Spotting the bear's family horns, she trembled. Why is she staring at me like that, so scary? The onlookers whispered, she really is a successor of the 7 deadly sins. They're about to clash, who'll win? The fangirls around the girl cheered, obviously her, that other girl isn't even worthy as a side dish. The girl muttered, maybe she's not that weak after all. Adele suddenly realized, wait, that's Renee, why is she radiating such killing intent? Instructor Ares called out to Adele. Adele stepped up, staring back. He smiled, yes, what is it? Ares asked sternly, do you really not know? Adele answered calmly, no, I don't. Ares turned away, from now on I'll keep an eye on you. Adele sighed, what the, I thought I was getting praised. Guess I need to watch Renee instead. She looked like she was about to fight another student again, her aura murderous. Adele was surprised, whoa, they're really going at it. He wondered, who's that girl facing Renee? Blue eyes, long hair, and a single horn on her forehead. That was someone from the Lust family, Laurel Fran. But why is she picking a fight with Renee here? I've been too busy following the human storyline, I'm clueless about demon society. Fran noticed Adele watching. She shouted, pointing at him, hey, half-demon. Adele flinched, huh, why is she calling me out? Fran declared loudly, become my slave. Renee burst forth, brimming with killing intent. Adele yelled, Renee. She leapt up, drawing her sword and aiming it straight at Fran. Fran frowned at Renee, panicking. Before she could react, she screamed in fear, are you insane? Instructor Ares noticed the conflict and bellowed, stop. Renee looked up as Ares announced, at Satan, meaningless fights are strictly forbidden. Fran barely deflected Renee's strike. Ares continued, settle personal grudges outside. Adele exhaled in relief. Phew, Aries stopped it. Good thing nothing happened before the entrance ceremony of the 7 deadly sins families. Renee sheathed her sword and walked off unfazed, while Franz shook in terror. Her head must really be messed up. Adele wiped his sweat and stepped closer. My lady, are you all right? Renee just nodded, still focused since her group's turn was coming. Adele scratched his head awkwardly. Renee gently wiped his sweat and said, well done. Franz was stunned. Whoa, what's your relationship? Are you dating that half-demon? Adele beamed. Finally, I'm being treated better after surviving. Thank you, Lady Renee. Renee stared at him. You're hiding your power, aren't you? Pretending to be weaker. Adele blinked. Just then the announcement came. Group 34 stepped forward. Renee turned away. I have to go. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Adele fell silent, thinking, I used everything I had to survive. Do I really look that weak? She must think I'm the family's priest. A voice called behind him, state your name. Adele was startled. Me, she nodded. Yes, you. Adele replied, my name is Adele. Franz pondered. Adele, not a bad name. He wondered, why exactly did you call me over? Franz thought you cut me off earlier. She crossed her arms seriously. Ditch that bear's wench and serve me instead. Franz spoke smoothly. Witness my irresistible charm. I'll steal you and crush that girl flat. Adele turned away, uninterested. Sorry, but it's my lady's turn now. Next time, maybe. Franz froze. W8, it didn't work. Adele beamed. Finally, I get to see Renee's full strength. Her group looks solid, but just how powerful is she? I'm also looking forward to the rest of the 7 deadly sins kids. The Sword Saint and Renee radiated killing intent at each other. Adele and everyone gasped. What a clash, more intense than I imagined. Renee stomped her foot. Her group remained calm, not tense at all. The orange-haired guy laughed loudly. She's kinda funny too. Renee walked straight toward the Sword Saint, making Adele panic. She's going right at him. What's she thinking? Renee glared at the Sword Saint, their auras colliding violently. Silence, silence. Renee burst forth. The Sword Saint did too. In an instant, both struck. Renee's slash cleaved through the Sword Saint. Everyone was stunned, not just his sword, but his arm dropped to the ground. Renee turned and walked away. The students roared in thunderous cheers. Instructor Aries smirked. HMPH, not bad. Everyone chanted, Renee, Renee. Adele was dumbfounded. No way did I just see that. She beat him that easily. Then he realized, so that's why Nini Cell didn't attack Renee when she approached. He had recognized her power level. Franz, standing nearby, remarked, Renee, HMPH. Shame I didn't get to see her humiliated by the Sword Saint. But at least if she wants to face me, she better be capable of that much. Adele was shocked. You mean if all the daughters of the 7 deadly sins gathered, they could really beat the Sword Saint? Franz replied, as if no one alive can defeat the Sword Saint. Maybe if the previous Demon King were still around, then perhaps. Adele pressed, but what if those kids develop skills beyond 10% of the Sword Saint's power? Franz snapped, are you mocking me? Anyone with eyes knows that pathetic fake. But if it were truly more than 10% of the real Sword Saint's power? Adele blinked at the fake Sword Saint. Wait, I struggled against a mere fake who wasn't even a tenth of the real deal. I may have created this world, but I know nothing about demon society. He smiled faintly, but inside his heart raced with anticipation. Let's see how it all plays out. The announcement rang out. Next, Group 35, only the 7 deadly sins remain. The exam became easy for them. Perhaps thanks to Renee's influence, the other children also defeated the Sword Saint. Group 40 passed. The orange-haired guy laughed loudly. Too easy. Next was a girl. The fight was so one-sided, it was hard to tell the difference in strength between the children of the 7 deadly sins. Adele thought, still, I know who the 2 strongest are, so no worries. Instructor Aries declared, the entrance exam is over. Everyone gather in front of the podium. The students listened as he announced the results of the second test. All who participated in battle passed, regardless of win or loss. Adele thought, just as I expected, the ones who quit all failed. Renee was indifferent, unlike the others celebrating with joy. Aries continued, congratulations to those who passed. From now on you are officially members of Satan as well as official trainees. He reminded them grimly, making the students nervous, but don't get too excited. A path of hell awaits, hard enough to make you want to quit. Finally, Aries said loudly, those who passed, gather for the entrance ceremony in 2 days. Franz smirked at the instructor. Aries added, the 8 who defeated the Sword Saint, remain where you are. Renee turned, why does he want us to stay? Adele grinned, don't you think he's rewarding us with that armory he mentioned in the first test? Aries stepped down the stairs toward them. All of you passed excellently. As promised, I'll give you the chance to enter the armory. The orange-haired guy eagerly raised his hand. I have a question. Aries allowed, speak, trainee Bolton. He declared, "Can we take multiple weapons? I've heard the weapons of Satan are insanely useful." Adele watched closely. Definitely the son of Lycan Bolton. His greed and curiosity know no bounds. In my novel, he had a decent bit of screen time. Ares frowned. "No, using too many weapons scatters your focus. You may only choose one." He instructed, "We don't have much time, so no more questions. Follow me, I'll lead you to the armory." Ares raised his hand and touched the wall ahead, casting a barrier. A glowing door appeared before the students. The Bolton boy was thrilled, while Adele was astonished. Now this is the privilege of Satan. Whether you pick the best weapon or the worst, it's up to you. Adele eyed it skeptically. Is this really an armory? Why does the door look more like a dungeon entrance? Instructor Ares pointed broadly toward it. You'll enter one at a time, in reverse order of the second test, just to be safe. Each of you will be checked upon exit. Adele frowned. Wait, that makes me last, so he can do whatever he wants with me. The orange-haired boy stayed excited. Perfect, I'm first. He strode up to the door, waving. I'll pick the best one, ha ha. Instructor Ares scowled. Shut up and get in. Renee spoke softly. I'll pick a relic since I already have a weapon. What about you? Adele smiled brightly. I think I'll pick a relic too. Suddenly Adele froze, worried. Wait, doesn't that mean everyone else will do the same? By the time it's my turn, will there be anything left? Renee blinked at him, confused. Instructor Ares called out loudly, who's next? Go in. The orange-haired guy came out, crown on his head, bragging, ha ha, isn't this just the coolest? Adele saw two people had taken the weapons they wanted, a bit disappointed. Just as expected, everyone came out with relics. Maybe I should have gone for armor instead. Renee reminded softly, it's your turn now. Adele looked at Renee in awe. I see you chose a bracelet. May I ask what's its ability? She smiled pleasantly. You'll find out inside. There's a description. Adele blinked. A description. Renee grinned. Yep, but some items don't have one. Adele nodded. I see. He thought some without a description. So does that mean they're worthless? I doubt it, since they're stored so carefully. Adele walked up before Instructor Ares, thinking surely these must hold something special. Ares said, you're the last one. His face cold and stern. If you want to say something, say it. Adele broke into a sweat, nervously asked, can I ask, what does it mean if an item doesn't have a description? Ares replied, it means we haven't figured out exactly what it is. Adele's eyes lit up, so either it hasn't found its true owner or its abilities are still unknown. Ares nodded, exactly. If lucky, you might get something amazing. If not, you could be cursed for life. Adele froze. Ares urged, we don't have much time, go in. Adele stepped in with excitement. Maybe being last is good, or maybe it's just bad luck. The door opened, Adele entered. Looking around, it was bright and tidy inside. Hopefully nothing jumps out at me. He saw another door glowing at the far end. Guess it's that way. He entered a chamber where many items were stored. Adele passed by a red sword. Whoa, that thing's crazy. Then he stood before a long spear. Looks unique, let's check the description. Soul Serpent Spear, a spear once used by an unknown demon to hunt spirit serpents. The vengeance of those slain serpents lingers within. When infused with enough mana, 2 serpent forms will appear. Adele pondered, sounds important but not that impressive. I already have a dagger, so it's redundant. He moved on to the next artifact. Starlight Crystal, a crystal orb infused with starlight once wielded by a skilled astrologer. With a small infusion of mana, it borrows the light of stars to illuminate the surroundings. Adele turned away, not compatible. I use darkness anyway, could just make a torch. Pass. Suddenly he noticed something odd. An empty spot caught his eye. Why is this one empty? He crouched to read the description. Crown of the Victor grants the wearer immense stamina and regeneration until their death. Adele frowned. Wait, that's the crown Bolton the greedy brat is wearing. He sighed helplessly. I thought I removed binding items from the novel. Can't believe I'm staring at one here. Adele glanced around. Most of the good relics were already taken. Only empty cases left. The serpent chain's gone. The war banner of the demon general, the crest of a noble house, gone too. Adele shouted, there's nothing left. He paused to think. The 7 deadly sins had already taken most of the good stuff. What should I do? He turned to the lone sword, thinking most of the armor and weapons left weren't very good. Seems like I have no other choice, but if this is a cursed relic. Adele suddenly thought of something. That's right, I can use that method. He grabbed pen and paper. I need to save gold, but I'll spend it now. He wrote, tell me about the broken sword, without description, in the armory. You must pay for this information, either with a relic above artifact grade or 100 gold coins. He remembered, wait, an old item in a box without description. Tell me about the unknown scroll right next to it, cost at least 50 gold coins. Adele broke into a sweat, realizing 50 gold means it shows the cost, so I just need to pick the priciest one. He calculated there are 7 boxes without descriptions in this row. I'll ask in order. He wrote an unnamed blue-eyed hawk. Tell me about the black stone hawk, cost at least 1 gold coin. Adele was disappointed. If it's just 1 gold coin, the description says it swaps the owner's fortune with another's misfortune. He suddenly gasped, whoa, that's definitely the one. Next, he wrote again about the next item, minimum cost 100 gold, then another with 50 gold. Adele panted, holding the paper as he walked to the next box, hesitating. None of these are particularly good, only 2 left. He wrote, request a strange weapon be described. This is at least a mythical grade artifact, cost minimum 300 gold. Adele rejoiced, whoa, mythical grade, huh? Lucky me, this one's even better than what the others took, I'll take it. Suddenly, a strange feeling made him freeze. Adele turned toward the box beside it, glowing faintly. What's with this strange feeling? As if someone was watching him. Inside the box was an ornate necklace. Adele thought, that's right, one last one. He wrote, tell me about this unnamed necklace. Suddenly, the paper floated in midair, glowing. Adele was startled. What the hell? The paper read, you must sacrifice a god. The glow flared even stronger. Adele was stunned. Is this a legendary item? Adele was overwhelmed. I thought I was doomed, but turns out I just hit the jackpot. Staring at the floating page, he carefully reconsidered. Wait, too early to celebrate. Which god should I sacrifice? I don't even have a minor deity, let alone a demon god. Adele stared at the necklace in the box. Just what is this necklace really? He tried checking, maybe I should inject a little mana into it. But nothing happened, the necklace remained still. Adele muttered, damn it, frustrating. If only I knew its ability, all it says is sacrifice a god, nothing else. Refusing to give up, he kept writing tricks on the paper. Tell me which god is related to the unnamed necklace in the basement. The paper still replied, sacrifice a god. Adele was baffled, useless. Hugging the box reluctantly, even rephrasing gave the same answer. Should I give up? Without hesitation, he opened the box and boldly grabbed the necklace. No, I'm certain about this one. After putting it on, Adele was convinced this was worth far more than any ordinary artifact. His instincts told him so. He checked his status, race, half-demon, attribute, chaos, talent, position swap, II, traits, interest, focus, dark killing intent, mana control, patience. Mana 1297. Adele mused, status window, just as I thought. Nobody's interested in this anyway. I can take my time figuring it out. Instructor Aries was surprised to see the artifact he took. What is that necklace? Adele stammered, it's one of the items without description. Aries was shocked. You chose a relic without knowing its function or origin, so you must know something about it. Adele smiled, no, I know nothing at all. Aries frowned silently, making Adele break into a sweat. There it is again, that face. Why does he hate me so much? Aries turned away. Fine, I'll trust you. As an instructor of Satan, I must trust my students. He addressed everyone. Now take care of the artifacts you've chosen. In desperate times, they might even serve as extra lives. The students answered in unison, yes, teacher. Adele looked around and sighed. Everyone here except me could lead the demon realm's future. They'll receive endless investments and support. He felt small. If only I had a bit of that too. Can I really survive in Satan? The armory gate vanished. Aries said, all right, dismissed. We'll meet again at the entrance ceremony. Adele walked to Renee. Shall we return to the dorms, my lady? Renee nodded, yes. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. It was the orange-haired guy. Haha, sorry. Our first meeting, I was a bit rude. Leader of Group 33. Adele turned to Balton. He raised his hand eagerly. Nice to meet you. I'm Balton. Your fighting was truly impressive. Adele politely returned. Nice to meet you, Balton. I'm Adele. He thought this came out of nowhere, but him approaching first isn't bad. But his smile didn't last. Adele felt uncomfortable. Balton squeezed his hand tight. Adele gritted his teeth in pain. Damn bastard, what the hell is he doing? Balton finally revealed his nature. Adele knew he was the type who didn't care about the weak, only drawn to the strong, driven by envy and greed, a battle maniac. He once pushed the protagonist in the human realm to the brink of death, only sparing him after seeing his potential, promising a rematch. Balton smirked. What's wrong? You look strained. Adele forced a reply, nothing. With so many stronger people around, why me? He channeled mana. Balton's sword glowed. Position swap II set as target. Suddenly, Adele was right behind Balton, saying, cut it out, all right? The test just ended. Everyone's tired. His hand trembled. damn my hand. Bolton laughed loudly, haha, I didn't expect that. He turned, aura bursting provocatively. You're strong, let's fight here and now, until one of us dies. Adele panicked, he's insane, what a lunatic, I said I don't intend to fight. Renee shouted stop. She glared, challenging Bolton, if you want to fight my guard, then you'll have to fight me first. The scene looked like a three-way brawl. Bolton stopped, haha, I love fighting, but taking on both of you is too much. I don't want injuries before the entrance ceremony. He turned back with a threatening grin at Adele. Well, there'll be plenty of chances. See you again. Adele frowned. He says he doesn't want injuries before the ceremony, yet he wants to fight to the death. What a psycho. He stared at Bolton, realizing he couldn't predict him. Bolton raised his sword. When did he even draw it? Renee called, let's go. Adele turned back and smiled. Yes, Lady Renee. He thought it's only been a day, but it feels like days have passed. I'm starting to look forward to life in Satan. The next morning, Adele woke up brimming with excitement. Standing by the window, he couldn't stop marveling. Maybe because of yesterday's exhaustion, but today he felt strangely refreshed. In front of the mirror, he admired himself. His body looked much better. Surely he was growing stronger. Cheerfully, he picked up the clothes. Time to try on the Satan uniform they sent. They knew where we lived and delivered straight here. Quite thoughtful. Adele put on the uniform. Oh, more comfortable than he expected. He admired it. They said we'll wear uniforms for 3 years, but at least it's practical. He thought of Renee. I already gave her uniform. I wonder how she looks in it. Maybe I should take a peek. Adele knocked on her door. Lady Renee, do you need anything before we head out? The door creaked open. Come in. Renee stood in her uniform, sunlight shining on her shy figure. Adele was stunned. Then he complimented, you look beautiful. Renee blushed, flustered. Where are you going? Adele noticed her ears red too, thinking embarrassed, huh? He never expected her to have such a cute side. He chuckled, since today's a rare day off, I thought I'd stroll around the city a bit. He bowed, you should rest too. Lady Renee, I'll take my leave first. He turned, but Renee called out, wait. She averted her eyes shyly. Don't you have something you need to do? Adele blinked, pardon, something I need to do. Renee's face turned red as she looked at him. Adele stared back, thinking, wait, did I forget something? He suddenly remembered, right, I'm her bodyguard. Damn, how could I forget that? Too caught up in the joy of resting alone. Renee turned, I'll go with you. Let me change, wait a bit. Still blushing, she snapped, how long are you planning to stare? Adele panicked, oh, of course, I'll wait outside. He stood outside the door, crying inside, there goes my day off. In the bustling, lively city, people traded and bought busily. The streets were so clean, hard to believe a war happened just 10 years ago. Adele looked around, thinking, while reconstruction continued on the outskirts, it seemed humans won the war but failed to seize the entire capital. Renee tugged gently at his hand. Adele. She pointed at a street stall. Let's eat that. Adele realized she meant street food. Skewers golden and sizzling on the charcoal grill. He asked the vendor, what kind of skewers are these? The man replied, venison skewers with spices and vegetables. Adele glanced at Renee's eager face, wondering if it's like chicken skewers. He said, give me 2, thanks. Renee lifted the skewer to her lips. The two carefully tasted them. Adele asked, delicious, right? What do you think? Renee nodded, tasty. He watched her closely, thinking, who knew someone as reserved as Renee could show that kind of expression? Maybe she was slowly opening up. They passed a fountain in the city, chatting away happily. Adele savored it. It's been so long since I had a real break. Maybe this is the last time I'll feel so carefree. They stopped in front of a giant statue in the city center. Adele looked up. Who's that supposed to be? He pointed at the statue, asking Renee. Renee answered, you really do know. That's the first Demon King. Adele exclaimed, oh, the first Demon King. Now that I think about it, she really does resemble Diana. He thought there won't be many chances to see the first Demon King's face up close. He said, let's get closer for a clearer look. Suddenly the statue's eyes glowed. The necklace on Adele also lit up. He panicked, grabbing it. What the necklace is glowing. A beam of light from the statue flowed into the necklace. Adele gripped it tightly, shocked. One gem on the necklace turned gray and he gasped, what the hell is happening? Renee called, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly pull out the artifact and stare at it? Adele, still shaken, stared at the statue, muttering, am I imagining things? He was certain he saw the light from the statue and the necklace change color. He turned to Renee. She clearly didn't notice anything. Indeed, only he saw it. The statue returned to normal. Adele thought, I only got that vague answer about sacrificing a god, yet now I discovered something crucial in the most unexpected place. He realized this necklace was definitely connected to the first Demon King. If he investigated everything related, clues would surface. Renee called, stop standing there, let's head back. Adele replied, yes, lady. Yet he kept thinking, now I'm really curious about the true nature of this necklace. The next morning at the academy after the day off, Adele gently called, "Hurry up, Lady Renee, the entrance ceremony is about to begin," she replied. In the grand hall, the headmaster stood on the podium, welcoming the new students. The headmaster and instructors sat in front of around 100 freshmen. Adele thought, just a normal entrance ceremony. Two students whispered below, "Unbelievable, that child is the headmaster. That child's presence alone crushed us." Another one admired, "Still, she's cute." Adele chuckled inwardly, "Cute your ass." He looked at the headmaster and muttered, "She's covered in tattoos, body like a child, and you call that cute?" Suddenly, the headmaster's eyes locked onto them. Students flinched in terror. The headmaster exuded killing intent. Adele panicked, "Wait, did she just hear my thoughts?" Instructor Aries barked sternly, "Silence, everyone. The entrance ceremony begins now." Renee and Adele stood together in uniform. The headmaster's speech neared its end. The air grew heavy. An instructor declared, "You must obey the rules of Satan." He continued, "The headmaster's speech is over. Now we begin the oath ceremony of the top student and runner-up." Two standout students were called onto the stage. "Top student and runner-up, please step forward." Adele quietly observed. Just as he predicted, those two took the spots. Renee stayed unfazed. He thought the only reason she enrolled was to avenge her mother. Maybe she didn't care about competition, but as for him, no matter what others said, he had to focus on his own goals. Suddenly Adele felt a finger pointing straight at him. Bolton. Yes, he was still targeting Adele. Adele sighed, "That terrifying stalker again, what's wrong with this guy?" He tried to stay calm, "Don't react. Ignore him, stay composed, don't get dragged into it." A girl stepped forward, "Top student, please come up." A beautiful figure walked with cold elegance. Male students marveled, including Adele, truly blessed by the gods, the daughter of Demon King Diana. Now that she claimed the top spot, who could stand in her way? The two students stood before the headmaster and declared their oath. "We, the ones accepted into Satan, will erase our humiliation and swear to rebuild the demon realm." Her vow echoed, and the entire hall's atmosphere shifted. Adele touched the black mark on his neck, sensing the fury of those who'd lost homes and families to humans. He thought, if anyone found out he carried arson blood, just the thought alone was horrifying. A dreadful image appeared in his mind, Adele being brutally tortured. Worst case, he'd be tortured forever. The ceremony ended. Instructor Aries shouted, "The entrance ceremony of Satan is hereby concluded." Students checked the board behind to find their assigned classes. After confirming, they headed to their rooms. Adele smiled, "Let's go, Lady Renee." She nodded, Students crowded around the announcement board. Adele focused, "Let's see, I'm in Class A and Renee." He felt a sting, what a pity. He told her she was in Class C. "Lady Renee, honestly, I didn't want us to be separated." Renee frowned, wiped that smile off. She snapped, "You're still my escort, so stay ready until I call for you." Adele replied, "Of course, Lady Renee." He enjoyed the moment. Finally, maybe he could relax a bit. Suddenly, he brushed shoulders with another student. The boy glared, teeth grinding. "You wanna die, huh, you Cerberus-looking bastard?" Adele froze, "Wait, this guy is." He realized the person before him was from the Greed family, the son of Varus, Samuel. If memory served, he was pretty strong among the 7 deadly sins heirs. Yet he bumped into him and still acted like a thug, ridiculous. But today Adele should avoid trouble. He brushed it off with a smile. I didn't notice, sorry about that." Samuel snapped angrily, "Get lost, you're lucky today's the entrance ceremony." Adele thought, so this is how children of the 7 deadly sins act. Let's hope Samuel isn't in my class. No way Bolton is in Class A2, right? A loud bang on a desk echoed. Idea shouted, "So you don't trust me?" Aries calmly replied, "That's not the issue. That child is too dangerous. I speak from experience. Letting me handle him would be better." Idea refused, "They're the students assigned to me. I'm the instructor of Class A, you can't overrule me." The headmaster cut in, "Enough, sit down." The instructor sat down begrudgingly. The headmaster asked Aries, "Why do you want to change your assigned class?" Aries answered, "I intend to personally keep that student in check. I've faced countless ones like him on the battlefield. He was born a killer, he could point his blade at an ally at any time. He must be restrained now." Another instructor spoke up, "Aren't you being too cautious with just a half-demon? He's much weaker compared to the children of the 7 deadly sins." Aries countered, "No, power isn't only about strength. His boldness and composure rival the 7 deadly sins heirs." The two other instructors exchanged glances and fell silent. Aries continued, "That's why I want to take Class A, he requires caution." Idea shouted, "So you're saying you don't trust me?" The headmaster sighed at their bickering. I apologize if I upset you. Idea, when will you stop treating her like a child, Aries? The headmaster released killing intent. Enough. The room fell silent. She said, I understand your concerns, Instructor Aries, but the classes have already been assigned. Changing now would do more harm than good. Aries didn't argue. I understand, but being cautious doesn't hurt. The headmaster instructed Instructor Idea, pay special attention to that child. Idea brightened visibly. The headmaster concluded, this meeting is adjourned. Go greet your students. In Class 1A, Adele groaned, why am I this unlucky? Fran approached his desk. HMPH, relieved it's not Diana or Bolton, huh? She sneered, did you follow me all the way here? Adele explained, class assignments were random. Fran smirked, oh ho, perfect. I grant you the privilege of becoming my slave. Adele thought, here we go again. Samuel spoke up, you too. Shut up or I'll kill you both. Fran snapped, what did you say, you brat? Samuel barked back, what brat, I'll kill you. Adele tried to reassure himself, we'll get along right. The door swung open. Everyone fell silent, staring at the entrance. The instructor entered, so noisy, planning to fight on the very first day. Idea clapped enthusiastically, welcome students. I am the instructor in charge of Class A. Remember my name, Idea, once known as the Calamity Legion. Adele wondered at the name while students whispered, the Calamity Legion. The one who single-handedly killed 10,000 enemies at the Pali River. Wasn't it 30,000? Adele smiled faintly. To have someone that strong as my instructor, maybe my chances of survival just went up. Idea said, that's enough for my introduction. Let's go over how the classes will progress. Idea wrote on the board, hunting methods. This is what I'll be teaching you. We're not hunting animals, we're hunting beasts. Samuel gritted his teeth. A student boldly asked, what are we hunting? Idea replied, one of the main reasons you came here, humans. The class erupted in whispers. Idea continued, I only teach hunting methods. Magic and weapons will be handled by other instructors. Fran thought, HMPH, too pretty to be a teacher. Idea added, I'm also in charge of basic physical training. Adele froze, his weak spot. Idea concluded, now let's begin our first lesson. Gather at the training ground. At the training ground, Adele exclaimed, whoa. This place is massive, 4 or 5 times larger than a normal field. It could be for weapons or magic. No one knows what we'll be learning yet. Idea spoke up, enough chatter. Focus, don't take your eyes off this. A large black hole slowly opened. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers stepped out. They held weapons, standing behind Idea, awaiting orders. Everyone was terrified. Idea smirked, HMPH, they're not real, just illusions I created with magic. She stroked a soldier's face playfully. Oh, I even created the Sword Saint for the entrance exam. A copy with about 1/10 of the Sword Saint's strength. Adele thought, she's a monster. Satan is tough, but the Royal Academy is on another level. Idea said, the task is simple, break through these soldiers and reach me. Who wants to start? Her eyes fell on Adele, her tone sly. What's your name again? Why not try stabbing my neck like you did with the Sword Saint? Adele groaned internally. After Instructor Aries, now Instructor Idea is targeting me too. He nervously asked, wait, am I fighting you directly? Idea hinted, here, the key point among these soldiers is a commander, the source of their spirit power. Defeat the commander and the rest collapse like dominoes. If the commander is strong, they're strong. I'll play the commander. Adele confidently drew his sword. Got it, Sun Tzu's art of war. Break the army by taking down the general first. Defeating the commander and the middle of his men is too easy. He smirked, of course I can't exactly take you down, so touching your hand or weapon counts as a pass, right? Idea gestured, begin. The soldiers attacked. Adele activated position swap 2. In just a second, he stood behind Idea. His sword pressed against her neck. So does this count as passing, Instructor? His breath brushed against the back of her neck. He thought, a moment ago we were dozens of meters apart, now there's no gap at all. At first I could only move a few meters, this is massive progress. Now I could destroy an enemy base with ease. Adele was proud of his ability. Idea chuckled, now I see why I was warned to watch out for you. She pushed his sword aside, you pass, return to your spot. Adele replied, yes, understood. He thought, hostility or curiosity, I don't know which part of me riles them up. They haven't figured out who I really am, right? Sheathing his sword, he kept pondering. Idea said, now you've seen how it's done. Those who fail will have extra lessons. Her words made the class even more anxious. The soldiers pressed on. Adele observed they're executing the basics perfectly. As expected of demonkind, even if they're illusions, they mimic reality well. But they can only take down a few if the instructor directly controls them. The soldiers switched weapons and aimed at the students. A student screamed, ow, that must hurt. He leapt forward, I'll just jump over all of you. But the soldiers switched to bows, firing straight at him. He cried out and fell, leaving everyone helpless. Adele thought position swap is too powerful. With this skill, I could aim for the top rank in class. He gripped his goal with confidence. The next challenger, Samuel, stepped up. He barked coldly, "Move." Adele thought, now it's Samuel's turn. Let's see if his arrogance matches his skill. Samuel radiated a green light around his body. Adele braced himself in anticipation. Samuel gathered his mana, then released it. The force shook the entire training ground. Adele staggered, caught in the wave. Samuel wiped out the soldiers in an instant. Adele was stunned. That's magic. The unique power of greed, an absurd ability that devours everything. Adele thought, for now, I'll let him have the top spot. Idea flicked her hand lightly. Samuel's magic instantly vanished. She said, well, obviously, no way a teacher would be beaten by a student. You blew away everything except me. Impressive. Enough to shock me for a second. But unfortunately, you fail. Samuel froze for a moment. Idea snapped her fingers. A new wave of soldiers immediately appeared. She explained, I told you, if you don't kill the commander, the soldiers will always replace themselves. No matter how many you kill, at least 200 more will appear. Idea praised him. Still, your magic is quite strong for a first year. Samuel's hands trembled as he stormed back to his spot. His face burned with frustration, but he accepted the result. As he passed, he glared at Adele, thinking his confident face was infuriating. Adele said, Samuel, overconfidence is why you failed. If you'd focused on the target like me, you'd have passed easily. Fran laughed loudly. Haha, finally it's my turn. Adele thought, Fran of lust, let's see how she gets through this. The students whispered as Fran pointed at the soldiers. You worthless lackeys dare block my path. She laughed ho ho ho, yet remained perfectly still. Everyone wondered, what is she doing? Fran's face turned pale with fear. What should I do? Adele thought, just as expected, Fran, child of lust, doesn't fight directly. She manipulates underlings like a queen bee. Without them, she's helpless. Fran still froze in fear. Adele thought she needs to do something. Suddenly, Fran turned her head toward Adele with pleading eyes. Help me, my slave. Adele was stunned by her words. He panicked. Slave? Did she just call me her slave in front of everyone? He stared at Fran, mind spinning at her crazy declaration. Fran shouted back, hurry and help me. Idea's face hardened, commanding 2 soldiers to charge forward. Fran shrieked in terror, stumbling backwards, save me. Adele realized she had no defensive power. Can she really not reinforce herself? But then he thought, no, there must be a special reason. On the other side, Fran flailed under a rain of blows, crying desperately, Adele, save me. Another source of energy drew Adele's attention. He turned around. He saw a girl healing the wounds of a boy. The boy said, thanks a lot. She replied, it's nothing, I'm just glad you're not badly hurt. Adele was shocked. Healing magic. But that was a power only humans could use. So this kid must also be a half-blood. Who knew I'd end up in class with someone who has such a rare healing ability? I don't remember her name, but I should connect with her. Should I approach her right now? Idea spoke up. Student Fran asked for your help. The test is over, so go help her up. Adele instantly answered, oh, I understand, I'll go right away. In truth, he cursed Fran in his head. She picked the worst time, ruining my chance. Looking at Fran's messy state, he teased, useless Fran. She yelped in pain. Adele dropped the act. Come on, stand up already, it's over. Fran sat up, covered in wounds, tears welling. Sniff, you saw everything, didn't you? He played dumb. Saw what? Fran shouted angrily, don't pretend, you slave. Adele replied, well, I think you're weaker than a slave. Fran went berserk, wishing she could tear him apart. Are you mocking me? Idea commanded, all right, clean up now, everyone gather. But the results were as expected. Idea said, for the first lesson, you all did well. Experiences like this are crucial to know your place. Mistakes help you support each other and cooperate perfectly in battle. Samuel clenched his teeth, eyebrows furrowed, growling in anger. Adele thought while listening, in the Royal Academy of Humans, students are divided by ability. But here in Satan, classes are randomized, so cooperation is the key. Her idea really stresses that point. Idea raised her voice, and as for the only one who passed, the student Adele, he proudly replied, yes. Idea's eyes glimmered with deep expectation. I look forward to your progress. Adele answered without hesitation, thank you, I'll do my best to learn. Around him were glares filled with jealousy and envy. As the class ended, Idea turned away for the next lesson. Adele wondered, did she just compliment me? But why did it sound almost hostile? She always looks for chances to cause trouble, trying to shove me into being Fran's slave. Can I even build my own faction here? The clock struck 10. After Idea's lesson, the next class began. A teacher in formal military uniform stood at the podium. Nice to meet you all. I'll be teaching theoretical education. We'll study the history of the demon realm and the weaknesses of humans. Demons revolve around the first demon king, and their body structure is similar to humans. Adele frowned, so they can be struck there too. Demons hurt the same way. The teacher continued, "Next, we'll have a test on today's material. If you don't want to repeat the class, memorize everything." Adele closed his book, exhausted, collapsing onto the desk. Seriously. This was no different from his old school days, already discouraged on the very first day. Watching everyone laugh and chat happily, he sighed. He felt isolated, lonely. Just like back then with no friends, his eyes welled up. But then he noticed the girl with healing powers. His spirits lifted. That's right, at least there's her. He stepped forward. "This time, I'll start a conversation." He greeted her. "Nice to meet you, I'm Adele." The stares from people around left him uneasy. "Wait, why is everyone looking this way?" The girl didn't seem to care. Absent-mindedly, she said, yes, nice to meet you too." Adele thought, whenever two half-bloods do something, it always attracts attention. She looks uncomfortable. I should save this talk for later. Feeling disrespected, he said, "I'll talk to you another time then." She awkwardly replied, "All right, goodbye then." As he walked away, he muttered, "Maybe I should just head to the bathroom and recharge my mana, or my loneliness." Just before reaching the door, Samuel shoved it open. Adele groaned, "It's just my rotten luck." Samuel spotted him, voice dripping with anger. "You again." Adele tried to avoid trouble. "I was just leaving. You go first, I'll wait." But Samuel brushed past, spitting insults, "Disgusting lower creature." Adele couldn't hold back a retort. "Your family must be so proud, huh?" The jab enraged Samuel, his power flaring. "What did you just say?" Adele added, "I mean, proud to have spawned trash that can walk and talk like you." Samuel snarled, "Filthy petty scum." Grinding his teeth, he roared, "I'll tear you into 100 pieces." Adele's eyes turned cold, a sinister thought forming. Unlike Bolton, this guy's hatred was pure. If he got in the way, it was best to eliminate him now. Their powers surged, ready for a fight to the death. Samuel's clawed hands gleamed with spikes. Adele had a crazy thought. If I use magic, no one would mind if his arm suddenly goes flying. Suddenly a teacher appeared. "Stop right now. Class is about to begin. Both of you back to your seats." Like cold water dousing flames, both froze in surprise. Adele wondered, when did he even show up? The flames of battle died out. Both Adele and Samuel were stunned. When did this man arrive? They quickly pulled back their fierce aura, though the duel clearly wasn't over yet. Still, the tension lingered in the air. Adele knew Samuel wouldn't back off so easily, at least not today. The newly arrived teacher introduced himself as the magic instructor Roble. Adele immediately paid close attention to his sudden appearance and calm demeanor. That alone made him cautious. But he told himself anyone entrusted to teach at Satan Academy must be a true master. Learning magic from him would be an opportunity not to waste. In this world, magic wasn't a gift you were born with, but a skill you could train. It was even considered an academic discipline. Robolt emphasized that to learn magic effectively, one must understand attributes. He explained the 4 basic elements: earth, water, wind, and fire, the foundation of all magic. Combining light and darkness made 6 attributes in total, forming the current system of magic. Robolt added that most people only possessed 1 attribute. Adele wondered if his mixed heritage made him an exception. He thought about the 2 bloodlines within him. On his father's side, the Bear clan was famed for darkness. But on his mother's side, the Arson family, he knew nothing, as it had never been clearly mentioned. After the introduction, Robolt announced that today's lesson would be about identifying one's mana attribute. He asked students to place their hands on a special orb that would change color depending on their mana. Students lined up in order. Adele deliberately stayed back to observe. One by one, they placed their hands and the orb shifted colors. Robolt declared, "Red for fire, blue for water, green for wind, brown for earth." The process went smoothly without a hitch. Yes, so smooth it was worth repeating. When Adele's turn came, before he even stepped forward, Robolt suddenly called his name, startling him. How did this man know his name? Surprised and wary, Adele slowly stepped up and placed his hand on the orb. Instantly, a strange color appeared, half black, half gray. The entire class went dead silent. Robolt's face changed. He stared at the orb in shock, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He explained, "Black represents darkness, usually seen in high-level demons. But gray is extremely rare, almost unheard of." Adele tilted his head. "Teacher, you mean you don't know what that color is?" Robolt shook his head. "No, I do know, it's just that its rarity is off the charts." He continued, "Gray symbolizes chaotic magic, which doesn't follow natural laws, even breaking the very principles of the world." Adele stood frozen, mind reeling, the word chaos echoing in his thoughts like an unwanted roommate. As the creator of this world in the original novel, he had never thought of such an attribute. Now he himself carried something that didn't exist in the draft. Magic that defied natural order might even be the key to his unique abilities. But for now, Adele focused on darkness, the one thing he was sure he could control. He was deep in thought. Adele suddenly felt eyes watching him from behind. Spinning around, he saw Franz standing there. She was perfectly still, clearly using stealth techniques, but somehow still caught. Her face showed a flash of surprise, not expecting Adele to notice. Yet in the blink of an eye, her gaze turned cold and irritated. Franz snapped, "Hey, what the heck were you just thinking?" The sharpness of her question made Adele freeze. Playing dumb, what do you mean by that? But she wasn't fooled. Her sharp eyes full of distrust, she accused him of deliberately provoking Samuel. Adele defended himself, saying he just couldn't stand being bullied. She let out a mocking laugh, eyes narrowing like blades. The one he had provoked wasn't ordinary, he belonged to one of the 7 sinister clans. Adele countered that outsiders couldn't interfere inside Satan Academy, so it wasn't worth worrying about. He tried to end the talk, but she grew even more annoyed. With a sigh, she spoke as if to a clueless child, making it obvious he understood nothing. She began to say that kid's family is actually, then stopped halfway, leaving the words hanging in the air like a bad cliffhanger. Turning away, she simply said, in any case, be careful from now on. Adele watched her fatting figure, his mind spinning. What was she about to say? Could Samuel's family be infamous for brutal revenge? Her tone wasn't just a scare tactic, it carried danger and complexity beyond personal grudges. Adele shook his head, pushing the thoughts aside. The final lesson of the day was about to begin, and he needed to focus. The swordsmanship instructor entered, his face scowling like the whole world owed him money. Without greeting, he barked that with their current level, none of them even deserved to sit there. He harshly reminded them that in the previous training, even when only activating 10% then 5%, all groups except the top 8 were wiped out. His words stabbed right into the students' pride. Adele thought this guy was obviously provoking them on purpose. The instructor declared coldly, "From today, I'll teach you how to hold a sword so that when you die, at least you can drag one enemy down to the grave with you." The class began with running laps outside, a true torture for their bodies. He explained that the foundation of swordsmanship was physical strength. Even with great technique, stamina could double or triple your power. The brutal training soon had students gasping for air, legs on fire after lap upon lap. When will this end? This is the 20th lap already. Groans filled the air. Some sneaky ones tried using mana to cheat, but the instructor's eyes missed nothing. He roared at them, ordered push-ups as punishment, then commanded everyone to start running again from the beginning. No one dared complain. The nightmare continued without mercy. Adele smirked quietly. Rich kids always tried to cheat. He remembered when he first transmigrated into this body, causing chaos without cheap tricks. Finally, the instructor announced the last lap, the 50th. Anyone who finished 50 laps could return to the dormitory, those who didn't had to stay for extra lessons. Adele sighed in relief. Today had drained both his mind and body. His whole being felt like jelly. He only wished to throw himself onto his bed and sleep. On the way back to the dorm, Adele suddenly froze, his whole body stiff as someone grabbed his shoulder from behind. He spun around, heart pounding, ready to react. Seeing the person clearly, Adele's eyes widened in shock. What was she doing here? He was utterly confused. Turning back in panic, he saw Lady Renee, making him wonder what she was doing here at this hour. With her reddish-brown hair and gentle smile, Adele forced a grin and greeted first, "Are you on your way back to the dormitory? Today was the first class, how did you feel?" But Renee didn't say a word. Her silence made Adele suspicious. Did someone in class upset her? Well, that earlier scene really was easy to misunderstand. At last, Renee spoke a cold line, "You still lack training." Then suddenly suggested, "Let's loosen up a bit, come work out with me." Adele was completely caught off guard by such an invitation. Still, Renee's face showed a hint of excitement as she asked again, "You'll help me, right, won't you?" Adele stayed silent, his expression unclear whether reluctant or agreeing. Finally, he sighed, thinking this girl never seemed to tire. Spotting a student training area nearby, Renee pointed at it. "Let's go there quickly, still on time." Adele nodded slightly while thinking to himself that training with the descendant of one of the 7 sins might be exhausting, but surely beneficial. They both entered a spacious building. Adele glanced around and muttered, "Pretty big place." Inside, the training equipment was fully stocked and other students were diligently working out. Adele nodded in approval, thinking with these facilities, physical strength would definitely improve. Spotting a heavy barbell stacked with plates, he asked, "Shall we start with this one?" He offered to try first, eyeing the obviously heavy weight. With a mix of confidence and pride, he reassured Renee, "I've been training for years, this is nothing." Then he stepped up, bent down, and got into lifting position. Veins popped on his neck, face straining as he poured all his strength into lifting the bar, letting out a strained groan. Lady Renee stood with arms crossed, watching coldly. At last she dropped a blunt comment, "Too weak, don't force it or you'll tear a muscle." Adele clenched his teeth in silence, cursing inwardly. This damn body, after all those years imprisoned, its current stamina really can't handle pressure like this. He collapsed on both hands, panting, sweat dripping onto the floor. Without the slightest concern for his struggle, Renee casually walked over, bent down to grab the barbell, and nonchalantly said, "This one." Then with a light hop, she lifted the barbell clean over her head without the slightest difficulty. Adele gawked, utterly shocked, thinking, what the hell? With strength like that, there was truly no comparison. He realized even if he used every ounce of raw power, he might not keep up with her. He needed to train seriously. A quiet, determined smile crept onto Adele's lips. 2 hours passed under the blazing afternoon sun. At last he approached Renee, who was still lifting weights. "It's late, we should stop." Renee set the barbell down with a solid thud. Without argument, she simply nodded and said, "Meh." Adele gently added, "I'll walk you to the dorm gate." She didn't refuse, just walked silently beside him. On the way, Adele quietly observed, thinking to himself she had clearly been training hard lately. Curious about Renee's current state, when she stepped aside briefly to change clothes, Adele quickly activated a special skill. A glowing blue interface appeared before his hand. It displayed her status: race, half-demon inclination, chaos, talent, second-rank permutation, traits, curious, easily absorbed, high-killing intent, attribute, darkness, monocontrol, arrogant gaze. Adele stared at the information panel, filled with indescribable emotions, both amazed and intrigued. Renee's mana index showed clearly between 1297 and 1321. Adele noticed all other stats were almost unchanged. Only mana had increased by exactly 24 points. He admitted with a sigh that despite Renee training diligently every night to control her mana, the growth rate was frustratingly slow. Truly, this was the slowest stage of development. He sighed inwardly, briefly considering finding some potion or elixir to help her speed up cultivation. But before he could think further, Renee's voice came from behind, "I'm done changing." Adele turned back, a bit surprised at her swiftness. Renee frowned at him. "What are you doing?" Adele regained his composure, smiled lightly. "Ah, nothing, let's go home." After the training session, he escorted Renee to the gate of the women's dormitory. He said goodbye, "Get some rest, okay?" Renee nodded gently. "You too, sleep well." Then she stepped inside. Adele stood watching her figure disappear, letting out a heavy sigh, his body nearly falling apart from exhaustion. The whole day had truly been overload. He decided to return to Bolton dormitory to rest. Climbing the grand staircase of the luxurious building, he remembered the directions: turn right at the top. Young Lord Loithar checked in for his dorm room assignment. "Room 407, Boltano muttered. His eyes swept the fourth-floor hallway and quickly spotted his room. Standing before the door, he wondered, "I wonder who my roommate will be." Deep down, he hoped for someone both skilled and easygoing, maybe even someone to recruit to his side. This could be the very first male friend he made in the demon world. The thought made him a little excited, taking a deep breath. He pushed the door open with a friendly smile. "Hello, nice to..." His voice stuck, smile freezing as his eyes landed on the figure lounging on the bed. Samuel was sucking on a lollipop with an air of indifference. He lifted his head, his face shifting from surprise to disgust, green eyes narrowing with killing intent. Both of them shouted in unison, "What the hell? Why are you here?" Adele nearly collapsed against the doorway, hand pressing his forehead, fingers tapping tensely. Out of hundreds of students, how did he end up with this guy? Samuel was no less furious, biting down on the candy until it shattered, his mood clearly sour. The two exchanged glares, the air thick with hostility, like one spark could ignite an all-out brawl. From the bed, Samuel sneered with contempt, spitting out, "Filthy half-breed." Adele, still by the door, clenched his teeth, torn inside. Should he just blast this guy out of the room right now? But he drew in a deep breath, forced down his anger, and exhaled heavily. Then he walked over to the desk, intending to set his things down. Samuel sprang up, fists clenched, shouting, "Wanna fight?" "Right now?" Adele let out a mocking laugh, shaking his head. "Are you insane? You want to fight in the dorm room?" His tone dripped with sarcasm before he calmly turned away. "I was just heading out for a bit anyway." Samuel didn't answer, only glared with murderous eyes. As his hand touched the doorknob, Adele tossed out a light, teasing remark, "Sleep well." Inside, Samuel ground his teeth and muttered, "Damn unlucky bastard." Out in the schoolyard, Adele sighed again. He had just thought he'd finally rest in peace, yet ended up sharing a room with that guy. So much for peace. He decided to wander until Samuel was asleep before returning. Strolling slowly beneath the shaded paths of Satan Academy's campus, he thought about Samuel's strange hostility. The guy wasn't a descendant of wrath, yet he was always burning like a furnace. Adele shook his head in frustration. He really couldn't understand. But then a thought struck him. Wait, Samuel was a descendant of gluttony. Maybe his constant anger was an instinct, the way Adele himself carried a chaotic inclination. Adele recalled the concept of innate tendencies that Professor Robolt once mentioned. What exactly was chaos in essence? Were mana attributes something deeper still? He thought of asking the Magic Resource Archive for knowledge, but shook his head. If it knew anything about chaos, it would have said so back when teaching inscription skills. Buying more was just a waste of money. Frustrated by the lack of information, Adele sought a quiet place to practice the mana purification skill. He wandered into a small grove near the eastern yard. Under the blazing evening sky, his eyes drifted up to a tree. A small bird perched on a high branch. Adele muttered, "A sparrow," but after looking closer, he shook his head. Not exactly. Still, seeing birds here was pretty amusing. He thought that even inside Satan Academy's campus, creatures from outside the city still flew in freely. Suddenly, the bird's eyes gleamed red, startling Adele, who quietly made a note of it. Night fell. Adele carefully opened the door to room 407. He let out a breath of relief when he saw Samuel already asleep. Curled up under the blanket. Good, as long as he's asleep, peace is possible. Exhausted, Adele didn't bother tidying, tossed his bag aside, collapsed onto the bed, and sighed, "So damn tired, I could just drop dead today." Even though his body was drained, he still forced himself to think about training his mana a little before sleeping. Lying flat on his pillow, he adjusted his breathing and focused his mind. The stream of mana flowed gently through his body, but his consciousness slowly drifted into sleep. A shadowy figure loomed at his bedside. It was Samuel. His green eyes glowed eerily, glaring straight into Adele as if to pierce his very soul. Adele's body went rigid, heart pounding, as Samuel's unblinking stare remained cold and threatening. Samuel's face was filled with contempt, his bitter thought, "Even while sleeping, that idiot's face is annoying as hell." Anger flared as old memories resurfaced. Adele's sneers, insults hurled directly at him, even mocking his family. Samuel clenched his fists, vowing that no matter what, he'd never apologize first. He exhaled sharply, frustrated. So many problems to deal with, and now he even had to waste energy thinking about this piece of trash. Then an unexpected image flashed. Adele in class yesterday, radiating a fierce aura, almost terrifying. Other figures stood with him, making Samuel's chest tighten painfully. "I felt this sensation before, but why is it hitting me now?" Suddenly, a searing pain ripped through his side. Samuel collapsed with a groan of agony. Clutching his stomach, eyes wide in horror. Damn it, is gluttony's hunger frenzy starting again? Cold sweat poured as he gritted his teeth, the ravenous hunger completely out of control. From his abdomen, a faint green energy flickered menacingly, gnawing inside like poison, his body feeling sucked dry. Just then, Adele shifted slightly in his sleep, mumbling something. Samuel turned, his eyes full of resentment. He was starving to death by the second, yet had to look at that peaceful sleeping face till morning. He really wanted to punch Adele right in his smug mouth. Samuel slumped on the bed's edge, groaning as the pain kept torturing him. Morning came, the bell tower rang, signaling class time. Adele sat up, yawning and stretching. What time is it now? Morning already. Sunlight streamed through the big window, the steady tick-tock of the clock filling the quiet room. Adele looked outside, his eyes lighting up. That bird from yesterday, a small bird perched on a branch, looked just like the one from last evening. A sly, sharp smile curved his lips. In Satan, where foreign creatures were strictly monitored, and yet something like this fluttered about. He frowned, suspecting someone was spying on him, the conclusion flashing like instinct, though he remained calm, stretching by the window as the wooden frame creaked. In his mind, he considered, could it be Instructor Ares, the one most suspicious of him? He swept his mana to check. No illusion, it was a real living creature. Thinking for a moment, he decided to try taming it with food, held out his hand and beckoned softly, "Come here." But glancing at the clock, he saw breakfast time was nearly over. He muttered, "Samuel probably already went to eat. I should go too, or I'll starve to death." Leaving the window, he kept thinking about the strange bird and the one behind it. A brief moment of confusion, he couldn't remember where the cafeteria was. The result, by the time he got to class, he was late. Idea stepped in cheerfully, "Good morning, class." Adele sat down, sighing inwardly, got lost trying to find the cafeteria, missed breakfast. With an empty stomach, how am I supposed to focus on lessons? Idea moved to the podium, holding the grade book seriously. During homeroom today, I have an important announcement. Is everyone present? Adele frowned suspiciously. Important announcement. Idea continued. Today we'll be choosing a class president. The whole class buzzed. Adele's eyes widened, thinking, class president. A blue-haired student raised a hand. Teacher, how will the president be chosen? Idea smiled mysteriously. She had planned to let them vote, but then decided she'd just appoint one directly. The room went silent for a beat before a horned female student shot to her feet. A pinkish radiance shimmered around her like a stage effect, as if this was the perfect dramatic moment. Adele flinched, realizing it was Fran, just like in the novel. He smirked faintly. With that personality, she's really not fit to be class president. Fran proclaimed boldly, from now on, let me lead this class, serve me as your king. Adele nodded quietly. Fran was a logical choice, though short on brains, her charisma and presence were unmatched. Another student spoke up, hey, why not make Adele the class president? He seems capable too. Fran sneered dismissively, please, half-bloods like him don't deserve the role. The discussion grew lively. Someone asked, what about Samuel then? Fran frowned, shrugged, he's too scary. Adele smiled faintly, warmed by the thought. Didn't expect yesterday's display to leave such an impression. Being mentioned like this felt nice. Fran puffed out her chest proudly. Say what you want, I'm still the obvious choice. Go on, teacher, make the announcement. Idea exhaled and declared firmly, the class president will not be student Fran. Fran's jaw dropped, her blue eyes widening in shock, violet lightning crackling around her as if she was about to explode. Idea smiled and turned to the red-haired boy near the window. The class president is Adele. Adele froze, huh? He glanced around, mind tangled like yarn. What, why me, a half-demon like me as class president? Before his thoughts settled, Idea's voice rang out, her blue eyes glowing faintly. Adele, do your best to lead the class. A student cheered excitedly, President Adele, you can do it. Adele, still dazed, awkwardly replied, yes, while thinking miserably that he still hadn't eaten breakfast. Idea nodded, explaining she had to go teach another class, leaving behind a few instructions. She said that in preparation for the midterm exam, lessons would now focus on combat training. The class buzzed with noise, students whispering nonstop. She continued, training will be in groups of 3, form your teams before the end of the day. A pink-haired girl near Adele touched her chin, looking deep in thought. Adele closed his eyes, pondering the midterm and real combat. He reasoned that if it was combat at Satan, it likely meant killing. Fighting here equaled finishing off your enemy. The instructor ended class with a note for student Fran. Fran lifted her head curiously. Yes. Idea's tone was gentle, but her eyes carried authority. If you ever address me disrespectfully again, you'll be given the honor of extra lessons. Understand? Fran flinched, her arrogant smile collapsing like a popped balloon. With just one line, the teacher put her in her place. Adele quietly smirked, thinking this teacher sure knew how to drag people back down to earth. Before leaving, she reminded the class president to submit the team list by the final period. She smiled, wishing everyone good studies. Now officially the class president, Adele watched her leave, lost in thought about combat. Stroking his chin, he wondered, will they use training dummies like last time? But he shook his head. According to the story's flow, the academy hadn't yet reached the part where they attacked humans. Training now was just preparation. Either way, the priority was forming a team. Adele's gaze swept across the class. It stopped on the pink-haired girl nearby, and he smirked. His team choice was almost made. Out in the hallway, just as the homeroom teacher departed, she fell under the watch of 2 figures waiting. One was a tall man. His purple hair spiked upward, a black cross tattoo on his neck, his cold, murderous aura leaving no doubt it was Ares. In another room, Instructor Idea was writing documents when the door suddenly slammed open. She looked up calmly, so you've come. The man Ares snarled in anger, what the hell were you thinking? Idea only smiled faintly, it's been a while since I've seen that serious face of yours, it's worth it, isn't it? Her words, light as a breeze, only fueled Ares's fury. He snapped impatiently, I didn't come here to hear your pointless chatter. He slammed his hand on the table with a sharp bang. Why appoint him as class president? Idea stayed calm, this only happened this morning and you already know. She chuckled, you really do have eyes and ears all over Satan. Ares ground his teeth, his gaze sharp as blades. You can't not understand the meaning behind making him class president. Idea nodded, without hesitation, of course I understand. But Ares roared, even giving him temporary control of Class A is like handing over the whole world. You must be insane. He slammed the desk again, trembling with anger, teeth clenched. It's not too late, replace him immediately or else. He left the threat hanging in the air, its menace plain as day. Idea didn't flinch under his dagger-like glare. Her calm, steady gaze said everything without needing to raise her voice. Ares clutched his head in frustration, pulling at his hair. Damn it, this is enough to drive me mad. Idea replied serenely, I like that student. She explained, Adele has outstanding ability but isn't arrogant like the children of the seven sins. Besides, he has the backing of the bear's family, his identity is clear and supported. But Ares wasn't convinced. He stressed, a clear identity doesn't mean trustworthy. You, of all people, should know that. The most dangerous sword is the blind one. Idea let out a soft sigh, crossing her arms. I'll take care of my class myself, don't interfere anymore. Though only a new instructor, she had full confidence in her eye for choosing people. Ares slammed the table again in fury, but said nothing more, silently leaving the room. Left behind, Ares sat fuming alone. Once she was gone, he spat a curse. Damn it. He growled inwardly with regret. I should have taken that class for myself. Leaving someone that dangerous in her hands is a mistake. A memory flickered. Half-bloods once left him wounds that would never heal in a brutal war. He thought Adele's aura yesterday was far too similar to that figure. The chance of him being a descendant might be slim, but the coincidence was too sharp to ignore. I still don't know what he really wants. Just then, a small bird landed on Ares' shoulder, chirping Chip. He turned his head, eyes cold as ice. Still nothing unusual so far. But don't take your eyes off him for even a second, understood? Elsewhere, seemingly in the library, a group of students chatted merrily. A pale purple-haired boy with pointed ears smiled. Beside him, a student with a dark tattoo on his neck and another blonde with small horns, all radiating friendliness. The atmosphere was pure school life, warm with camaraderie. None of them knew Adele was being watched with every step. During break time, while everyone busily formed groups, Adele sat quietly, observing the noisy scene. He let out a half-joking, half-sad smile. I'm the class president, yet no one's invited me into a team. Guess my face just screams suspicious. Just then, a student walked over, a bit hesitant. Hey, do you want to form a team with me? Samuel, sitting nearby with another student, glanced over and said coldly, as long as you don't drag me down. That student turned to thank Samuel and then introduced his friend. Adele looked at the two, sighing inwardly. Even he got invited, yet here Adele was, sitting like an extra wheel. Adele sighed in resignation, accepting the truth. If he just waited to be asked, he'd never get a team. Cracking his knuckles like a snake flexing joints, he stood up with resolve. His eyes landed on the pink-haired girl he had noticed earlier. He approached and spoke simply, Hi. The girl flinched slightly, letting out a small surprised sound. Adele said calmly, I just scanned your mana, sorry if that startled you. But I noticed your mana level is good and you've got recovery skills perfect for a team. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Adele, we've met before, remember? Then he asked if she'd found a team yet. The girl stammered softly, no, not yet. Adele immediately said, great, then tell me your name. After a brief hesitation, she whispered, Luna. Adele smiled lightly, cute name. Tilting his head, he invited directly, so join my team. Working with the class president has its perks. Luna's eyes widened, flustered. That's kind of sudden. Adele kept the lead, leaning closer to whisper, it's almost the last period. We don't have much time to submit the team list. He added gently but cleverly, besides, we're both half demons. That means we'll sync perfectly. Luna let out a tiny gasp of surprise. Adele sealed it, just say yes and it's done. From now on, we're teammates. She didn't reply, but Adele took her silence as consent, nodding. Smart choice. Right then, Fran, the horned girl at the next desk, chimed in mockingly. What's so smart about that decision? Adele turned his head and groaned inwardly. She again. Fran laughed loudly, eyes gleaming with mischief. So you still didn't have a team? That's pathetic. She flipped her hair and declared proudly, fine, I'll be generous and let you join me. From now on, serve under my command. Adele answered flatly, Luna and I just formed a team. Could you go back to your seat? Luna, face red, was dragged into the mess and stammered, that's not fair, I heard everything. You both were right in front of me. Fran didn't budge, declaring boldly, no matter what, I won't recognize you as class president. The true leader should be me. Adele thought, forget it, might as well reject her outright. But Fran clung like a leech, so in the end he relented. Fine, you can join on the condition that you call yourself leader. Yet in his mind, he already planned that every decision she made would need his approval first. After all, she was a descendant of the seven sins, better to keep her close for supervision. Oblivious to his calculations, Fran beamed confidently, fully believing she was the one in charge, arrogant and self-assured just as Adele predicted. He nodded slightly, thinking, I'm still the one leading her. A week later, sitting at his desk, Adele stared at the glowing blue status panel. Mana had risen from 1321 to 1332, at least a little progress, he noted. But he muttered, still not enough, I need to find a potion soon. Mana was fine, but he still didn't understand what the chaos attribute truly was. Hopefully this week's magic class had some clues. A weary sigh slipped from Adele. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. Above all, the loneliness of Crete was becoming unstable. Maybe he had to carry it with him forever, though that made him think endlessly. He was at least relieved that Samuel was unusually quiet. Glancing at his roommate, he only got a distracted HMPH. Impossible to tell if it meant good or bad. Despite the mounting worries, Adele held onto a thin shred of optimism. Things would work out eventually. The next morning, the bell tower rang, signaling class. Instructor Idea entered with a radiant smile. Good morning, everyone. Adele glanced at her, thinking she looked unusually cheerful today. Something good must have happened. Idea clapped her hands. Today's lesson is a bit special. We're heading out for combat training. Adele raised an eyebrow. Finally, real combat. Idea explained, we'll be leaving Satan and going to a place called Oregon. Adele's eyes widened. He remembered clearly. In the original storyline, Oregon was the prison holding humans from the war between men and demons. No one ever came back. We're heading to that prison camp, he thought. Idea continued brightly, we'll travel by dimensional space train. Follow me. Students chattered excitedly, thrilled. We get to go outside. Sounds fun, like a field trip. Adele sighed, his gaze darkening. Everyone was excited just because they thought it was a fun outing. If they knew what Oregon really was, they'd be stunned silent. More importantly, beyond training, something awaited at Oregon. A special opportunity the protagonist of the original novel was supposed to discover. If he got there first, he might seize it. But he worried, could he find it without exposing himself under so many eyes? He knew Oregon's guards were no joke. While pondering, Fran appeared, grinning as she teased, what's wrong? Why the stone face? She giggled, tilting her head innocently. First time training outside, feeling nervous? Adele nodded. Fran blinked in surprise. Huh, you get nervous too? She eyed his solemn look, thinking even broody types can be scared. She puffed her chest proudly. Don't forget, your super team captain is here. Just stick with me and you'll be fine. Adele sighed inwardly. She never ran out of energy. But he smirked, wondering if she'd still be this confident once they reached Oregon. Still, he admitted, her noisiness did lighten his mind. The dimensional space train roared forward, wheels sparking with mana flames as it pierced the gloomy layers of space. Seated inside, Adele peered through the foggy window, watching eerie purple mists drift by. Ahead, Oregon emerged, a massive, cold fortress looming like a scar across the world. The engine thundered, sparks flying from the wheels as the train rumbled into the station. An announcement echoed, passengers, we have arrived at Oregon. Please disembark safely. The voice rang through the cars. Adele, along with the other students, stepped off the train. They stood before a massive, imposing structure beneath the purple-speckled sky. Idea addressed the group, all right everyone, we've arrived. Please follow me closely. This is the human prison camp, Oregon. Her gaze swept across the worried faces. Observing the cage-like structures reinforced with iron, one student commented on the suffocating atmosphere. Another voiced unease, asking if they were really going to train here, since he had a bad feeling about the place. Idea's confident smile stood out. Yes, this is your training ground, she confirmed. To reassure them, she added, no battles are expected, so don't worry too much. Yet Adele, catching the glint in her eyes, remained doubtful. She says that while knowing exactly what's coming. That's a twisted hobby if I've ever seen one, he thought sarcastically. As they advanced, 3 stern guards in dark uniforms with red armbands blocked their path. One demanded gruffly, you from Satan? Suspicion dripped from his tone. Idea replied calmly, yes, here are our permits. She handed over documents while Adele noted to himself that the guard's pressure felt nearly equal to Idea's. His strength was no joke. The guard checked the permit and ordered flatly, proceed, follow me. His voice left no room for argument. Idea gestured, all right, this way. The students followed, stepping into dark, suffocating corridors. A massive centipede scuttled quickly across the floor, unnoticed by anyone. But desperate cries echoed from unseen cells. Please save me, I don't want to die. A choked voice followed by another, please let me out, words dripping with despair. Fran looked around uncertainly while another girl asked nervously, what is this place? Her voice trembled. One student pinched his nose, complaining about the strange smell. His companion added that it felt like something was about to jump out, eyes wide with fear. Adele observed their reactions with a faint smile, thinking looks like they're finally waking up to reality. A dark satisfaction brushed his mind. Samuel then said coldly, "Don't crowd around me, keep moving," his tone sharp as ice. Adele noted quietly that Samuel didn't flinch one bit. Conclusion: the guy was definitely weird. As the guard continued leading them deeper into the dreadful facility, the students pressed further inside, the air thick with dread. Adele reacted to an invisible stimulus with a flash of surprise. Then Idea announced to all, "We have finally arrived at the training site." Her voice cut through the tense silence. They gazed down at the vast multi-level prison complex, drenched in purple despair. Adele noticed the shaken expressions on his classmates' faces and murmured grimly, "This is the true nature of Oregon." The word hell hung over them like a burial shroud. Images flickered of emaciated prisoners, bloodied behind iron bars. Their forms were barely human anymore. Idea stepped forward confidently and explained, "As you can see, this is the prison for humans who attacked the Demon Kingdom. Every human here has killed at least one demon-hardened criminals. Some are even pregnant women or children." Her tone was chilling. She gestured toward a shackled, gaunt prisoner before them and continued with a crooked smile, "You're probably curious about your training. Take a good look, everyone." Her eyes gleamed with expectation. Black energy swirled around her as she approached the panicked prisoner, who let out strangled sounds of sheer terror. Grabbing his face, she commanded, "Now, swallow it quietly and it'll be over quickly." A glowing green orb appeared in her hand, pulsing with sinister energy. As the students watched in horror, one girl covered her mouth as the prisoner's strangled cries of pain were cut short. Suddenly, the prisoner screamed as his body disintegrated into black particles, scattering across the stone floor with a sickening sound that echoed through the sudden silence. Adele flinched, letting out a disgusted sound under his breath. Idea wore a smug expression, explaining the assignment simply. "All you have to do is kill a human in your own way. Simple enough, right?" Her eyes swept over pale faces. Several students immediately vomited. The sight and sounds were too much to handle. Yet Adele remained strangely calm, his expression hidden as he thought. Even after witnessing such brutality, he oddly felt unaffected, maybe because he had fully synchronized with Adele. With a cold awareness, he reaffirmed his resolve. No matter how bad things got, his goal wouldn't change. He would survive to the very end, rewrite this cursed ending of the world, and fulfill Adele's wish. That silent vow steadied him. Idea then turned to Adele, the designated class president. She asked challengingly, "Do you have any final words?" Adele, as class president, stepped toward a cell, where a frail, shackled prisoner cowered, clutching a glowing dagger that looked vicious. Adele stayed silent for a moment before calmly asking, "Anything you want to say before the end?" His voice carried no emotion. The prisoner, eyes blazing with hatred, spat defiantly, "The only regret I have is not killing more of you demons. We humans will wipe out every last one of you," he roared, voice firm with conviction. Adele, face emotionless and still splattered with blood from the earlier execution, drove the dagger into the prisoner without a word. He thought to himself that killing him after hearing that made it even more satisfying. A dark thought slid through his mind. Turning to Idea, who was watching nearby, Adele asked, "Was that enough?" His expression unreadable. Idea clapped slowly, commenting, "Perfect." She then addressed the rest of the students. "Now, like your class president, each of you will enter a cell and begin training." Her voice rang with authority. But she quickly added, half-demon students, please step aside for a moment." Her sharp gaze locked on them. The pink-haired girl Luna and another male student looked clearly distressed by this sudden discrimination. Idea ordered, "Stand over here." She motioned to a specific area. Adele noticed only the half-demons were separated. So there were more than just him and Luna in the class, but Luna looked truly shaken. He noted this with distant concern. Idea then revealed with a cruel smile, "You have specific prisoners to kill." Her words dripped with malice. She gestured toward a row of frail, wretched figures. Adele instantly recognized them, his expression hardening. These prisoners were half-demons. The realization sent a chill down his spine. Idea continued, her tone vicious. "You must prove something, that you are different from these traitors," she hissed, her eyes merciless. One of the male half-demon students, his face twisted with rage and perhaps fear, suddenly shouted, "Do you even know how much we've suffered because of you?" Then he viciously kicked one of the half-demon prisoners with brutal force. Another joined in, yelling, "Why do you deserve to live? Just die already." His voice cracked with a mix of anger and hysteria. Adele watched this horrific scene unfold, his expression grim, thinking, so it begins. The atmosphere grew heavier. A chilling hiss echoed through the prison, emphasizing the harsh reality of this training. As the other half-demon students savagely attacked prisoners, Samuel's eyes glowed with a strange blue light. He unleashed a terrifying dark blue entity, commanding it to devour them whole. His voice thundered with dark power as the entity lunged at a terrified prisoner. The prisoner's scream was cut off instantly. Luna, the pink-haired girl, cried out in anguish, clutching her head as tears streamed down her face. Overwhelmed by the brutality, Adele observed Samuel's actions and thought silently that Samuel didn't need to kill them in such a way with his magic. He wondered whether Samuel was truly eager to tear humans apart or simply showing off. Luna continued sobbing, clearly broken by the violence around her. If Idea noticed her like this, it would be very bad. A practical concern arose. Fran stepped up to Idea and spoke calmly, measured. Idea folded her arms, face displeased, raising an eyebrow as she turned her attention. Fran asked, as long as I kill using my own ability, I pass, right? Seeking clarity on the test's parameters, Idea confirmed, yes, that's correct. Technically, a faint smile almost flickered across her lips. With steady eyes, Fran simply said, understood. Then Fran commanded a human, you are now bound to me, kill the one beside you. Her voice absolute, devoid of warmth. Without hesitation, she reached for a frail, panicked prisoner, her eyes glowing with a terrifying pink light as her power took hold. The prisoner screamed while another cried out, don't do it. Their pleas vanished into the suffocating air. Fran remained emotionless as the prisoner sobbed, his life draining away. After a while, Fran asked flatly, is it done? Idea answered, yes, you pass. We can fix that softness in time. Your evaluation is clinical. Adele observed Fran letting out a faint snort, nodding that while she clearly held hatred for humans, she was softer than he expected. A surprising observation. Idea then turned her attention to the last half-demon student and said coldly, now only one remains, Cadet Luna. Luna gasped, her pale tear-streaked face trembling uncontrollably. Idea, with a cruel smile, ordered, prove who you are, her voice sharp as blades. Adele looked on grimly, thinking that if Luna failed this training, the consequences would be dire. Luna's eyes widened in terror, whispering, no, I can't do it, please let me out. Her plea was a fragile sound in the midst of such brutality. Luna collapsed to her knees, her voice filled with despair as she cried pitifully. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented that because of a man not even worthy of being called her father, she had come here to avenge her mother, who had lived a life of hell. She couldn't do anything, her clenched fists were useless, mocking her own helplessness. Adele stepped forward and gently asked, are you all right? Luna looked up, startled by his sudden presence, and asked uncertainly. He smiled reassuringly and said, please wait a moment, I'll help you with your training, Luna. He turned toward a grotesque, bound figure, likely a prisoner. Adele declared with calm determination, now then, let's begin. Luna stared wide-eyed in shock, her breath catching in disbelief. Adele then handed Luna a vicious-looking dagger. As he gave it to her, he explained that though fear was natural, she had to do this. Luna trembled as she took the blade, her hand shaking uncontrollably. Adele gently placed his hand over hers, urging her to relax. He softly reassured her, if you keep moving forward like this, you'll be fine. Luna grit her teeth, her face contorted by fierce inner conflict. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled to summon resolve. Adele gently patted her head and offered simple comfort, well done. Then with a knowing smile he murmured, that was almost a disaster. Elsewhere, Idea stood with arms crossed, her expression stern as she stated clearly what awaited a half-demon unable to kill a human. At best, expulsion. At worst, something far worse. She strode toward Adele and Luna, her voice sharp and disapproving. I don't understand what you're thinking, class president. Idea continued, you don't actually expect her to pass after that, do you? Yet Adele smiled confidently and declared, no, Cadet Luna passed. Idea's face twisted in disbelief as she snapped, what did you just say? Adele calmly explained, you clearly said if we kill a human with our own ability, we pass. Cadet Luna is the only healer in all of Satan. I helped her because I recognized the value of that talent. Idea scoffed dryly, almost laughing. Unbelievable, so by that logic you're saying you wouldn't help a student without talent. Adele coldly affirmed, of course, if they have no talent, I'd leave them behind. A subtle, calculating smile appeared on his lips as he spoke, freezing Idea's expression. She remarked icily that he only remembered what he wanted, but she would certainly remember his words. Then she announced she would go check on the others and ordered the two of them to wait there. Once Idea left, Adele exhaled in relief, thinking, crisis avoided. He considered himself lucky his answer satisfied her. If it had been Ares, Luna wouldn't have stood a chance. Turning to Luna, who was still recovering, he gently said, "Cadet Luna, it seems you made it through safely." Luna looked up hopefully and asked, "Really?" Adele nodded, reassuring her. Luna flooded with relief, whispering softly, "I see, thank heavens." Then she collapsed forward, fainting. Adele caught her gently and said simply, "It's all right, rest now." Afterward, as Luna slept soundly against the wall, Adele sat nearby, a determined look settling on his face. Now he thought, the real game begins. Confidently, he knew every corner of Oregon and believed he still had plenty of time. Watching the patrolling guards, he quietly noted but predicted that security was extremely tight. He concluded that to find the opportunity he sought, he needed to head underground. Resolute in his purpose, Adele decided to cloak himself in darkness. As black energy swirled around him, he observed with satisfaction, "Oh, it works definitely stronger than before." Confident the shadows would let him slip by unnoticed, he focused on reaching the underground tunnel entrance. Moving stealthily through the dim corridors, he suddenly froze when a stern-faced guard snapped his head around, eyes scanning the area. Adele wondered, did he spot me? The guard paused but eventually turned away, seemingly unaware of Adele's presence. Adele exhaled in relief, quietly impressed by the soldier's sharp instincts. He sensed a subtle difference. Surely this was an organ-trained guard. Realizing he needed to hurry, Adele pressed on and soon found his target. "Found it," he whispered, "the only empty cell on the first floor with a passage inside." Activating his ability, he swapped positions, moving. He slipped into the cell in a blur of shadow. Landing inside, he immediately noticed a pressure mechanism on the floor. Just as expected, he hovered briefly before the floor gave way, wondering how to descend safely. Remembering the depth the novel's protagonists once reached, he timed it precisely. 11:26. As he neared the bottom, he reactivated his ability, swapping positions again, and landed smoothly on his feet as the sound of something piercing through the ground echoed in the dark. He had reached the underground waterway. Next would be. Adele muttered as black energy spiraled around him. Type of toxin, black sludge number 8. Suddenly, 3 menacing sludge monsters with glowing purple eyes emerged from the darkness. He knew their poison was lethal on contact. Quickly forming a plan, he thought, in that case, I'll target their cores from a distance. With a sharp, focused motion, he unleashed his ability. Fangs of darkness, several black blades of energy sliced through the sludge, striking their cores with precision. Knowing their weak point made dealing with sludge far too easy. Standing at the edge of the murky, shadowy water, he muttered, "Now I just need to dive into this." Immediately after, Adele plunged into the water, sinking into the unknown. As he dived deeper, he remembered that according to the novel's protagonist, the final resting place of the great evil was said to be here. But he questioned it silently. The great evil? I never wrote anything like that. He recalled this was where a demon who led a rebellion centuries ago had been sealed. So the great evil meant a demon even the demon king couldn't handle. He wondered, well, I'll find out once I get there. Bursting up from the water, soaked and gasping, Adele looked around, wondering, is this the place? Before him, chained to the wall, hung a ghastly white skeleton. He quickly realized the heart still beating inside its ribcage. That heart, maybe it holds the opportunity. I'm about to claim it. Reaching out with quiet confidence, his fingers inched closer. However, just as he closed his eyes to focus, the heart suddenly throbbed erratically, glowing with a fierce red light. Alarm surged through him as his eyes flew wide open. Wait, his thoughts stammered. Without warning, the ground beneath him shook violently, throwing him off balance. Staggering, he cursed inwardly, this is insane. The moment shifted from opportunity to chaos, and Adele realized whatever came next would not be easy. In mere seconds, the skeleton before him seemed to come alive. Its whole frame yanked into the air, hovering menacingly. Behind it, a radiant golden sigil appeared, shining like the sun. Adele could only stare, stunned. He couldn't believe this was really happening. And that sigil, it looked identical to the tattoo of his family at the nape of his neck. Wait, could the traitor of the demon kingdom be connected to my family? The skeleton, as if running out of time, began to speak hurriedly, its voice echoing directly into Adele's mind. Child of the Adele house, listen closely to my words. If you can hear my thoughts, it means we now share the same burden. Chaos was born from me. Do not let yourself be swallowed whole by it. Chaos is what distorts the natural order of the world. If you lose yourself chasing its meaning, you will end up like me. With that final warning, the skeleton slowly disintegrated, dispersing into the air as gray dust. The message was delivered and its existence vanished. All that remained was the heart lying in the dust. Silence fell once again. Adele reached out to seize it. Holding it in his hand and examining closely, he could feel it. Inside this thing was a will burning with a fierce desire for destruction. That must have been the final wish passed down from Adele's ancestor. The the heart shattered, crumbling to dust in his palm. Curious to know what he had gained, Adele quickly opened his status window. His eyes lit up as words appeared: soul transfer, a new skill. He couldn't hold back and shouted, a soul manipulation skill, finally, I've waited so long, time to test it out. Without hesitation, he drew his trusty dagger and tried to move it using only his will. Clang, the dagger clattered to the ground with a sharp metallic ring, refusing to budge. Adele blinked, then knelt to pick it up. Not that I lack the ability, clearly I just haven't mastered this skill yet. More practice needed. Still, he thought he had made huge progress. He now had clues about chaos and unlocked a new skill. That was a big win. Looking around, he saw nothing else useful here. Better head back before someone noticed his absence. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the rendezvous point. Unfortunately for him, Fran had noticed. The proud white-haired girl marched over and snapped, where were you sneaking off to? Caught off guard, Adele forced a sheepish smile. Just went for a little stroll, you know, stretching my legs. Fran didn't believe it for a second. Really, you expect me to believe you wandered around this place alone? Unfazed, Adele just waved a hand. What can I say? The sight of humans locked behind bars is memorable. His nonchalant attitude only made Fran angrier. Hey, I'm talking to you. Where exactly did you go? But Adele had already started looking around, clearly bored with the interrogation. Now where did I go? He muttered. At that moment, Luna appeared nearby. Her calm voice greeted them. Adele turned to her with a smile. Ah, Luna, did you sleep well? The 14-year-old girl nodded slightly. Yes, I slept very well. Seeing her so calm, Adele sighed in relief. Good, you were sleeping so soundly I worried someone might carry you off and you wouldn't notice. Back with Luna, she hadn't forgotten Adele's earlier help. In a gentle voice, she murmured, thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, I... Before she could finish, Adele gave his usual polite smile and cut her off. Don't worry, no need to thank me. Outwardly normal, even charming, but behind that friendly mask, Adele's thoughts told a different story. Now Luna owes me. Just need the right time to cash in. An extra advantage never hurts. Not long after, their wandering guide finally returned. Idea, still brimming with energy, clapped her hands and called out, all right, everyone, gather up. Lucky for you all, this time not a single one quit. I see a little fire in your eyes now, Idea said, but don't get cocky. We've still got much to do. Let's head back. The students let out a collective sigh of relief, some even smiling. Adele, more than anyone, was glad to leave that gloomy prison, finally free of the hell where time itself seemed frozen. Time passed quickly once they returned to class. A week later, things had more or less settled. Students who once trembled after being forced to take lives were calmer now, some even joking around. As for Adele, he had been secretly training his new skill, soul transfer, and just in time, too. The teachers kept hammering on about the upcoming midterm exam. He glanced around the classroom, remembering in the novel the first years from Satan had actually attacked the Royal Academy during the midterms. That meant something big was coming, likely tied to an assault on the human kingdom. His eyes narrowed. How many of them would survive? That was the real question, and honestly worth pondering. Just then, something caught his attention. Luna was sneaking glances at him from across the room, but the moment their eyes met, she jolted and quickly looked away. That reaction didn't escape Adele's notice. He raised a brow, curiosity flickering across his face. What's going on here? What was it about her that made her look like that? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Adele walked over and gently tapped her shoulder. The sudden touch made her jump. Adele, you scared me, Luna yelped, whipping around. Adele looked at her calmly, almost playfully. You didn't answer, so I thought I'd sneak up a little. You seem different. Is something wrong? His words hit a nerve. Luna instantly panicked, flailing her hands in denial. No, nothing at all. But that reaction only deepened Adele's suspicion. Really? He pressed, voice skeptical. Luna nodded so hard it was almost cartoonish. Really, I swear. Seconds passed. Adele sighed inwardly. She was definitely hiding something, but instead of pushing, he gave her an out. Want to grab lunch together? Luna blinked, startled. Lunch? Adele nodded. Unless you've got other plans. Her pink-haired face quickly brightened with a relieved smile. No, let's eat together, she answered eagerly. That response satisfied Adele. I'll wait at the dining hall entrance at noon. Her reaction, especially the warmth in her eyes, reassured him. She seemed more at ease now, a little fragile but approachable. She wasn't afraid of him anymore. Looked like he had scored some points with her. Come noon. Adele waited outside the dining hall, but Luna was nowhere to be seen. He checked the time again, frowning. Lunch break was nearly over. Where had she gone? He sighed. I don't usually eat alone, but looks like I've got no other choice. Might as well head back to the dorm and keep training. Disappointed, he turned to leave, but after only a few steps he froze. Two familiar figures were approaching from the other side of the path, Renee and Diana. Oh no, his mind nearly shut down, not now. Without hesitation, Adele activated his swap skill and vanished in a flash of energy just before being spotted. Almost at the same time, Renee halted, her instincts flaring. She narrowed her eyes, scanning the area. Diana, a few steps ahead, turned back. "What's wrong?" she asked. Renee glanced around one last time, saw nothing suspicious, then turned to Diana. "I thought I saw my escort, must have imagined it." Meanwhile, behind some bushes, Adele crouched low, heart pounding. Why are they here? His thoughts tangled in panic. This pair was the worst-case scenario. He'd heard enough back in Satan. If they discovered he was a descendant of House Arson, he was dead. His mind replayed the memory. He wasn't just a side character in this story. He was at the center of the Demon Kingdom's downfall. Worse, he had killed the Demon King, both him and his queen. If that truth ever came out, it was game over. Adele bit his lip, slowly crawling backward to retreat from the area. Only when he was far enough did he finally breathe in relief. That was way too risky. Looking around the small forest behind the dining hall, he smirked. Not bad, way better than the cramped dorm room. Maybe he'd turn this into his new training ground. Just as he was about to begin, a piercing cry of steel shattered the silence. High, desperate, and painfully familiar. Adele's head snapped up, that voice Luna. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the sound. Reaching a small clearing, the scene before him froze his blood cold. Luna stood there, face streaked with tears, her voice trembling. Please stop it." Seeing the young girl being bullied by a group made Adele's blood boil dangerously. She turned to him with a flicker of hope, trying to hold herself together. Adele studied the thugs and realized they were classmates. He instantly understood the situation. With a voice laced with barely restrained fury, he ordered the bullies to get back to class. It was obvious they were targeting Luna, and here's the kicker, they were all half-demons too. The leader of the bullies had opposed Adele from the start, refusing to recognize his authority as class president. These guys weren't worth much. They thought Adele couldn't handle a 3-on-1 fight, but they were about to learn just how wrong they were. With pure mana radiating killing intent, Adele grabbed one thug and crushed his throat without even lifting a finger. The other two panicked, feeling the terrifying hostility pouring from their class president. These idiots dared to oppose him, yet just a trace of his intent already left them frozen stiff. He dropped the thug onto the ground, looking down at the pathetic worm. To his surprise, Adele realized he had underestimated one delinquent lingering on the sidelines. The boy with a spider mark on his cheek showed no fear, instead calmly analyzing every move Adele made. After teaching one of them a painful lesson, Adele advised the bullies to stop embarrassing themselves and run. When they barked back, Adele issued a final warning, one chance to shut their mouths. It was still lunchtime, and he had no desire to see their guts spilling before his meal. Sure enough, the three fools retreated with tails tucked between their legs. The spider-marked boy, however, remained calm and composed, eyeing Adele cautiously. Such composure was unusual for a student. Besides Luna, perhaps Class A had another hidden gem. Once the bullies left, Luna rushed to her savior's side, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. But since they'd been held up too long, their lunch date had to be postponed. With class about to begin, they needed to hurry back. He'd heard today they would be learning actual combat magic, definitely not something to be late for. Day by day, Luna found herself growing closer to her fox-eyed classmate. Minutes later, Instructor Robolt entered the classroom and enthusiastically announced that they would begin learning magic for real-life situations. Today's focus would be on two techniques, invisibility and silence. Two techniques that really shouldn't fall into the hands of creeps. Coincidentally, they also happened to be Adele's specialty. The purpose of learning these techniques was simple. How do you deal with someone stronger than you on the battlefield? Sometimes the only way was assassination. For some, these underhanded methods weren't a choice but a necessity. At present, not a single student in Class A could defeat a human hero in a straight fight. To begin, Robolt demonstrated invisibility magic. He carefully explained how to gradually heat the yokai tattoos in a circulating rhythm, releasing mana bit by bit. Even with low mana purity, they had to spread a thin, even layer of mana across their bodies. Fail to do it properly and the attempt would collapse. After flawlessly performing each step, the teacher seemed to vanish without a trace. That must have been why no one noticed when Robolt walked in during Adele's fight with Samuel. He reappeared exactly where he had disappeared. The instructor assigned the students the task of wrapping mana around their bodies. First, they had to close their eyes and focus entirely on handling mana with precise and difficult control. This step required time, so patience was a must. Even if they accidentally succeeded after several tries, the caster could still see their own body. Each student gave it their all, pouring every bit of willpower into controlling their mana. Robolt figured it would take more than a day before one of these kids managed even a tiny success. One standout student was Laurel Fran. With her deep reserves and sharp control, it wasn't surprising for a child of the 7 deadly sins. More impressive still, Samuel, the boy infamous for being unruly, displayed astonishing control. His body was already starting to fade. Clearly, he had a natural talent for this technique. For normal students, a week of practice was the minimum just to grasp the complexity of invisibility, yet Fran and Samuel were already at prodigy level. While busy praising the rich kids, Robolt noticed another outstanding student was missing. The boy with the chaos attribute Ares had warned him about. Looking at Adele's seat, his physical form had completely vanished. He remembered the boy sitting there at the start of class, as the teacher quietly panicked. Adele effortlessly maintained his invisibility spell with little effort, thanks to the body's latent talent. Invisibility magic was far too easy to master. He was already thinking of ways to fuse the chaos attribute into it. The invisibility and assassination skills discussed today weren't nearly enough to deal with truly strong foes. He needed a deadlier method of killing. Back at the dorms, Adele was stopped in the hallway by Instructor Robolt. The man only wanted to know if Adele had ever practiced magic before enrolling at Satan. Seeing no harm, Adele admitted he was new to magic, but always able to rely on innate talent. Realizing he had a generational talent on his hands, Instructor Robolt invited Adele to drop by his laboratory often. He was like the LeBron of invisibility, praising Adele's exceptional potential in magic and the untapped possibilities of his rare chaos attribute. Adele might excel in assassination, but branching into other fields couldn't hurt. Since today he already had plans, he promised he would visit Robolt's laboratory another time. This would help his school life if he kept up the facade of being a magic prodigy. Sitting in the dorm, Adele knew he had to deal with something before the midterm exams began. To do that, he needed a technique far beyond simple invisibility. With Samuel not around, it was the perfect moment to train. If events unfolded just like in his novel, then surely there was a human spy hiding in the Demon Kingdom. He couldn't risk being discovered by that person. Adele needed to find and kill the spy at all costs. A high-level agent would be difficult to face, so mastering his trump card was key. Going beyond simple invisibility, he aimed to both exist and not exist at the same time. With the perfect blend of compatible attributes and his grasp of basic invisibility magic, he succeeded after only a few attempts. The technique was so effective that he couldn't even see himself anymore. As his very existence and presence dissolved, Adele felt a dark omen creeping in. Perhaps he had gone too far with the non-existent side of the technique, and now he was struggling to breathe. His body felt strange, and instinct screamed that he had to dispel this dangerous magic. But when he tried to disperse the mana, he discovered he couldn't force it off. He had to do it now, or he'd truly vanish from existence forever. Gathering every ounce of strength to regain control of his mana, he finally managed to dispel the modified invisibility spell after repeated effort. In that state, his sense of time and perception of reality had turned blurry. It was truly terrifying to lose control. Worse still, his mana had been drained so badly that stopping the erasure technique was painfully difficult. If he hadn't regained control in time, he might have been swallowed into nothingness completely. The experience made him understand why his ancestor warned about being devoured by chaos. Even so, he couldn't abandon such a promising trump card. A brand new technique merging a famed spell with the chaos attribute would be a deadly weapon in his hands. He named it Absolute Invisibility. Suddenly, while he was still gasping from exhaustion, his annoying roommate barged in and kicked him hard. Samuel shouted in anger, but Adele couldn't understand a single word he said. Come to think of it, he couldn't hear his own voice either. The worst-case scenario crept into his mind. Had he gone deaf only after things settled down in the dorm and his hearing returned? Adele decided he would continue training the new technique outside the outskirts of Satan. This time, he controlled absolute invisibility much better. Luckily, this time the backlash didn't take his hearing but his vision. Now he was certain that using absolute invisibility always cost him 1 or 2 senses. He had tested and refined this spell for a whole week, suffering through the loss of hearing, taste, touch, and now sight. Thankfully, each drawback only lasted about 2 hours. The bad part was he couldn't choose or predict which sense would disappear. For now, the technique was only safe for around 3 seconds. In other words, it was practically useless, a high-risk, low-reward skill that made him question his life choices. Maybe he could unleash this technique if he guaranteed a killing blow. Aside from training absolute invisibility, he also tried combining chaos with other attributes but had no success. The most direct path to getting stronger now was simply training swordsmanship and mana. Without sight, he was stuck wandering the forest for 2 hours blind, but since he was used to coming here early, he wasn't worried about being late to class. Class A was under the iron fist of the strict teacher Aries. Once his vision returned, Adele was forced to line up and run like his life depended on it. Weeks had passed, and the lessons were nothing but endless physical training instead of actual swordplay. After yet another brutal exercise session, Aries ordered the students to gather. As class president, Adele was used to relaying orders from the teacher to his classmates. Naturally, this always irked the musclehead, who was still bitter about Adele being appointed to such an important role. Clearing his throat, teacher Aries announced that they would cut down physical training time and begin formal swordsmanship lessons. Adele wasn't the only one happy to hear that running would finally be reduced. Today's sword lesson would begin with a demonstration. Drawing his blade, Aries signaled for the class president to step forward. Adele had no choice but to comply. Aries rudely asked if he was capable of channeling mana into a sword yet. He honestly answered that he could. Aries sternly ordered him to pour everything into a mana sword strike and attack. To give him a fair chance, the teacher would not use mana, only raw strength. Knowing this guy's spiteful nature, Adele was sure he wanted to stage a humiliation scene. Before attacking, he confirmed Aries would only use a sword. With that condition, Adele drew his trusty dagger. Although he was allowed to use mana, tapping into his innate traits might be overkill. For now, he simply wanted to gauge the teacher's skill level. From the start, he realized Aries' stance had no exploitable gaps. In the human world, this man would rank at advanced expert level. But in the demon kingdom, swordsmanship here was judged mainly by how much mana you could channel into your weapon. Rankings meant nothing. Infusing mana wasn't easy. He knew the teacher was underestimating him, and that stung Aries' pride just a bit. If that was the case, he only had to exceed expectations. Lunging like an arrow, he aimed straight for the right carotid artery, going for the kill. Of course, landing the opening strike wasn't that easy. Aries casually dodged by adjusting his angle. The second phase of the attack began as Adele twisted his dagger's hilt, circling around with another swift strike, confident he could deal a lethal blow. Aries glared at him and mocked the unfinished technique. The teacher flexed his bulging muscles and blocked the strike without even bothering to raise his sword in defense. Then came a brutal counterattack to the ribs, slamming Adele down onto the floor. The classmates gasped, watching Aries use way too much force for what was supposed to be a simple demonstration. Adele's crash carved a crater into the training ground. He coughed and wheezed, lungs crushed under the ruthless counter. Not stopping, Aries raised his sword, murderous intent radiating as he aimed for the boy's neck. Adele felt death creeping right up on him. From the crowd, Luna cried out his name in panic, with one hand holding the massive blade above his head. Aries brought it down in a devastating strike meant to erase him. The impact shattered the training floor. Even Samuel realized this was far too violent for a swordsmanship lesson. If that twisted brat thought so, then something was definitely off. Luckily, Adele had just enough time to channel mana through his body and roll out of the danger zone. With a burst of telepathic focus, he nudged the sword aside at the last moment, surviving that brutality by a hair's breadth. A second off either way and he would have been split clean in two. Aries felt the disruption reverberate through his blade. Adele rose to his feet and confronted the brute for trying to kill a student without cause. Aries yanked the dagger lodged in his chest as if it were nothing and coolly dismissed the accusation. He tossed Adele's blade to the ground and barked an order, "Get back in line. Shut your mouth." Afterward, the damned teacher asked the class rep how it felt to face someone at his level head-on. Adele didn't beat around the bush and declared that what had happened was nothing more than the tactics of the weak. He elaborated that he was allowed to use mana, but the opponent had imposed a handicap on himself. He concluded that Aries wanted to prove to the entire class that the only way the weak could defeat the strong was by being ready to sacrifice themselves just to land damage. By Adele's estimate, Aries could have easily dodged his final strike, but instead deliberately took the blade as if it had all been planned. Surprisingly, Aries acknowledged that Adele had given the correct answer. He wanted to drill into their heads that the human world was full of terrifying individuals, nearly impossible to defeat unless risks were taken. Demons had to lure such strong foes into complacency, and when the moment came, be bold enough to expose their own weakness to land a surprise attack. What he taught wasn't the noble art of swordsmanship. In real war, such things didn't exist. Aries wouldn't teach pretty swings, only the kind that won battles. From now on, they weren't limited to swords. This was a weapons class. He implied that death itself didn't matter so long as victory was achieved. Aries was planting this mindset for the midterm exam. By now, the human Royal Academy teachers were surely on high alert. A human spy must have already relayed the current situation in Satan. In the novel, Satan's students fell like flies while the Royal Academy kids walked away untouched. Aries might suspect Adele himself of being the spy. To clear his name, he had to find the real traitor first. After the overblown demonstration, Aries dismissed the students. While the others returned to class in orderly fashion, Adele remained standing still. Aries glared at him irritably, asking if he planned to rebel over what had just happened. Adele smiled and denied such a silly thought. But when Aries turned his back, Adele's hidden hostility flared hot. He couldn't rely on someone who suspected him of espionage. Aries also loathed the ruthless, assassin-like face Adele had shown since day one. He couldn't suppress it any longer. The killer instinct had fully merged into who he was. It was necessary to gain enough authority and status to suppress the power of the 7 deadly sins. However, if Aries kept crossing the line like he did on the training ground, Adele would do whatever it took to make that musclehead taste the consequences. While he was plotting revenge on the teacher, Luna approached and sensed a trace of killing intent leaking from him. He apologized for startling her again, this time not on purpose. She came to make up for the lunch they had missed last time. Perhaps today was the right day. Adele happily agreed and Luna's face lit up. In the cafeteria, they ordered extravagant dishes fit for nobles. It had been ages since he'd eaten anything this luxurious, even if it was just lunch. With the table piled high with delicacies, Luna worried that leaving food uneaten might anger the god of gluttony. Just as they were about to eat, the thugs Adele had taught a lesson before walked in. They noticed Adele and Luna. But before they could cause trouble, Adele smiled and waved, making the 3 idiots decide not to mess with him. Unlike the other 2, the boy with the spider mark still seemed oddly drawn to Adele. Adele took the chance to ask Luna what had happened with those 3. She admitted she'd been bullied by other half-demons. She didn't know why, just that they started mocking her at some point. She blamed herself for being weak and lacking any special physical abilities. Perhaps she didn't realize the true value of her healing powers. Luna added that those 3 never actually hit her, just hurled insults when passing by and occasionally stole her money. Hearing about her miserable situation, Adele advised Luna to stay close to him from now on. Luna insisted she didn't need protection, only to prove she wasn't betraying the demons. But that was even more reason for them to stick together since Adele wanted to investigate. He asked Luna what she knew about the boy with the spider tattoo. Luna blinked in surprise. Who? His name is Kyle. Instinctively, Adele thought Kyle. The name triggered Adele's memory of a character named Kyle from the novel. Probing further, he learned Kyle was a pure-blood demon, but oddly chose to mingle with half-demons. In Luna's eyes, that guy was especially terrifying. He looked at her as if she were some disgusting bug. Wasn't that the same way they used to look at humans back in Oregon? Kyle instantly climbed to the top of Adele's spy suspect list. He briefly considered requesting an info sheet to confirm, but that might just waste money. Better to check himself and avoid headaches. After all, he already had plenty of data about this potential snake. Adele stood up, walked over to the thugs' table, and greeted them politely. They immediately reacted with a mix of fear and hostility, while Kyle remained indifferent. Casually, Adele brought up hearing about a girl in her first year at the Royal Academy, and Kyle just kept calmly eating his meal. Adele added that the girl was a half-demon with one surviving relative, an older brother. That's when he felt Kyle stiffen in his seat. To poke a reaction from the suspect, he mentioned the name Ray with a venomous tone. In that moment, Kyle must have realized his cover was blown, and that Adele was a much bigger problem than he'd anticipated. Things were about to spiral as the green-haired brute's eyes flared with aggression. He stormed up to Adele, gripping his shoulder tightly and yelling in rage, "Can't you just get lost already?" Before the words even settled, Adele's eyes went icy cold as he seized the guy's tie. Yanked hard and smashed him straight down onto Kyle's table. The impact cracked the wood like thunder, splinters flying everywhere. The green-haired thug collapsed, dizzy and bleeding from a split forehead. Before he could regain his senses, Adele twisted his wrist expertly, eyes sharp as blades, and growled in a low, threatening voice, "So it was that name after all." On the floor, the thug clutched his head, blood streaming between his fingers as he screamed in pain, voice breaking with fear and humiliation. Right after Adele's words, Kyle restrained the fury boiling inside him and slowly rose to his feet. his eyes a stormy gray, deep and restrained, betraying nothing. Without saying a word, Kyle silently turned and walked away, his tall silhouette cast against the dim hallway. Watching this, Adele silently confirmed in his heart, a sly smile flickering, "Found you." The three regrouped in an old, dingy bathroom, dimly lit by a flickering fluorescent bulb overhead. The green-haired thug, still smeared with blood, aggressively rinsed his wound under cold water, hands trembling with rage. Suddenly, he slammed his fist into the wall, the sound echoing through the cramped space. He snarled through clenched teeth, "Damn it, that filthy half-breed again." Then he turned to Kyle, eyes blazing, and shouted, "You'll get revenge, won't you?" Kyle remained pensive, silent, his cold eyes staring into nothingness as if lost in deep calculations. The thug, enraged by his silence, stepped closer and snapped, "What's this? Why aren't you answering?" Kyle still said nothing, his face unmoving like a stone statue. Enraged to the extreme, the green-haired thug lunged forward, shouting, "You're the one who said never trust half-breeds, and now you're chatting with them, planning to abandon us, huh?" He gripped Kyle's neck tightly, screaming, "You cowardly bastard." But the moment the words left his mouth, Kyle snapped like a beast provoked, spinning with terrifying speed, seizing the thug's head and slamming it into the brick wall. Without stopping, Kyle's face twisted with rage. He kept bashing the thug's head against the wall, each strike steady like the heartbeat of a machine of destruction. Cracks spread across the wall, debris scattering, while the blonde thug beside him went pale, watching in sheer horror. Finally, when the wall was smeared with blood, Kyle halted, his hand still clamped on the thug's skull, his voice low and dripping with killing intent. "What annoying pests." The blonde thug stammered, trembling, Kyle, what are you doing?" In that moment, Kyle seemed like a different being, his eyes glowing blood-red, teeth clenched as he glared at the blonde, who collapsed to the floor in terror. Kyle roared, voice cold as ice, "Before I slaughter you all, get out of my sight." The two scrambled, staggering out of the bathroom, leaving Kyle alone in the suffocating silence. He walked to the sink, splashing cold water on his face, the icy sting helping him regain some clarity. Staring at his faint reflection in the mirror, Kyle muttered inwardly, how could he possibly know? The cognition-dulling magic and disguise spell were flawless, crafted by the best sorcerer. And as a half-breed, the odds of his identity being exposed should have been near zero. Could he be a spy sent by humans too? No, the bear's family had secured his identity. A haunting question burned in Kyle's mind. Adele, just who the hell are you, and how do you know about my sister? His gaze turned feral, murderous thoughts rising within. He cursed inwardly, better kill him before he exposes me. Night fell, the dormitory swallowed in darkness. Kyle laid several weapons on an old wooden table, lamplight glinting off their razor edges. He checked each one, fingers gliding over the steel to ensure perfect sharpness. In his mind he repeated, to kill him, I need absolute preparation. First, I must send out the intel I've gathered. My identity seems to have been uncovered by Adele. Just as he was about to write a letter, the door suddenly burst open. Adele entered, the slam echoing. Kyle spun around, startled. Adele, looking exhausted as if he'd just run a marathon, sighed, his voice casual. Almost late. Kyle's eyes sharpened, cold and hostile. How did you know this place? Adele straightened his clothes and smiled easily. Beautiful night, isn't it? As Adele approached, Kyle didn't hesitate, hurling the pen in his hands straight at him, shouting, beautiful my ass, if not for you, tonight would have been peaceful. The pen shot through the air, but Adele smoothly sidestepped, catching it with ease, his voice calm. That all you got, rough light. Suddenly, an explosion roared behind Adele, making him flinch. A blazing golden surge of energy shot forward like lightning. Adele twisted aside just in time. He realized Kyle had initiated the attack. Adele smirked, mocking, oh, dual energy magic spheres, not even trying to hide your identity anymore. Using magic means you're definitely a half-breed, and this form is fake. Kyle didn't deny it, replying coldly, yeah, even in this secret place you managed to find me, so you already know everything, don't you? Adele smiled, eyes glinting. Maybe I do. Kyle, furious, hurled more spells at Adele, yelling, how the hell did you find this place? With incredible agility, Adele spun and dodged each strike. As he moved, he thought, even now, he's worried about his sister first. Makes sense, Kyle's not acting for humanity. A little sister with a twisted physique, her mana forced into her heart, far beyond its limits, just to cure a fatal disease. That's why he sided with humans. With Adele only dodging, Kyle unleashed fiercer magic, roaring, answer me. Adele didn't strike back, only evaded until a thought sparked, why not dig deeper? His lips curled upward as he adjusted his clothes. He turned calmly saying, "How would I know? I've never even met your sister." Though that pitiful smile of hers when she's about to cry, it's beautiful. So beautiful I'd love to crush it. At those words, Kyle's whole body trembled with rage. His eyes turned blood red, lips pressed tight, energy within him erupting like a volcano. He couldn't hold back, roaring, "You damned bastard." Adele coolly countered, "Get your wording right if you want to be a proper spy. The right term is damned Cerberus mutt." The taunt was gasoline on the fire. Kyle clenched his fists, shouting, "Shut your mouth." He thrust both hands forward, conjuring a massive sphere of magic, blazing light swirling around him, screaming, "I'll rip every secret you know before I kill you." Seeing him lose control just as predicted, Adele grinned inwardly. "Got him," he replied mockingly. "Go on, give it a try." Kyle hurled the sphere at Adele at terrifying speed, but Adele refused to stay on the defensive. In a flash, he invoked his position-swapping skill. Swapping places with the energy sphere, the wall behind where he just stood shook with a violent blast, dust clouding the air. Kyle froze at his opponent's skill, muttering, "So you can teleport? Even seeing it with my own eyes is hard to believe." Adele smiled, replying, "Close enough. You've dug into me so thoroughly, you must already know the rest, right?" Kyle regained composure, speaking coldly, "So you've known my identity all along, haven't you?" Adele nodded. "That's one way to put it." Kyle's eyes sharpened as he stepped closer, voice sinking. "I see." At that moment, Adele thought, finally, he realized there's no chance of victory. But contrary to that thought, Kyle gritted his teeth as an enormous surge of mana erupted from his body. Countless golden orbs of magic forming, wrapped in crackling lightning that shook the air itself. The sudden display made Adele stiffen, his eyes flashing with caution at the terrifying power before him. Seeing the countless glowing orbs swirling around Kyle, Adele muttered to himself, "Third circle multi-magic, huh? At least 20 shots easier than I expected. Weirdly easy." A faint grin tugged at his lips. On Kyle's side, he remained focused, eyes sharp and locked onto his target. The orbs hovered, radiant like miniature stars. Without hesitation, he thrust his hand forward, commanding them toward Adele, roaring, "Die!" The magical spheres howled through the air, tearing straight for Adele. But at the instant they were about to strike, Adele calmly activated his position-swapping skill. In a blink, his body vanished, replaced by one of the energy spheres. Kyle's barrage lost its target, crashing into the stone wall behind, detonating in a blinding explosion that shook the chamber. Watching Adele suddenly charge, Kyle smirked, eyes flashing with triumph. "I've been waiting for you to use that trick," he shouted, but before Kyle could savor victory, Adele swapped positions again. In an instant, his form appeared directly behind Kyle, swift as a shadow. Kyle froze, whipping his head around, shock in his gaze. How did he chain them together? Before he could finish, a dense wave of black magic erupted from Adele, engulfing the entire space around them. Darkness spread like a living curtain, swallowing light and turning the scene suffocatingly eerie. Seeing it, Kyle stammered, voice trembling, "This is..." Adele cut him off, his tone cold and low, "Take a nap." Before Kyle could react, Adele swung a powerful strike to the back of his neck. Kyle collapsed unconscious instantly, his body limp on the cold ground. Adele exhaled softly, muttering, "Phew," finally caught him. His gaze swept over the items Kyle had prepared, and he couldn't help but remark, "All this just to kill me, huh?" His eyes lingered on Kyle's unconscious body, a thought flashing through his mind, should I just finish him off now? But he immediately dismissed it. "No, I need the intel he has. If I kill him, Ray becomes my enemy. Kyle's easy enough to handle, but Ray, that's another story." In Adele's mind, Ray's image appeared vividly. With the protagonist's help, she had become a powerful pact holder, freed from her illness. The dragon heart had granted her terrifying power, enough to control vast mana like a legendary heroine reborn. If Ray poured her whole strength into avenging her brother, even Adele might not escape unscathed. Their bond was that strong. He sighed inwardly, eyes dark with thought. Then he noticed a small device nearby, something like a camera. HMPH, a one-way transmitter, only sends data, no updates. They must still think Ray's suffering. Turning to Kyle, his voice dropped, "But that doesn't mean I'll just let you go. If only there were a way to make you obey me." At that moment, Kyle's body twitched, signs of waking up. Adele observed, a sly smile flashing across his face. "I see, turns out there is a way." Kyle's eyes opened, regaining consciousness. Realizing he was unharmed, he glanced down at himself, then glared furiously at Adele. He shouted, "What are you scheming?" Adele raised a brow, feigning surprise. "Scheming? I don't follow." Kyle roared, voice filled with rage. "I mean, why the hell didn't you kill me and instead let me wake up?" Adele smiled lightly, his tone gentle but edged with danger. "Oh, I was waiting. But did you think I was just standing around? With that, he pulled a tiny dragon from his sleeve. Its body radiated thick black magic, making the air feel heavy. Seeing it, Kyle froze, his whole body trembling, stammering, what the hell is that? Adele's smile turned cold. So you recognize it, do you? Kyle panicked, voice shaking. Why you can control parasitic venom too? Adele nodded in confirmation. Exactly. He raised the little dragon higher. This parasite is called twin venom. Even a light trigger can kill its host, but it only works properly when placed inside two linked bodies. Kyle shot to his feet, eyes wild with panic. Twin venom, what the hell have you done to me? Suddenly, a horrifying thought flashed in Kyle's mind. He jolted and shouted, wait, don't tell me the other one is. Adele nodded, his voice calm but icy. Exactly as you think, the other one is inside her. Hearing this, Kyle's whole body trembled with rage. Adele continued leisurely, her body is truly fascinating. Its mana sensitivity so high even her own heart can't handle it. Thanks to that, implanting the parasite was much easier. Those words made Kyle shudder violently. Struck dumb, his body frozen like stone, Adele pressed on, his tone gentle but commanding. Her condition is dangerous, yes, but not incurable. Kyle snapped awake, blurting, then, Adele cut him off, if it's me, I can cure her. Kyle glared suspiciously, and some bastard like you can do what even the greatest national archmages could. Adele smirked, lifting a finger as dark mana flowed from its tip, rousing the tiny dragon. It opened its eyes, devouring the mana like a starving beast. Adele explained slowly, the Bears clan's parasites consume their host's mana. Her heart can't endure such overwhelming mana, but the parasite absorbs it. Knowing so much about Ray, do you really think I have no way to make you submit? Watching the little dragon drift back to sleep after its feast, Kyle felt his body go limp. A grim realization dawned in his mind. The parasite was actually keeping his sister alive. He looked up at Adele, voice trembling. Then what do you want from me? You wouldn't say all this and leave us alone unless you clearly needed something. Adele stepped closer, heavy killing intent radiating. He sat down, staring directly into Kyle's eyes, his voice low and cold. I really like your attitude. But don't forget your life and your sister are both in my hands. Under the crushing pressure, Kyle grit his teeth, his body trembling slightly before finally nodding. Understood. Adele smiled with satisfaction and stood. I want two things, Kyle frowned, two things. Adele glanced at the transmission orb nearby. First, send false intel to the Royal Academy using that device. Tell them Satan is plotting an attack on the third-year hero candidates. Kyle scowled, you mean you'll attack another year instead? I can't accept that. Adele reassured him, I know what you're worried about. Of course you're worried because Ray is studying at the Royal Academy. Don't worry, if you cooperate, I'll guarantee Ray's safety. Hearing that, Kyle's hand clenched tight, trembling, he nodded. Fine, I'll send the false intel as you said. What's the second demand? Adele answered immediately, leave this place. Kyle froze in shock, his body stiffening. He raised his eyes, you want me to leave Satan? Adele nodded, exactly. There's something I need you to do outside. Regularly collect and report every rumor about the hidden regions of the demon realm to me. Faced with this condition, Kyle immediately agreed. Fine, I'll give you what you want. Feeling things were going smoothly, Adele rejoiced inwardly, easier than expected. A little trickery, and once the false intel was exposed, Kyle would be discarded. Using his scouting skill in the meantime, convenient. But just then, Kyle cut across his thoughts, voice low, I have one condition. Adele stiffened, thinking what, even now he dares demand conditions. He asked calmly, what condition? Kyle grit his teeth, voice firm, write a demon god pact. If you refuse, kill me and my sister, I don't care. Adele froze, thinking a demon god pact. Under the name of magic, such a covenant forged an unbreakable bond. Break the oath in the name of the demon god, and the price was one's life. Adele stared straight at Kyle, thinking it was risky, but the surest way to bind him. Seeing Adele hesitate, Kyle frowned, suspicion thick in his voice. What are you plotting? Adele smiled coldly. Fine, I accept. In his mind, a plan was already forming. If he slipped in a clever twist, breaking the pact might not be too hard. He asked Kyle in a steady voice, only master-ranked mages can craft such items. You got another one left. Kyle shrugged, snapping, outs. Hearing that, Adele chuckled, eyes glinting mockery. Ha, you're not overconfident at all, huh? Kyle glared back, challenging. For someone like you, finding one shouldn't be too hard, right? At Kyle's defiance, Adele ground his teeth, muttering, knew it, still have to handle this myself. He thought, of course someone will have one, question is who? Suddenly an idea struck, right, Professor Robolt might. Shaking off his musings, Adele spoke aloud, fine, I'll try to get one today. He extended his hand, voice decisive, meet me back here at dawn tomorrow. Kyle hesitated a few seconds, suspicion in his eyes, but finally extended his hand, sealing the deal, and the two went their separate ways. As Adele walked off, a sly grin curved his lips. Looked like he'd just gained himself a useful dog. Meanwhile, Kyle clenched his teeth, cursing inwardly, damn it. After a while, unease stirred in Adele's chest. Even with trickery and Robolt's intel, the midterm exam might not go well. Against the Imperial Academy, success was nearly impossible. He clenched his fists, swearing no matter what he had to try. Scene shift to Professor Robolt's office. At that moment, Robolt was buried in research, eyes locked on the pile of documents before him. Suddenly, a noise outside startled him. Adele stepped in, wearing a friendly smile. "Good morning, Professor." His sudden appearance shocked Robolt. The man jumped up, approaching with cheerful tone. "You really came, just as we agreed." Adele nodded. "Of course, a promise is a promise." Robolt warmly gestured. "Sit, want some tea?" Adele nodded. "Yes, thank you, sir." While waiting for Robolt to brew the tea, Adele's eyes roamed the room. Shelves stacked with documents, magical tools shimmering with mana, and ancient ritual symbols etched on the walls. He wasn't just into books, but rituals too, truly the lab of a magic professor, Adele thought with reluctant admiration. A few minutes later, Robolt brought out a steaming pot of tea. Pouring as he spoke, he said, "Thank you for coming." Adele replied politely, "No, I should be the one thanking you for such a warm welcome." Then he cut to the chase, "But may I ask, what exactly do you need me for?" Robolt's expression turned serious, pushing up his glasses, his tone heavy. "This is quite an important matter." Hearing that, Adele mused inwardly, so not a trivial thing. Maybe I should test him a little. He asked cautiously, "Are you afraid I'll leak it outside?" Robolt quickly denied it. "No, not for that reason. It's simply not easy to share." Adele smiled and offered, "Then, if you'd like, I can sign a demon god pact." At that, Robolt startled, then answered with a hint of excitement, "Oh, if you're willing to do that, of course I'll tell you." Adele thought, so he really does have it. Robolt waved his hand, summoning a contract wrapped in crimson magic, glowing like fresh blood. He set it before Adele. Looking at it, Adele was taken aback. So easy. The contract stated clearly that Adele must not disclose Robolt's research and had to assist until significant results were achieved. In return, he would be compensated, the terms laid out plainly. Adele asked, "You prepared this in advance, didn't you?" Robolt scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, "Ha ha." Adele continued, "Yes, but could we adjust one clause for fairness? If I judge the research exceeds my capability, I may withdraw and return all payment received." Robolt nodded. "Fair enough. Then how do you want to be rewarded?" Adele answered immediately, "I want a demon god oath contract and 3 high-grade mana potions." Hearing the request, Robolt stroked his chin thoughtfully. Adele mused, "High-grade mana potions restore full mana instantly, exactly what I need right now." After some thought, Robolt revised the clause on the contract and handed it over. "Understood. That's cheaper than a vial of elixir. All you need to do is sign." Adele held the contract, asking, "So I just signed my name here, correct?" Robolt nodded, "Exactly." Before signing, Adele asked curiously, "But why did you choose me? Surely there are many students stronger than I am." Robolt replied calmly, "In fact, I've asked many second and third year students for help, but most proved useless. Oh, I even invited Samuel from first year, but he flat out refused, saying it was troublesome." Adele chuckled inwardly, that was so Samuel. After signing, he handed the contract to Robolt. Done. In his mind, he thought he'd soon need to use an alias without the letters ACN in it. Instantly, the contract dissolved, transforming into a crimson surge of magic. It shot straight into Adele's heart. The pact was sealed. Feeling the new energy inside him, he muttered, "So this is how a demon god oath works." Robolt stood and pulled a book from the shelf before turning back. "All right, let's begin immediately." As he reached for the book, the bookshelf suddenly shifted, revealing a secret passage. Adele muttered in surprise, didn't expect something like this. "Does the headmaster or other professors at Satan know about this?" Seeing his hesitation, Robolt urged, "Go on in, this is the place." Adele followed, glancing around with awe. "A secret underground lab, huh?" Robolt pointed to a book on the table. "This is the one I'm researching." Adele eyed it curiously. "This book?" Robolt nodded. "Yes, people say it's an artifact." Adele muttered, "An old book, huh? Looks like a genuine ancient manuscript." Adele stepped forward and opened it, only to find no writing inside. He looked up, asking, "So this is?" Robolt cut in, "Yes, as you see, most pages are blank, but on the last page there is writing." Adele pressed further, "Where did you get this book?" Robolt replied, "I stumbled upon it in an abandoned house in the western desert, buried in fine sand." Adele frowned, an abandoned house in the middle of a desert. Robolt continued, based on the large oasis nearby, I assume there was once a village there. Adele nodded, so aside from the book in ruins, the entire village had vanished without a trace. Robolt confirmed, that's the only conclusion I can draw for now. Adele mused, interesting, may I see the writing on the last page? Robolt's face lit up and he answered immediately, of course. That's exactly why I brought you here. He flipped to the final page. Strange symbols appeared, resembling an ancient language. Staring at the cryptic text, Adele exclaimed, there really is writing. Robolt added, yes, but I can't decipher it at all. Do you understand what it says? Adele stared at the scribbles, thinking there was no way he could recognize such bizarre markings. Robolt interrupted his thoughts. Now you see why even the brightest students were helpless. Adele asked, has your research made any progress so far? Robolt shook his head, no, nothing at all. Adele suggested maybe the clue lies where the book was found. Robolt replied, strangely enough, I checked nearby villages, but no one knew anything about the ruins or this book. Seeing the matter stuck, Adele furrowed his brows, thinking, searching for answers with no clues, hard. What if I leave empty-handed? He reached out and touched the page, trying to sense if there was anything unusual. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy erupted from the book. Adele jolted in shock, thinking, what the hell, why is my necklace reacting? At the same time, the lines of text on the page began to morph strangely, as if they had come alive. Staring at the squirming letters, Adele muttered inwardly, the text is moving. Am I hallucinating? But no, the ancient script truly started slithering like magical snakes, rearranging into symbols he could actually read. The first line appeared clear and cold, the breaker of laws shall pay with devastating ruin. All shall fade endlessly until this world ends. Adele pondered, eyes locked on the page. Sure, I can read it, but I don't understand a damn thing. He touched the necklace at his chest, feeling the strange pulse. The pendant's reaction was definitely tied to demon gods. Seeing Adele so pensive, Robolt spoke, curious, something wrong. Adele looked up, calmly answering, I deciphered the line. Robolt gawked, blurting, what? Adele explained slowly, it says something about breaking laws, but the rest isn't clear to me yet. Robolt's eyes lit up at the book, his voice excited. As expected, the syllables match perfectly. It's linked to the chaos attribute, rare and very worth studying. He suddenly turned to Adele, voice urgent, to know more, I'll need deeper research. But this alone is a phenomenal discovery. Adele raised an eyebrow, replying lightly, is that so? Robolt nodded eagerly, yes, I think we must search for more relics and grimoires in other lands. He paused, glancing at Adele, for now, your part is done, student. Adele was about to excuse himself when Robolt suddenly added, your reward will be delivered right now. Right now, Robolt smiled, indeed, just give me a moment. Adele thought, if it's a demon god contract, fine, but mana potions usually take time to brew, don't they? Meanwhile, Robolt rummaged through things, muttering, now where did I put it? Hearing that, Adele froze, a thought flashing, wait, if Robolt keeps researching more relics and grimoires. He touched his necklace. The 3 gems embedded in it glowed crimson like fresh blood. The influence of the ancient grimoire had turned them red. If the whole necklace bled crimson, what would happen? Even he didn't know. He brooded, best keep it with me as long as it's tied to demon gods. Even though I've come to know Robolt, he's not fully trustworthy. After more rummaging, Robolt shouted, found it. He turned back, handing Adele a mana potion with a friendly smile. Adele accepted it, still lost in thought, safer to keep this necklace close. Robolt handed over a small pouch. Here it is, I've put all the payment inside so you can carry it easily. Adele took the pouch and nodded, thank you very much. Robolt stepped forward politely, no, I should be the one thanking you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to read those words. I hope to cooperate more with you in the future. Adele smiled, I'll help as much as I can. Robolt suddenly spoke sternly, please don't tell anyone about my research. Adele's face darkened slightly. He muttered, that depends on the decision of the instructor, doesn't it? Robolt was startled, no, you don't mean to break the contract, do you? Adele stepped closer, his killing intent thick in the air. He looked straight into Robolt's eyes, coldly saying, this research hasn't been approved by the principal yet, has it? If it followed the proper procedure and was approved by Satan, why would there be a need for a secret contract? Robolt's uneasy expression confirmed Adele's suspicion. Adele smirked and softened his tone. If this research is discovered, I'll probably get expelled. But since we're already on the same boat, I'll give my all to help you, just give me more mana potions. Robolt broke into a cold sweat, stammering, you understood. He hurriedly handed over a few more mana potions, his voice trembling. This is all I have left for now. Looking at the potions, Adele thought, not bad at all. He took the payment, turned around and walked away. Thank you, farewell. Just as he was about to step out, Robolt called after him, that contract, what do you plan to use it for? Adele paused, turned his head back with a mischievous grin, to save a slave. The scene shifted to the dormitory, just in time for Adele's happy hour. He stepped into the room, where Kyle was already waiting. Kyle looked at him coldly, so you've come. Adele replied calmly, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Kyle frowned, what the hell is that? Did you bring the contract? Adele pulled out a contract and held it forward. Of course, now let's write it down, shall we? Kyle took the contract with surprise. Unbelievable, you actually got it today. Adele smirked, you told me to find it, now you complain. If you change your mind, you'll regret it. Break your word and you'll face the consequences. Check it carefully and sign it. Kyle glanced over the contract where it clearly stated, Adele would not harm Kai or his sister. Ray's illness would never relapse again. Kyle would obey Adele's orders. However, Adele would not give any command that endangered Kyle's life. After reading, the contract instantly dissolved, turning into a blazing red energy that shot straight into Kyle's heart. Seeing the familiar scene, Adele smiled warmly. That's the contract sealed. He pulled out a small piece of paper from his coat, saying, here's the first order. Kyle nodded, got it, I'll send out the fake message. Slip the paper into this slot and it'll start transmitting. Watching Kyle's professional moves, Adele thought, so that's how it works, interesting. Indeed, to open a gate big enough for a person, huge resources and mana were required. Kyle added, this thing auto-recharges every month, usable once. We'll send word that I'm dead so they won't target me anymore. Sooner or later, I'll be worthless anyway. Adele stepped closer with a dry chuckle, worthless. This is a win-win deal, my friend. Kyle sighed in boredom, do whatever you want. He continued, now, another order, starting today you'll leave Satan and gather intel on the demon realm from outside. Whether it's secret realms, high-ranking demon clans, or hidden relic histories. First, locate the nearest secret realm and info about the clans that escaped punishment. Just report every half-month. Kyle nodded, understood. Seeing his professional attitude, Adele was pleased, thinking it must be from his spy days. He sure adapted quickly. Kyle suddenly reached out his hand, and Adele, surprised, reached out too. Thinking Kyle taking the initiative for a handshake, he said aloud, I look forward to your results. But instead, Kyle shoved his hand away and barked. Results my ass, pay me first, I need money to collect intel. Adele gave an awkward smile, scratching his head, ah, right, money. I completely forgot I barely have any, what should I do? He quickly pulled out a piece of paper and said, just mention my name and hand this over, the Bears family will help you, but under no circumstances should you open it. Kyle took the paper and nodded, understood, I'll depart today, I'll submit my withdrawal from Satan. Adele praised, efficient as always. Kyle didn't care, walking away coldly with a snort. Living with this trash was nauseating anyway. Scene shifted to the next day in class. Adele sat deep in thought. Since yesterday, Kyle had completely vanished from Satan. The rumor of him dropping out spread quickly, and Adele's name was dragged in thanks to the cafeteria incident. Even Luna suspected him. Well, makes sense, who suddenly flips out during a meal. He kept thinking the problem was Instructor Aries. That guy must have noticed something, but he wouldn't act on it. Only a few days left until midterms. If classes were switched now, it would cause absolute chaos. Idea entered, placed her hand on the desk, and spoke loudly, nice to meet you all. She continued, 3 days from now the midterm exams begin. There are 4 subjects, weapons skills, magic, human comprehension, and practicals. Among them, the most important is practicals. On the final day, the test will be an assault on the Royal Human Academy. Idea's words stirred the class, everyone shocked, except Adele, who stayed calm, thinking, finally, it begins. He thought to himself, at last we've reached this point. Now the main storyline officially starts. Demons attacking the Royal Human Academy, humans struggling to defend. In this chaos, countless villains will reveal themselves and brutal clashes will erupt. Contrary to everyone's worries, Fran jumped up, hands on her hips, happily declaring, first place in the midterms will be mine. In response to her bold words, a student shouted in agreement, if it's Fran, anything's possible. Another yelled out passionately, kill the class leader, wipe them all out. The girl laughed loudly and added, ha ha, kneel before me. Hearing this, Adele clenched his teeth, thinking, seriously, is killing necessary? The whole class seems brainwashed already. 2 students started whispering nervously. One spoke in fear, so the invasion of humanity is really coming. The other replied through gritted teeth, after everything we've suffered, this revenge is ours to take. Chaotic thoughts surged in Adele's mind. The demons who lost family were burning for revenge against humans. Compared to trembling in fear like this, maybe that was better. He frowned and kept thinking, if things went like the novel, Class A would be wiped out in the midterm, but there was still hope. He had already changed countless parts of the original plot. He had bribed Kyle to leak false intel to the Royal Academy and kept Luna from being expelled. Destroying the Royal Academy was impossible, but at least he could save the whole class, not let them all die. If he could pull that off, he'd earn the highest praise as a true model class leader. And Ares's trust would come as a bonus, giving him another shot at Satan's armory. A smile spread across his lips. His goal for this exam was survival and top scores. He steeled himself, voice full of resolve. He'd go all in, as if betting his life. Back at the dorm, Renee stood in front of him, speaking coldly, "Long time no see." At her blunt words, Renee slightly furrowed her brow and replied, "Yes, milady, it feels like months have passed since we last met." Adele thought to himself, she's furious. Her expression darkened, exuding heavy killing intent. She continued, voice sharp as ice, "Is it because you've been avoiding me?" Under the crushing pressure, Adele shrank slightly. He thought maybe I should have just used training together as an excuse to dodge her. Now suddenly being summoned before midterms, no wonder she's mad. Still, he glanced to the side. Diana was sitting with her legs crossed, staring straight at him. He thought, why are you two always stuck together? To Adele's surprise, Diana smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Diana." Adele didn't answer her immediately, still lost in thought. They say the more you try to avoid bad karma, the more it clings. He had no idea what to do. Seeing him quiet, Diana tilted her head and teased, "Not saying hello back, that makes me sad, you know." Snapping out of his thoughts, he quickly placed his hand on his chest, bowed politely, and introduced himself. "I'm Adele, honored to meet a noble lady like you." She smiled and replied, "Yes, pleased to meet you too." Renee immediately cut off the conversation, her voice cold. "Skip the greetings, explain to me why you avoided me all this time only to now ask for a fight." Adele stepped closer, speaking softly, "Because I feel guilty." She frowned suspiciously. Guilty of what? He wiped his tears with his hand, sobbing, "As your guardian, I failed to protect you, and that's haunted me ever since." Hoo-hoo. Seeing his not-so-fake face, Renee puffed her cheeks in embarrassed anger and shouted, "Stop whining like a puppy, will you?" He continued, voice trembling, "You have no idea how I felt." Her icy aura made her whole body tremble with rage. Adele thought to himself, damn, do I really have to pull this stunt? Then he presented a mana potion, speaking up, "Actually, to make up for it, I brought you a gift, milady." Spotting the potion in Adele's hand, Diana leaned in curiously. "What's this? A mana potion?" Adele nodded. "Yes, I worked really hard to get it." Diana smiled and turned to Renee. "I heard after the war these became really rare. Take it, forgive him already." Hearing her back him up, Adele thought, returning hatred with kindness, "Thanks, Diana." But Renee brushed Diana's hand aside and replied indifferently, "Forget it, I don't need that stuff." This time Adele thought, she really is mad at me. He began his pretty boy strategy, pouring his heart out. "The truth is, I was bullied by other students for being half demon, so I kept my distance in case I caused you trouble, Lady Renee." He immediately knelt on one knee, speaking sincerely, "If that hurt you, I truly apologize. Forgive me, milady." He thought, "I've said everything I can, hope this works." Diana crossed her arms and chimed in, "He genuinely cares for you, he's a very good guardian." Hearing this, Renee pondered for a while, then the corner of her lips curved into a gentle smile. She stepped forward and said, "I won't accept it." Seeing her calm down, Adele slipped his hand into his coat and grinned, "Heh, that means you accepted the mana potion." She kept her aloof attitude, turning her face away. "I told you, I'm not hurt at all." Her words left Adele speechless. Diana swooped in to save him again, cheerfully saying, "That's great, looks like things are fine now." Renee shot her a cold glance, "Don't talk to me." Diana pointed at her glare and burst out laughing, "Ha ha, I'm telling you, Renee's just too stiff. If she could fix that, she'd be perfect." Seeing Diana's bright attitude, Adele thought, wow, I didn't expect this side of her. After that, the group headed to the training room. Renee gripped her sword and said, "Then let's spar, it's been a while, hasn't it?" Adele nodded, "All right." Diana leaned in close to Renee's ear and whispered, "Renee, show him your new skill." But those words accidentally reached Adele's ears. He thought, a new skill, so she learned something while we weren't meeting. At that moment, a thick black aura burst out from Renee. Her eyes narrowed, voice dripping with killing intent. "Watch closely." She gripped her sword tightly, mana flaring outward, more and more until her eyes suddenly flashed. The surrounding space thickened strangely. Facing this fierce aura, Adele frowned, thinking, such intense killing intent, impressive. The sword in Renee's hand suddenly turned pitch black, radiating a heavy dark aura. Adele's eyes widened in shock, mana gathering at the blade's tip, turning it black. Could that be the dark sword? This is the sword aura that only human master knights can achieve. Normally, channeling mana into weapons or the body could trigger skills. But for the dark sword, mana had to be refined thin as paper. And yet she managed it, truly a descendant of the 7 deadly sins. She held the sword firmly for a while, then released it. The dark aura faded, returning the blade to normal. Seeing this, Adele stepped forward. Even so, it's not perfected yet. Renee nodded. Yes, I still need absolute concentration to the limit. Adele tightened his grip on his short sword and smiled. Then let's test it in a spar. She happily nodded. All right. He thought, not sure how strong the dark sword is. Guess I'll just use a spare blade first. With that thought, he dashed at Renee, slashing down hard. She immediately swung her sword to block, the clash sparking bright bursts around them. From that powerful strike, Renee stepped back slightly, her eyes flashing. She swung a horizontal slash. Luckily, Adele bent back just in time, dodging the cut. He retreated, dropping to one knee, bracing himself for the next move. He thought, with my enhanced vision, I can track all her movements. This might actually work. Across from him, Renee unleashed the dark sword again, her eyes glowing as the blade turned pitch black, radiating crushing pressure. The short blade in Adele's hand suddenly shattered. He flinched. He thought she activated the dark sword that fast. The outcome was nearly decided. Adele scratched his head awkwardly and said, amazing, the dark sword really is that powerful. Renee replied confidently, of course. Diana stepped forward and added, a noble lady stronger than her own guardian. That's not something you see every day. Renee is truly amazing, isn't she? At those flattering words, Renee fell silent, deep in thought. Diana teased, what's this? Are you blushing? That's not very Renee-like, you know. Renee's expression suddenly shifted, her eyes flashing with terrifying killing intent. She spoke, but the more I look, the stranger it seems. Something that appears ordinary yet is far from it. Her gaze swept over Adele's body, making him flinch slightly. She looked straight at him, smiling mysteriously. What is this? I'm honestly curious. Under her frightening pressure, Adele stiffened, sweat pouring down his face like rain. Diana's cold eyes also turned toward Adele, making his whole body shiver. Looking into those sharp eyes, he thought, one of Diana's powers is her observation. She can analyze down to every tiny hair on her target. Being scrutinized by someone destined to be a demon lord is unbearable. How should I even react? Countless thoughts swirled in Adele's head, leaving him utterly confused. He kept thinking, could she become my greatest enemy one day? Better keep some distance. Suddenly, a dark red killing aura erupted from him, making Diana flinch slightly, yet a sly smile curved her lips. Seeing that confident smile, Adele thought, most people would panic or grow cautious when sensing killing intent, but this calmness, only true powerhouses have it. Renee stepped forward, cutting off the tense atmosphere. Diana, what exactly are you curious about? At her question, Diana walked closer, pointing at Renee and smiling. Well, it's because the sword technique you just showed looked strange the more I saw it, so I felt a little curious. Renee eyed her suspiciously, but seemed to trust her a bit too. Seeing that, Adele muttered inside, she's way too easy to fool. Then he turned to Renee, asking aloud, I'd like to know too, how exactly was that sword technique performed? Holding her sword, Renee explained firmly, first you must grasp the secret. Imagine pouring all your energy into the blade. Adele nodded rapidly. Ah, so that's it, he thought. Ha ha, only geniuses come up with things like that. He stepped forward and added, we still have exams to prepare for, so let's stop sparring here. Renee agreed with a nod, yes, let's. Watching her turn away, Adele called out, Renee, how are you preparing for the midterm exams? She looked at him with a perfectly confident smile. Facing that confident gaze, Adele also smiled, thinking, the timing of the first midterm and when the main characters get the arrogant I don't overlap. Which means Renee will survive this exam, but most likely my Class A students will all die. Watching their backs as they left, he spoke, then good luck, m'lady. Renee turned back and waved, yeah, you be careful too. Diana beside her glanced at Adele, smiling faintly as she whispered, see you again. That unexpected line startled Adele. He thought, looks like I've been marked again. Scene shifted to the next day, the academy under a clear blue sky. A small bird perched on the ledge, pecking at bits of bread. Adele looked at it and thought, so the midterms start today. Aries worked me so hard he didn't even let me eat. I still have exams, hurry up and finish your meal, Birdie. His body was nearly exhausted, face pale, muttering, and the first subject, human knowledge, even cramming all night, nothing stuck. For the author to not understand this subject, how ridiculous. But he consoled himself, I used to cram in school anyway, maybe I'll scrape a few points. Sitting in class, Adele's face went blank. He cursed, damn it, the moment I walk in, I forget everything I studied. Luna came over, clenching her fists to encourage him. You've overworked yourself, you look. Before she could finish, Adele cut in, I'll be fine like this. He asked her back, are you ready? She smiled, yeah, a bit hazy but not enough to fail. He turned to Fran, and you? Fran crossed her arms with a confident grin. Why bother with theory? As long as I ace the practicals, I'm fine. Hearing that, Adele thought to increase survival chances, even 1%, no part should be taken lightly. Fran laughed loudly. Ho ho ho, either way, first place is mine. Just then, a teacher walked in, booming, everyone sit down, close your books, put them away. If caught cheating, you'll be kicked out immediately. As soon as the proctor finished, the students bent over their papers. Adele started writing, muttering inside, guess focusing with interest actually worked. My cramming turned out surprisingly effective. The answers flow smoothly. But then one question froze him. What do you think of humans? It didn't count for points. He mumbled, wait, this isn't multiple choice, it's essay, and pointless too. What do I think of humans? If I answer as Adele, whose clan was wiped out by them, the response is obvious. But as the one who created both humans and demons, basically their father, what should I even write? Though irritated, he still knew the answer Satan wanted. After much thought, he wrote 2 words on the paper, enemy. 45 minutes passed, the proctor announced, time up, hand in your papers. The second period will be the weapon skills exam. Scene shifted to the training grounds. Ares stood with arms crossed, face dark and stern. He looked at the students, his deep voice booming. Today you'll duel to show your true strength. Magic or weapons, whatever, just fight with everything you've got. Absolutely no running away just because you're afraid. I'll call names in order, step out when I do. At Ares' seriousness, Adele muttered, what terrifying killing intent, so it's really fight to the death vibes, huh? Hearing this, 8 students below trembled violently in fear, especially Fran. Suddenly, one student was knocked flying back, rolling across the ground with a cry of pain. Adele looked at him and said, pathetic, is that all you've got? Witnessing it, he thought, he's not holding back at all. Nobody lasted more than a few seconds before being defeated. Ares was even fighting barehanded, and they still couldn't touch him. Ares glanced down and called, next, Samuel, step forward. Hearing his name, Samuel calmly walked up. As soon as he did, Ares spoke, fight with full power. Samuel nodded firmly, yes, sir. With that, his body erupted with green mana. From within came the howls of countless bizarre monsters, blending with Samuel's roar. Immediately, he unleashed a barrage of magical attacks straight at Ares. Facing them, Ares gripped his lightning sword tighter, smirking coldly. This time I'll need a bit of effort, let's respond seriously. A blazing red mana burst from his body, enveloping the sword and turning it crimson. Seeing this, Adele screamed in his mind, that sword aura different from Renee's. Crimson, that's fire attribute. At the center, Ares swung several strikes, instantly slicing through Samuel's attack. Realizing his spells were so easily broken, Samuel gritted his teeth, cursing, damn it. He muttered, so strong, truly instructor Ares. Even against this, he's solid and unwavering. But then he clenched his fists, lifted his face to the sky, and roared, his body overflowing with dark mana that wrapped around him. Seeing this, Ares ground his teeth, muscles tensing, reverting to that state, not bad. But with a single charge, the grotesque monsters Samuel created were instantly shredded by Ares. He lunged forward, sword aimed at Samuel's face, startling him. Before Samuel could react, Ares tightened his other fist and slammed it straight into his chest. Samuel cried out in agony. He fell to both knees, clutching his stomach, body trembling. Through ragged breaths, he stammered, Ares asked coldly, do you still want to continue? Samuel's trembling hands rose to resist, teeth clenched against the searing pain. From behind, a demon formed of mana opened its massive jaws and lunged straight at Ares. By the time Ares noticed, it had bitten into his shoulder, spraying a few drops of blood. Yet the strike seemed to do nothing. He casually tugged, tearing the beast in half, face cold. Lately my shoulder keeps getting hurt, a surprise counterattack, smart choice. Samuel gasped heavily, then within seconds collapsed face first to the ground. Seeing this, Ares turned back and ordered, get Samuel out of the exam arena. He glared at the students, voice sharp as steel, next, step forward. His fierce eyes locked onto Adele, your turn, Adele. The moment Adele stepped up, Dark red killing intent surged from Ares, suffocating the space, terrifying everyone. He stared straight at Adele, voice low, begin. Looking at him, Adele muttered inside, such terrifying bloodlust. Even if he doesn't kill me, he'll take at least an arm or a leg. Ares leveled his sword and declared, give it everything you've got. Adele quickly replied, please wait a moment. Ares frowned suspiciously, you still need to prepare something. Adele smiled confidently, there's something I want to see. Ares scowled, you dare make demands of an examiner. What exactly do you want me to show you? Adele firmly proposed, I want to see you envelop your blade in sword aura. From the start, Adele explained coolly, sword aura isn't something you copy by watching, it has to be understood. He raised his hand, but if you show me once, I think I can feel it. At such arrogant words, Ares gripped his sword with both hands, voice heavy, you've got guts. Fine, I'll show you once, watch carefully. As he spoke, a torrent of mana surged into his blade, coating it in dazzling crimson light. Adele thought, in just an instant, that red mana compressed and wrapped the sword. Incredible. Seeing Adele deep in thought, Ares asked, you think you can do this yourself? Adele clenched his fist, eyes burning with resolve. Thank you for showing me, teacher. A confident smile crossed his lips as he thought, this isn't something you learn with the brain alone. At that moment, a flood of purple mana erupted from Adele, gathering into the blade in his hand. Witnessing it, Ares's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, I admit you have talent. But that sword aura of yours lasts only 5 seconds before fading. Adele was startled. He thought, still a bit too much for me, it only lasts 5 seconds, but even so, worth a try. Instantly, he wrapped his blade in sword aura again, looked at Ares and smiled, let's begin. Seeing Adele's determined gaze, Ares replied cheerfully, all right then, come at me. Below the arena, Samuel was being healed by Luna. He glanced up at Adele, thinking, if he moves like that. Back on the stage, violent clashes of sword aura shook the space, energy scattering everywhere, turning the scene chaotic. Adele stepped back, steadied himself, then charged straight at Ares, attacking relentlessly. Suddenly, a confident smile spread across his face. He thrust his blade straight at Ares. But Ares easily raised his sword to block. The clash sparked bursts of light. Ares smirked, you're coating the blade with aura only when you swing, feels like I'm watching a performance. Adele chuckled, thanks for the compliment. But right after, Ares swung hard, knocking Adele several steps back. While still midair, Adele instantly used his position swap skill. The target this time was Ares's sword. In a flash, he appeared right in front of him. His aura-wrapped blade lunged at Ares's face, but with sharp reflexes, Ares leaned back, dodging. Then he swung his leg, kicking hard, sending Adele flying several meters back. Adele thought he dropped his sword. At that moment, he unleashed the technique Dark Fang, Triple Shadow Blade. Around him appeared 3 mana-forged blades, radiating murderous intent. At his command, the 3 blades shot toward Ares, yet they didn't faze him at all. He gritted his teeth, thinking, like a mosquito bite. He powered up, forming a protective barrier, blocking all 3 of Adele's attacks. Watching that quick reaction, Adele thought, that huge body moving so fast, and a body shield too, even my shadow blades couldn't land, he's a real monster. No sooner had he thought that, Ares clenched his fist, his other hand reaching to grab Adele's head. As the fist neared his face, Adele shouted, I surrender. The sudden words startled Ares. What did you say? He roared in anger, I told you no running away. Adele explained calmly, both my arms are injured from blocking and I've run out of mana. I can't continue fighting. He brushed aside Ares's fist, thinking, getting hurt before the practical exam would only cause trouble. No need for that, plus it's fun to tick him off by surrendering. Ares fumed, hands on hips, turning away as he barked, fine, get back to your seat. Adele smiled, thank you for understanding, teacher. Ares spun back, shouting furiously, stop spouting nonsense. Next, at his rage, Adele only smiled inside, too scared to open his mouth again. As he stepped down, students whispered noisily, the class leader sparring with the examiner, impossible. Another added, even if he's half demon, the leader's still our leader. These comments were exactly what Adele expected. He smiled inside, everything went as planned. With flashy moves, I drew attention while making Ares look like he couldn't land a hit. In the practical exam, I must clearly be the center of the class. If Fran leads like in the original story, Class A will be wiped out. Watching the fight earlier, Samuel stepped forward, fists clenched, asking, why is it like this? Adele turned back and replied, you recovered fast, but what the hell are you talking about? Samuel shouted, I'm asking why. Adele adjusted his coat and calmly explained, well, I ran out of mana and strength, so I surrendered. Samuel cut him off angrily. That's not what I meant. The question is, why are you so strong? His clenched fists trembled with rage. Adele smiled at him. Ah, maybe I was just born this way. Samuel growled. That's it. Adele replied. Do I need another reason? Samuel scoffed. Unbelievable, someone like you being that strong. Adele calmly answered, don't you also come from a privileged family, with that gluttonous ability of yours? At those words, Samuel's face darkened. He spat coldly. What did you just say, you trash? Watch your mouth, or one day I'll break your teeth. As he spoke, a thick killing intent radiated from his body. Seeing Samuel's shadowed eyes, Adele wondered silently but said nothing. After a tense stare, Samuel turned angrily, huffing, trash, and walked away. Watching his back, Adele thought, he came out of nowhere just to pick a fight. I'm worried he won't follow orders during the midterm. Fran approached, cutting off his thoughts. So what's the deal? Why did you act like that? Adele turned and replied, Samuel was the one who started it. She continued seriously, that's not the point. Yes, Samuel treats you badly, but I don't get why you keep bringing up his family. Just mentioning his family set him off. Compared to him insulting me for being half demon, that's nothing. Hearing that, Fran closed her eyes and sighed. So you really don't know. She explained, Samuel is the head of the gluttonous clan. Watching Samuel's back, Adele muttered inside, a first-year student and already a clan head. As if reading his mind, Fran added, exactly what you think. His clan was completely destroyed. Hearing that, Adele let out a silent oh. So that's why, no wonder he reacts like that whenever family is mentioned. She continued, in the great war between humans and demons, his entire bloodline was wiped out by humans. Only Samuel survived, so he became the clan head. Now do you see why I scolded you? At that moment, Adele thought to himself, I too share the fate of a destroyed clan, but since I took over his body, I don't feel the true rage or grief. Samuel is different. He witnessed it all with his own eyes. He once thought clan exterminations and massacres were just story setups, never expecting the characters in his own novel to feel so alive like this. Then he turned to her with a smile. From now on, I'll be more careful. She nodded. Do that, I'm leaving. Watching her back as she walked away, he called out, take care, lady. She burst out laughing. Ha ha, even a slave worries about me. She glanced back confidently. This is as easy as eating porridge. Just sit back and watch with your own eyes. Watching her back, Adele smiled, thinking, I thought she was all brag. Turns out she has a serious side too. But then noises from afar startled him. Fran, get out here, followed by screams, teach her a lesson now. Fran's pleading voice, please forgive me. Hearing this, he frowned slightly, thinking, I should also get ready for the next exam. The third test was stealth arts and magic theory. Those were his specialties, so nothing to worry about. Magic theory was mostly familiar knowledge anyway, so it wasn't hard. As soon as he finished, the proctor spoke, all right, good work everyone. Rest well before the practical exam begins. At those words, he dropped his head onto the desk and sighed in relief. Phew, out of all exams, this was the easiest. My magic score might even be near perfect. But the real issue was the practical exam. No matter how good the earlier ones went, dying in practical meant everything was pointless. Could he pull it off? Just thinking of the practical made him nauseous. Then from afar, a figure approached his desk, making him flinch slightly. It was Fran. She crossed her arms and asked, did you do okay in magic? He replied, not bad. And you? She grinned, haha, take a guess. At her confidence, he thought, so smug, guess magic's her specialty, so she aced it. If I don't humor her, she'll nag me all day. He said, bet you got a perfect score, huh? Then added, you totally flopped in weapon skills earlier, yet you still brag this much. Hearing that, her expression suddenly stiffened. She stormed over, grabbed his collar, and shouted, what did you just say, you bastard? Seeing her rage, he quickly explained, whoa, I was just joking. I'm too stressed about the practical, I blurted nonsense. She lightly punched him in the face and yelled, go to hell. Just then, an orange-haired young man entered from outside. Hello, Class A. Seeing him, Adele thought, wait, isn't that Bolton? As expected, Bolton walked up to him and asked, oh, how have you been? Adele replied warmly, been a while, Bolton. He thought, why the heck did this guy suddenly show up here? At Adele's polite tone, Bolton smiled awkwardly. Haha, you missed me, then I'm touched. But his expression suddenly shifted, eyes filled with killing intent, coldly saying, seems you've gotten a lot stronger. At those slightly threatening words, Adele refused to back down. Purple mana surged around him as he smiled. Thanks for the compliment. Seeing Adele's firmness, Bolton sighed. I actually wanted to spar once, but I've got other business today. That made Adele pause in surprise. Then Fran turned and asked Bolton, you're a descendant of envy, right? I remember you from the entrance exam, and now we meet again. Looking at her, Bolton replied, and you must be Fran, correct? Hearing that, she smiled in delight. Exactly. Then he pointed at the door. "I've got business, can you come with me?" She snapped. "How dare you order me, Lady Fran?" He answered, "Ha ha, this time it's a meeting of class leaders. The headmaster will attend, so you must be there." At those words, Adele thought, a meeting, but Fran interrupted, "But I'm not the class leader." Hearing that, Bolton asked, "Huh, you're not the leader?" She smirked. "Yeah, my subordinate is the leader, but this guy is the real class leader." As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward Adele, who was still sitting quietly. Those words startled Bolton, his eyes narrowing toward Adele. "What?" Then his attitude flipped instantly. He said excitedly, "You're the class leader. I really want to fight you right now. Are you free?" At his eagerness, Adele thought, this guy's seriously insane. Then he answered, "We've got a class leader meeting to attend. Let's do that later. Please lead the way." At such a blunt rejection, Bolton grew slightly annoyed, turned and said, "Fine, let's go then. And you too, Fran," she sneered. "I'm the master of the class leader. Of course I go with him." Bolton walked ahead, laughing at their banter. "Ha ha, you guys are fun. All right, let's go now." Fran looked overjoyed, grinning ear to ear, then chirped, "Follow me, you stay behind." Adele winced inside, cursing, "Oh, for God's sake, what the hell is happening here?" Scene shifted to the hallway. Adele stepped forward and asked, "By the way, why summon a class leader meeting?" Bolton walked as he replied, It's to assign zones for the midterm. The exam is an invasion of the human realm. You already know that, right?" From behind, Adele answered, "So it's basically dividing up which areas each class will attack." Hearing this, Bolton turned back with praise. "Sharp one, no wonder you were chosen as class leader. Even a half-demon class leader is still better than some big-headed great brains out there." With that, he pushed open the door and the three entered. Inside, Renee, Diana, and other class leaders were already present. Seeing Adele walk in, Renee wondered silently, why is Adele here? Beside them were also Class D's leader Gwar and Class B's leader Aaron. Bolton was the leader of Class E. He looked at the person seated at the head and said, "Everyone's here, headmaster." Seeing the three enter, the headmaster said, "Come in quickly, Class A's leader Adele." Those words startled Renee, surprised to learn Adele was the class leader. Meanwhile, Aaron wore a bored expression. "What? That guy's the leader." Gwar beside him snorted coldly without answering. Adele stepped forward with a bright smile. "Yes, thank you for calling me." Diana, equally surprised, leaned toward Renee and teased, "So your bodyguard is this amazing?" Her words left Renee embarrassed and silent. Seeing her reaction, Adele thought, turns out I never told Renee about being leader. This'll be tough to explain later. Once everyone was present, the headmaster spoke, "Since we're all here, let's begin. Everyone, sit down." But suddenly Gwar stepped forward, mocking Adele. How ridiculous. A half-demon as class leader. Then his eyes shifted to Fran behind him, and that idiot who once bore the name of the 7 deadly sins now shoved off her leader's seat. Studying with trash like this, even Cerberus passing by would laugh. Isn't that right? Aaron, still slouched on the desk, chuckled, "Ha, not wrong." Hearing this, Fran trembled with anger but said nothing. Adele stayed calm, though inside he wondered, what kind of atmosphere is this? Not a meeting, this is a trap. Gwar lifted his head and threatened, "Best get out of my sight, you filthy half-breed." At the threat, Adele didn't flinch. His eyes narrowed, flashing with deadly intent. He sneered inside, surrounded on all sides. In this scene, Adele seemed dwarfed by Gwar's massive build. He thought, I only followed Bolton to the meeting room, and now this mess. Even the headmaster silently allows this. Did they set it up to test if I'm worthy? If so, I'll have to show some strength. As Adele stayed silent, Gwar shouted angrily, "Are you deaf?" He stepped closer, grabbing Adele's head, growling, "Talking won't solve anything." But immediately, Adele brushed off his hand. His own hand clenched tightly around his blade, aiming straight for Gwar's throat in a lightning quick motion. As the blade neared, Gwar instantly used body enhancement, knocking the strike away. But above, countless blades formed of dark magic appeared, ready to rain down. Seeing this, Gwar's body swelled with rage, veins bulging as he roared, "You damn half-breed." Then he unleashed a flurry of punches to block the blades raining down on him. Just as he finished defending, Adele gave him no breathing room, instantly closing the gap. In that moment, Gwar roared, "I'll crush your head," his fists clenched, bursting with terrifying physical strength, striking straight at Adele. But Adele was no less fierce, gripping his blade tight, his whole body radiating dark aura that filled the space. With a single slash, he easily left a cut across Gwar's arm, shocking him completely. Realizing the wound, Gwar clutched his arm and let out a scream of pain. Watching the duel, Renee thought to herself, sword aura. Back in the fight, Adele grabbed Gwar's furious face, holding tight as he raised his blade toward the top of his head, making Gwar tremble in fear. Just as the blade hovered millimeters from Gwar's eye, the headmaster's voice cut in from behind. That's enough, stop and return to your seats. Those words felt like a lifeline to Gyuwar, his whole body trembling from the scene just now. Turning to Adele, his attitude flipped completely. Adele sheathed his blade, smiled, satisfied now. Gyuwar collapsed to the floor, speechless. The headmaster looked at Adele, smiling, that's enough. Then he ordered Adele sit next to Aaron. Adele nodded, yes. Gyuwar glanced at his injured arm, cursing inside, damn it. From the sidelines, Bolton chuckled, oh, so he's stronger than I thought. Fran grinned excitedly, ha ha, truly my servant. Renee, however, was lost in thought. Another skill I didn't know about, Diana coldly remarked. Impressive, just what I'd expect from Renee's guardian. Once everyone settled down, the headmaster spoke. All right, now that order's restored, let's begin the meeting. The sole reason I summoned you is to assign attack zones for each class leader in the practical exam, Invading the Human World. Adele added, I've heard bits about it, but I'd like to know exactly how the zones are divided. Immediately, the headmaster conjured a cube in his hand, turning to Adele. Seeing is better than hearing. From the cube, a massive map unfolded in the air. Staring at it, Renee asked, is this a map? The headmaster replied, yes, but you all know this isn't an ordinary map, right? Adele spoke, this is the continent of the human world. The headmaster laughed, ha ha, correct. In fact, I hoped Class A would attack here, but it seems I underestimated its leader. Looking at the marked spot, Adele muttered, the Royal Academy. The headmaster continued, so I've decided to assign you an even harder mission. At those words, Adele's lips twitched slightly. He thought attacking the Royal Academy was already the most dangerous mission in the human world, yet they're giving us something harder. What am I missing here? The headmaster continued, according to intel from one of our spies, a first-year class in the human world will hold a field trip to raid a secret dungeon. Realizing the headmaster's intent, Adele muttered inwardly, ah, so that's it. Attacking a first-year class away from campus, they think it'll be easier to strike. Even if first years are the weakest, the problem is. The headmaster added, wouldn't it be better if Class A attacked a city district instead of the Royal Academy? At that, Franz suddenly stood, fists clenched, excitedly shouting, exactly, beating up brats is pointless. Class A should strike the capital. Adele could only sigh in silence. But his thoughts kept spinning. The spies don't know the timing yet, but the main characters group already surpassed the heirs of the 7 deadly sins. Their true power will be exposed in the Inter-Academy tournament after the Royal Academy's midterms. And in the class we must attack, one member belongs to the protagonist's group. His grip tightened. If it comes to a clash, aside from Bolton's and Diana's classes, every other class will be wiped out. Which zone gives the best outcome? The place our class is assigned to is. Fran continued, Class A will, but before she could finish, Adele cut in, will attack one of the Royal Academy's first-year classes. The moment those words left him, Fran snapped, glaring furiously, what nonsense, we should hit the capital. At his reply, Gyuwar sneered, typical weak half-demon, so scared of mere humans that you'd rather back down. At that jab, Adele turned cold, eyes sharp, I should have gouged one of your eyes earlier. Maybe then you wouldn't dare look at me now, huh? Enraged, Gyuwar shot up from his seat, roaring, you bastard. As chaos stirred, the headmaster cut in, enough. Adele, why choose such an easy target? I thought you'd say the capital. Adele, lost in thought, reasoned, they might not know, but that class includes one of the main cast and they're the most dangerous opponents. Still, I must take the risk, because that's where a rare elixir lies. Normally, one of the protagonist's allies would drink it, but I must seize it no matter what. Once resolved, he said aloud, the reason is because of my special ability. The headmaster blinked in surprise, special ability. Adele nodded, yes, I excel at assassination, but there's no point stirring chaos in a city packed with people. In the capital, most areas are crowded. Leading dozens into an assassination, there would be suicide. Of course, killing all witnesses would solve that problem too. At such a bold thought, the headmaster smiled, I see, you're beyond what I expected. You understand both the human world's terrain and your own strength. In that case, there's no reason to stop you. Class A will be assigned to attack the Royal Academy's first-year class. Hearing this, Adele spoke, thank you, headmaster. Then he immediately stood and said, in that case, I'll go inform my classmates. He thought, better leave before the headmaster changes his mind. He turned to Fran, let's go. She was shocked at the decision, but quickly stammered, yes. After the two left, the room suddenly fell into an unusual silence. Aaron crossed his arms, sneering, impressive. He's the Bears family's guard, right? Didn't expect you'd pick up someone like that. His words made Renee blush, unable to reply. She remained lost in thought. What Adele used just now was definitely sword aura, but not long ago he couldn't even manifest it. How in the world did he manage? Her gaze sank heavy with doubt. Adele always hides things well, but what is this, and why does it sting my heart like this? Bolton leaned back in his chair with a sigh. During the spar he was only slightly strong, yet now he's grown this much already. That just makes me want to fight him more, ha ha. The headmaster moved toward the window. Staring into the distance, he thought, now I see why Instructor Ares warned us to be careful of Adele. He defeated a descendant of the 7 deadly sins just to prove himself. He could have chosen a harder area, yet acted with extreme caution. His judgment and ability both surpass expectations. A seed too valuable to discard, yet Ares's warning still lingers. If guided properly, he could become a true hunting dog like those under House Asin. But if he can't be tamed, then the only choice left is the same fate as the 6 human clans. Walking down the corridor, Adele muttered, tomorrow is finally the real practical exam. I must prepare carefully. Scene shifted to the next day, inside a grand hall. Adele and his classmates donned their battle gear, stepping inside. 2 students behind whispered, are we going to kill human heroes? One answered, my clan was their target, it's something I've long awaited. Another clenched his fist high, shouting with resolve, let's show those lowly humans the might of Class A. Seeing everyone's confidence, Adele thought, we've already sent false intel that we'd attack Dorm 53. The Empire's instructors will rush to the dorms, leaving only one teacher to guard the first years outside. If my guess is right, that instructor will be a 5th circle mage. My target is to hunt and kill him. Facing the protagonist's companions alone is already tough, so I must deal with that instructor first, then seize the elixir from the secret base. Once everyone had gathered, Ares spoke from above. The headmaster will address us now. Silence fell. The headmaster slowly stepped forward, gazing down as he declared, students, the war has officially begun. You will face the humans who slaughtered your parents, siblings, and friends of Satan. None of us escaped that pain. Each of you must have once witnessed precious bonds torn apart, and could only hold the corpses of your family and cry out in despair. Those cowardly, vile humans even defiled our dead. But now it is our turn to hunt them. At his fiery words, the students below roared in unison, raising morale to the heavens. Watching, Adele thought, this feels like madness. The headmaster's speech drove their spirits to the limit. As soon as he finished, the headmaster raised a hand, bestowing blessings on all the students below. Seeing this, Adele thought, to bless so many at once, if I ever face him, the headmaster will be a terrifying monster. Then he turned to the instructors, teachers, lead your students. Idea added cheerfully, we'll now board the train. Please proceed in order. The train soon rolled forward. At this moment, all Class A students were aboard. The speakers rang out, this train heads to the Otherworld station. Passengers prepare for the impact ahead. Idea entered smiling, we'll arrive in about an hour. Please rest comfortably until then. Everyone began to relax, but Adele's eyes grew sharper than ever. He thought, Otherworld station, it must have cost hundreds of holy stones to teleport this many students. But later in the story, more and more gates appear, linking to the human world, until the 2 worlds merge into one. Seeing his brooding face, Luna leaned over and offered a strip of jerky. Adele, want some? It's jerky made from spirit deer, really tasty. Taking the piece, he said, thanks, I'll dig in. Watching him munch eagerly, she asked, good? He nodded, yeah, delicious. Then muttered, time to check current status. A system panel appeared before him, race, half-demon, alignment, neutral, attributes, flame, swap position, traits, interesting, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, arrogant eye, thought, mana 1381. Looking at the number, he muttered, still too weak, even training every night before sleep, this is all I've got. I must obtain that elixir, maybe then my thought power will grow. Seeing him deep in thought, Luna asked, what are you so focused on? Suddenly, energy surged around her body, startling her as she yelped. What's happening? My body suddenly. At that moment, not just her but Adele too was enveloped by a wave of energy. He looked and muttered, lifting Luna just a few centimeters, but even that's enough to apply in real combat. More tests later. Never let my guard down, I must keep evolving. Because someday this will be recognized as a transcendent power, like its own domain, controlling gravity. Alright, tests fine, but what worries me are the continent's knights. I might run into the one who once tried to kill me. In the story, Peltz reported to his superiors that I fell off a cliff and died. But I never fell. I entered demon lands and uncovered House Asin's betrayal. So they must believe I died here. Of course, Headmaster Lucian would think the same via the spy network. Still, caution is never wasted. Best get a mask to hide my face. Suddenly the train shook violently, startling the students. The speaker blared, "We're almost there." Just minutes later, the train came to a full stop. As everyone stepped out, what met their eyes was a massive mana crystal. Adele walked closer, gasping. All mana stones selling one would buy a year's worth of living expenses. Such a waste to burn through so much for a one-time warp gate. Wait a bit and the price would have dropped a lot. Once everyone had gathered, Idea stepped forward. "All right, I'm sure you all know what this place is." She then placed her hand on a nearby chest and continued, "Before departure, each of you take one item." Someone came forward and handed him a mask. Looking at it, he muttered, "A mask? Perfect timing, I was just wondering where to get one." Idea put on a mask herself and explained, "These are magically imbued, reducing recognition. They'll help conceal your identities. But don't worry, those wearing masks can still recognize each other." Then she looked at him and said, "Class leader, try putting it on." He nodded, "Yes." Then she turned to everyone, "You all put them on too." At her words, he and the others immediately placed the masks on their faces. The moment he wore it, his vision sharpened remarkably, making him gasp, "My sight, even better than normal. I'm starting to like this thing." Idea walked over. "Well, clearer now," he replied. "Yes, more effective than I expected." Then she handed out some sticks, chuckling, "Ha, and take these too." He looked at the wood-like bars, asking, "What are these?" She answered, "Rations. Eat one a day and you won't need meals. But don't eat too many in battle, they taste like dirt mixed with bug guts." Her words made Adele flinch. She walked past, adding, "Anyway, one a day is enough, got it?" He nodded, "Yes," while secretly cursing, "Ha, the taste must be awful." After finishing instructions, Idea continued, "Now, before entering the gate, I'll explain the exam procedure. First, in this test, instructors will not accompany you." At that, the students below erupted, "Not coming with us? How's that possible? Then who will lead us?" She quickly reassured them, "This test is solely for students. Targets are matched to your abilities. If teachers joined, it wouldn't be an exam anymore. Besides, instructors must also prepare the gate to bring you back afterward." She continued, "Therefore, from this moment, all authority is transferred to the class leader. All students must obey his orders first." Then she pinned a flower to his chest, explaining, "This is the Enzur flower, symbol of Satan, representing the team's commander. And take this map too. I heard from the headmaster that you can read maps." After that, she turned away. "I hope this helps you." Adele nodded, "Thank you." Once everything was settled, she said, "Now, open the gate. Good luck to you all." As her words ended, the pillars studded with magic stones radiated immense energy. Behind them, portals slowly began to form. Looking forward, adjusting his mask, Adele muttered inwardly, "Everything is ready." For them, this is an unknown world. For me, it's pure hell. No matter what, I'll survive and return. That's all for the latest 40 chapters. If you enjoyed, please give a like and follow the channel to see the next part. Class A continued to step through the gate, and inside was a dark space, mysterious beyond belief. Immediately, some members of the class began to feel headaches and nausea. Adele seemed to already know why. He thought to himself, "This must be another dimension. Our bodies can't adapt, even I can't endure it for long." Suddenly, he noticed a dazzling light ahead. Adele guessed, could that be the exit? Luckily, it seemed we just had to go a bit further. He turned back to everyone, "Guys, we're almost out. You can see the end of the path. Hurry up." Just as everyone moved forward, a strange phenomenon appeared from behind. Adele warned anxiously, "The gate is closing, move faster." Without another word, the newly grown little demons were herded out of the gate like dogs. Their steps became more and more hurried. Seeing Luna might fall behind, Adele immediately grabbed her hand and pulled her forward, saying, "Come on, Luna." Then he threw Luna out along with everyone else, and jumped out himself right after. Upon landing, he saw his classmates frozen in place, staring at what lay ahead, which was the Sky Island Imperial Academy. Looking at the grand, majestic building, Adele was a bit amazed and thought to himself, "So that's the Imperial Academy. Seeing it with my own eyes, it truly is more magnificent. No wonder it's the pinnacle of human magic and technology." Some people exclaimed in surprise, "What the heck? That island is a school. How can an island float in the sky? Compared to it, Satan is just a sandcastle." Fran also chimed in, "What's that wobbly thing?" Adele started explaining, "As you can see, this is a school different from Satan. It's a school for humans." Fran, unable to believe her eyes, interrupted, "Even seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe it." Luna then asked, "Do we need to go inside?" Adele answered immediately, "No need, but we can't either. That place is surrounded by an extremely strong barrier, strong enough that even the Dragon Clan can't break it." Fran was even more astonished, saying loudly, "Even the Dragon Clan can't destroy it?" Ignoring her question, the god in his head considered using a teleportation skill to sneak in, but the main group would immediately deal with him. He then said to everyone, "All right, gather up. According to the map, if we circle around the other side of the academy, the target location will appear. We need to move immediately, so let's go." And so, Class A cheerfully followed the plan they had discussed earlier. As he walked, he thought to himself, but this forest. I felt a pair of eyes watching us the whole time. Could it be an enemy? Adele had no idea. The source of that gaze came from Samuel trailing behind, whose expression seemed like he wanted to devour him alive on the spot. Later, upon realizing the gaze, Adele frowned in irritation, cursing silently. Ah, that guy is acting like this in such a life-or-death situation, and yet it just makes me even more annoyed. But in the plan I set, Samuel's role is extremely important. His magical talent makes me have to admit that. All right then, I'll let it slide this time. Thinking that, he immediately turned to look at Samuel. Adele suddenly reached out his hand, which surprised Samuel. On guard, Samuel stepped back and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Adele replied casually, "Exactly what you see." He continued, "I know you don't like me, Samuel, and I don't like you either." Samuel, getting more confused, asked again, "Why are you suddenly saying that?" Adele added, "But only this once, we need to cooperate." Hearing that, Samuel bristled and questioned, "Why should I cooperate with someone like you?" Adele didn't hesitate to mention the worst-case scenario. If not, everyone here would die. He added, "Humanity is not an opponent you can defeat without cooperation, because you, more than anyone, should understand that." Samuel pondered for a moment after hearing this, then gently brushed Adele's hand aside and said, "You annoying guy, only this once." He didn't get angry but happily said, "I'll take that as a compliment, you made the right choice." Adele thought to himself, "Good, things with Samuel are settled. We just need to find the entrance to the secret realm, it must be nearby." Just then, a member ran up to report, "Class President, there's something strange ahead." He quickly ran over to check. In front of him was a blazing, formidable gate. Adele quietly cheered inwardly, "Found it." The location on the map matched exactly and looked just like the description. Everyone around began asking each other, "What is this now? First a flying island and now a door that can fly too." Hearing that, Adele explained, "This gate is an entrance to a secret realm created by humans. From here we will go inside." Immediately, someone stepped forward, "Let me open it." Adele knew what would happen but still said, "Go ahead then." As the young man placed his hand on the gate, a powerful surge of energy shot straight into him, causing him to scream in pain. Adele looked at this scene and thought to himself, he got shocked. Actually, it only allows Imperial teachers to open it. At this moment, he turned to look at Samuel, making him suspicious. "Why is he looking at me again?" Adele calmly said, "Sir Samuel, it's your turn to act." This made him a bit confused, wondering what exactly. Adele pointed toward the gate and said, "You have to inject mana into the gate, force it open." Hearing that, Samuel roared in anger, "A half-demon who can't even do this, and you're the class president. Move aside." Immediately, Samuel injected his mana into the gate. No need to wait long, the door instantly opened right after. Adele happily said to everyone, "All right, let's go inside." He turned back and added, "Fortunately, it seems the traps ahead haven't been triggered, so feel free to move forward." After stepping through the gate, the group arrived at a vast mountainous area. Fran kept exclaiming, "It's wider than I expected, and the atmosphere is just like the secret realms in the demon world." Adele replied, "Makes sense, this secret realm is a whole class's practical exam after all." Suddenly, Samuel ran up and asked, "I have a question. If this is an exam area, shouldn't it be full of traps and monsters?" Adele happily confirmed, "That's right." However, Samuel also asked, "So why didn't we ambush from outside?" Arriving here, Adele was a bit surprised, thinking, "Oh, that's a sharp question." Then he explained, "Exactly, if ambushing, the best moment is right after they finish, when they're still tired and careless. But there are several reasons I insisted on entering the secret realm. First, I know all the paths without triggering the traps here, meaning the humans will still fall into the traps as planned. Second, we will leave here before they can arrive." Hearing this, Samuel wondered, if we just go in and out immediately, then what's the point of entering? Adele didn't answer but chuckled softly, "Heh heh heh." This attitude made Samuel shout, "Don't laugh, you're annoying me." With no choice, Adele spoke, "This place is not only a sky like the demon world, but also designed by humans to figure out how to conquer the demon world." This made Samuel seem to understand something. He exclaimed, "So that means—" Adele continued immediately, "Exactly, those artificial secret realms are like treasures in the demon world. In other words, this place holds treasure. And we're about to reach it." In front of the group now was a towering cliff with 6 doors leading inside. Adele thought to himself, "We've arrived, in front of us are 6 branching paths." Looking at the paths ahead, Samuel complained, "Oh man, there are 6 forks at this intersection. Fran added. Which way should we go? Adele stood silently for a while as if observing, searching for something. Then he stepped to the side of the cliff to assess the situation. Seeing this, Fran spoke up to stop him. Not that path. Before she could finish her sentence, his hand had already touched a stone on the cliff, causing it to sink inward, triggering some mechanism. He cheerfully said, we are not going into any of these 6 paths. The moment his hand left the stone, a door suddenly opened right next to where he was standing. He continued, if we go this way, we'll reach the destination immediately. Everyone, follow me. Seeing his decisive action, Samuel asked, how do you know about this path? He didn't answer but thought to himself, how do I know? Of course I know, because it's a setup I created myself. After some time moving, dusk began to fade behind the mountain ranges. They arrived at a wide open area, where a container lay abandoned on the ground. He stepped forward and said, there's a container here. Fran from behind asked, what's inside? He replied, this is my first time here, so I don't know clearly either. Hearing that, Fran nodded, so it's not something you set up. Then he suggested, then let's open it. As soon as he spoke, he opened the container, and inside there was only a water bottle and a bag of sand. Looking at these 2 seemingly useless items in his hands, Samuel asked, what's the use of this mess? He explained, the sandbag seems useless, but the water bottle looks extremely useful. He slowly opened the water bottle's cap and began pouring all the water out. Seeing a large amount of water pouring out continuously, Fran exclaimed in amazement, oh my God, all this water comes from that tiny bottle. He nodded and explained, this bottle can hold enough water for dozens of people, so we won't need to risk searching for water anymore. At this interesting discovery, Samuel beside him spoke up reproachfully, how embarrassing, hiding a simple water bottle in such a secret place. He thought to himself, in fact, the strangers are those who would come carrying tools to kill. Shaking off the thought, he put away the 2 items and turned to everyone, I've taken everything. Let's go, a battle is about to take place here, so check the surroundings carefully. After a while of moving, they had now emerged from the cave. The group was now in a vast forest. Adele Fong spoke, now I will assign tasks to you all. He looked at Samuel and said, you will take the reconnaissance mission. Samuel asked, why do I have to do that? He smiled and replied, you are the most suitable for this task. Samuel objected again, isn't it your duty as class president to do this? He chuckled and said, no, the only one who can perform this mission is you. I'm sure you are the best at stealth and magical energy. That's why I trust you with this task. Seeing his talent recognized, Samuel was visibly pleased and awkwardly turned away, snorting coldly, yet agreed to take the mission. All right, seeing this attitude, Adele thought to himself, he seems happy. Could it be that from the start he wanted the reconnaissance mission? I feel at ease knowing Samuel will handle this because I cannot leave this position as I will command and monitor the situation from the start. Samuel turned to him and said, all right, no choice but to agree, since you pleaded like that. Before he could finish, Adele interrupted, you won't go on reconnaissance alone. Hearing this, Samuel's attitude immediately changed and he asked excitedly, really? Will there be another student going with me? He glanced behind and shook his head in denial. No, not a student, but... Immediately after, he produced a small bird, surprising both Samuel and Fran. She stepped closer, constantly questioning, isn't this a hawk? And also a hawk trained for reconnaissance and gathering information. Looking at the small bird in front of him, he thought to himself, it looks like a sparrow, but in the demon realm they call it a hawk. He continued to explain, it's a bird raised by Master Aries, and this time I borrowed it. We've become very close. I even named it Caesar. Samuel reached out to take the small bird, asking, Master Aries, were you planning to kill him? I don't see any reason why he would be treated well by you now. Seeing Samuel's words made sense, but thinking back, he had grown close to it after feeding it for some time. He wasn't sure it would side with him as much as with Master Aries. Well, let's see. Immediately, a dense aura of black energy emanated from him, wrapping around the small bird, making its eyes glow red. He wanted to control the bird at will, but it immediately flew into the air, turned sharply, and stared at him with a scrutinizing gaze. This startled him briefly, thinking, why aren't you coming back to me? But then something appeared before his eyes that made him jump slightly. A small screen appeared in the sky, showing his image through the bird's eyes. He looked and asked, that's my face. Then he glanced at the small bird and continued, so that's how it is. It shares information through its eyes. After gaining a loyal subordinate, he commanded, now you have to go with this person for a while, Cizo. Upon receiving the order, the small bird immediately chirped a few times as if it understood its master's instructions. Then it flew to perch on Samuel's head, leaving him completely astonished. This startled Samuel, who waved his hands angrily and shouted, "Get down and don't sit on my head, you lowly creature." The bird seemed to understand and flew away, then immediately lunged to peck at his head repeatedly, making Samuel scream a few times. He stood beside them and explained, "Cizo can share information with me, so you must protect it well." Samuel nodded and said, "All right." Then he turned to Fran and said, "As for you, I want you to lead the students while I'm away. Your ability is charm, right?" Fran nodded and replied, "Yes, it helps allies become stronger for a short time, but for some reason, it doesn't affect you." He teasingly raised his hand. This is probably due to Lady Fran's lack of charm. Hearing this, Fran angrily shouted, "Huh, impossible." Then she turned back to the main issue. "But why are you leaving?" He explained, "When students from the Royal Academy arrive here, their instructors will accompany them, and I will confront that instructor." Seeing his somewhat reckless action, Samuel questioned, "What? No matter how strong you are, it's really hard to face an instructor alone." Seeing Samuel worried for him, he teasingly said, "You're worried about me now? I never thought I'd live to see today." Feeling his concern mocked, Samuel angrily shouted, "Then go die." Adele changed his tone and continued, "I'm just joking. I'm leaving to be on guard in case that instructor arrives, but if they don't, I'll come back immediately to escort everyone." He thought to himself that Guy will definitely come, or rather he must come at least to increase his mana. After assigning the tasks, he said, "Now everyone's mission is set. Samuel will go on reconnaissance, Lady Fran will stay to command, and I will confront the human instructor." Fran beside him asked, "So what should we do now?" Faced with this unexpected question, Adele was silent for a few seconds, which caused the other two to show some question marks on their faces. After thinking, he said, "I'm hungry, let's eat first, and it's best if we camp here for a day." At these somewhat chaotic words, Samuel angrily shouted, "Is that all you have to say?" He smiled and replied, "Ah, Samuel, you have to leave immediately. Please check if any class from the Royal Academy is going out for a field study." Seeing himself being sent off, Samuel asked, "So I'll get to eat too?" He waved his hand, "Hello, goodbye and good luck," then looked at Fran and said, "Let's go." "So I get to eat rice, but my comrades will die of thirst." Samuel now stood silently like a statue in front of his harsh action. Inside the forest, Fran suddenly shouted, "Damn it, is this all there is?" At this moment, he was holding the food given by Professor Idea and enjoying it immensely. In contrast, Fran, the young lady, was struggling with this strange food. The other students suffered similarly. They kept wrestling with the food. Despite this, Adele was still able to eat happily. He thought to himself, they really are descendants of noble families. The taste is disgusting, but in this situation, there's no choice but to eat it, because nutrition is essential for fighting. But this flavor, it tastes like the corpses of worms, doesn't it? Then he glanced at Luna beside him, who was still enjoying the dried grub deliciously. Under his gaze, she looked at him and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" He just smiled awkwardly and replied, "Nothing." Then she suggested, "Do you want some dried meat?" He didn't want to relive the taste of dried grubs, so he stood up and refused. "No, I can't eat while the other students are suffering. Keep it, maybe we'll need it later." Seeing his decisive action, Luna exclaimed, "At times like this, you seem much kinder than I thought, Adele." He teased, "I've always been kind from the start, haven't I? Haha. I'm always misunderstood because of my seemingly cruel appearance." But anyway, he wondered if Samuel was all right now. He looked up at the sky, and the scene now revealed the Royal Academy. Looking there, he thought to himself, it seems Cizo is watching the Royal Academy near him, and right now, both are doing very well. Following the direction of Samuel's pointing finger, suddenly a bright spot appeared ahead. He focused on it and asked, "Wait, something coming." It was a gilded carriage pulled by horses with flaming heads. Just looking, you know it's a carriage of someone powerful. He inwardly marveled, that carriage can't be real. Adele thought to himself, could that carriage travel between the Royal Academy and the ground? Such tremendous power is only seen in myths. Samuel muttered something, but he couldn't hear clearly, thinking to himself that communication was impossible. Really maddening. Now all he could do was hope Samuel understood and would retreat. After just a few seconds of movement, the carriage safely touched the ground. Looking at it, Adele whispered inwardly, "This is troublesome. It landed faster than I expected." A person stepped down from the carriage, with a golden eagle emblem on his chest. From memory, this person was Besaha, also the first target he absolutely had to kill. He was a wind magic instructor, a powerful expert at the 5 rings level, but specialized in theory like Robolt, not skilled in combat, though he could still fight, Adele thought. Then he turned his gaze to those behind, especially a tall young man with a huge hammer on his back. This was the son of Count Leon Ter Rias. Beside him were two extremely beautiful women, probably his personal companions. He was one of the main characters, a key figure in the main plot. He was even stronger than Besaha. He often joined the team 30 minutes late because of gambling with the female students. That's the opportunity. If those two teamed up, Class A would have no survivors, Adele thought. The camera now focused on Samuel turning to leave. Adele quietly exhaled. Samuel had retreated. He turned to everyone and said, "Everyone act quickly." Seeing his urgency, Fran approached and asked, "What's going on?" He explained, "The target is approaching us." She was startled and said, "Really? It's finally starting." He nodded, "Yes, quickly erase our traces and check our weapons. I will stay outside the secret realm to confront the human instructor, while you all go inside and attack when the human students are exhausted." Luna stepped forward and asked, "Is that instructor really coming?" He nodded in confirmation, saying he was even stronger than Instructor Ares, and he wasn't sure if he could win. This made Luna behind anxious. He remained calm, thinking, if someone stronger than Besaha comes here, that's truly terrifying. He turned to Fran for encouragement. "Fran, I trust you to lead the students well." She nodded in confirmation, "Don't worry." From afar, Caesar's chirping echoed. Along with the appearance of Samuel behind, he hurriedly shouted, "The human bugs are coming." He nodded, "Perfect timing, I just confirmed with the progenitor." He assigned Samuel's task, "You go into the secret realm and take Caesar with you." Samuel intended to nod in agreement, but then asked, "Are you really going to face the instructor alone?" He nodded in confirmation, "Yes, it's something I must do. There's no time left. Quickly open the gate beside you." Samuel turned his back and left, but didn't forget to warn, "Don't die." He smirked and replied, "I'll try. And be careful with that tanned, blonde-haired human." Samuel nodded, "All right, I'll keep an eye on him." Then he shouted to everyone, "Get out of the way, I'm opening the gates." Watching their backs as they left, he thought to himself, "Hopefully this class can hold out until I finish dealing with Besaha." And he wasn't even sure if he could defeat Besaha. Well, better prepare a good position just in case. He then used his teleportation skill to move onto a high branch, observing the gate below. His face became extremely serious, raising his alertness. "Everything is ready, now we just wait for them to arrive." At this moment, Instructor Besaha led the students into the forest. Then he immediately stopped and turned to speak to everyone. "Stop." He approached the gate and reminded, "Everyone, this is today's practice area." When they appeared, Adele's vigilance reached its maximum. Turning back to the students while the instructor was still giving instructions, Tyrius teased a silver-haired girl, saying, "Hey, Sylvia." Offended by his slightly dirty behavior, she immediately slapped his hand away and angrily said, "That despicable attitude, today will be the last time. Prepare to pay for this bet." Hearing this, he just smiled and continued, "Then Sylvia will be mine." Seeing him being too disorderly, Besaha spoke up to remind, "Hey, stop talking nonsense and focus." He continued, "Inside here you all know what to do. The team that breaks through first will get a reward. Give it your all." Hearing this, all the students of Tongthan replied, "Yes." He then gave the order, "All right, enter the secret realm one by one," observing from above. Adele thought to himself, "They're going in. The human students are bright and full of vitality, while we are just raised as chess pieces for war. Truly a stark difference." Yet even though that guy kept flirting, he continued with his work. He said to Sylvia as promised, "I'll start in 30 minutes. Do well, anyway you'll be mine." Hearing this, Sylvia turned and left, leaving a taunt, "No way, wake up." Tyrius smiled, "Haha, let's see." Seeing them hesitate and not move in, Besaha reminded, "What are you standing there for? Get inside." Sylvia bowed and apologized. Tyrius still put on a nonchalant expression, "I understand." Sitting above observing, when he saw all the students enter. The gate closed, leaving only Instructor Besaha. He looked at the gate and muttered, "Everyone's in." Then he turned, scanning the surroundings. Adele thought from above, he even checked carefully, truly meticulous. After visually observing, Besaha emitted a surge of green mana that spread throughout the surrounding area. It created a circular beam of light. Immediately, the entire forest was illuminated by that energy. Facing the blinding light, Adele luckily grabbed a branch and managed not to fall to the ground. He sighed inwardly, even dispersing energy to check again, just a little more movement and I would have been discovered. After finding nothing, Besaha released his mana and said, "Indeed, no one is here. Now let's go." He now headed toward the secret chamber. As Adele predicted, now it's just a matter of keeping a safe distance and following him. After moving deeper into the forest, suddenly Besaha stopped as if he had noticed something. Behind a tree, Adele had already teleported nearby. He made a very small sound, but this time it reached Besaha's ears. He was startled and muttered, clearly feeling someone, or was it just an illusion? He continued moving and reached a tray, touching it and muttering, "What is this demon clan trying to do? Making me come all the way here. Should have killed them all in the first place." Observing this strange action from above, Adele thought to himself, what is he doing at that tree? Below, Besaha infused mana into the opposite tree, mumbling, "Well, as long as it serves my grand experiment." Then from a small tree, a mana whirl suddenly appeared around it, making the tree shake violently. In just a few seconds, the small tree transformed into a giant tree. This made Adele slightly startled, just as I thought, that tree is a protection mechanism. Touching it recklessly would have blown me away. Standing before the tree for a moment, Besaha said, "There's no sign anyone has been here before. Checking should be enough." But then he suddenly sensed something, his whole body covered by a stream of mana. When he turned to look back, his protective mana was being attacked by a dagger launched by Adele. Seeing this, he wondered, what the hell is that? Just then, Adele appeared before him, looking at him with eyes as sharp as bullets, and coldly said, "Too bad, almost had you." Seeing that the enemy had attacked him, Besaha interrogated, "Who are you?" Ignoring his question, Adele continued swinging his dagger. Instantly, he activated his stealth skill to assassinate him. Over there, Besaha was suddenly startled when Adele immediately disappeared. Feeling disrespected, Besaha immediately cast his magic, shouting, "Daring to show off your petty tricks before me." Instantly, he summoned a strong surrounding whirlwind. Over here, Adele had to defend and remain alert against Besaha's skill. Seeing his power was too great, Adele thought, damn, his reaction speed is faster than I expected. Then Besaha continued casting his spell, his face becoming serious, shouting clearly, "Oh wind, sweep through the forest and find him for me." Immediately, the whirlwind around him surged outward in many directions. Over here, Adele activated position swap 2, skillfully dodging all of Besaha's winds. In an instant, Adele had climbed to the treetop, despite the gusts below still searching for the enemy. Seeing that the opponent was hard to approach, Adele thought to himself, if I keep being pushed like this, there's no saving myself. I have to get close at all costs. Observing below, Besaha was still distracted, using the winds to search for him, and Adele suddenly froze. Sensing the opportunity, Adele immediately lunged toward Besaha. He instantly swapped position with a tree in front of Besaha, startling him. The opportunity had come. Adele raised his dagger, ready to attack. Realizing Adele had approached, Besaha widened his eyes in shock. Adele used the Dark Fang skill, concentrating killing intent at the tip of the dagger for this decisive strike. But Besaha was no pushover. Once again, his energy shield blocked Adele's strike. Failing to attack once more, Adele cursed inwardly, "Damn it, another shield." Seeing the enemy reveal himself, Besaha cast a skill along with a threatening shout, "You filthy wretch." Amid the green forest with mountains in the distance, a massive explosion immediately echoed through the woods. Adele landed lightly as if unharmed. Witnessing this power, although Besaha had dodged, Adele still had to use stealth and then paused to study his opponent more closely. Looking at Besaha, Adele realized only by sticking the dagger in did he know the opponent had layered around 20 mana shields. Despite his provocation, Adele remained hidden behind Besaha, analyzing that if it weren't for a stabbing sword, the shield's force would have shredded him like paper. Luckily, the opponent was Besaha. Observing the energy flow still spreading, Adele planned further. If he were a combat mage, the layers would number in the dozens. He had already attacked twice, so now only 8 layers remained to break. Thus, 3 tornadoes created by Besaha's magic formed. Witnessing such power, Adele broke into a sweat, worried about this crazy guy. Seeing the magic rise so high, Adele had no choice but to lie prone, letting the magical flows pass harmlessly above. Adele had to use his teleportation skill to brace himself. If the tornado swept him away, it would mean death. Meanwhile, a massive green energy spread violently, scattering debris everywhere as if Besaha had expended all his power. After a fierce battle, everything was reduced to a desolate wasteland. Amid the ruins, Adele slowly sat up, blood still trickling from his mouth, yet showing no fear. At that moment, Besaha had located Adele and charged toward the floating log in his hand. He gritted his teeth, enduring after using so much strength just to find Adele. But not letting him attack first, Adele immediately used stealth and appeared before him to strike. Yet as before, Besaha's mana shield knocked Adele far away. Along with a curse, "You half-demon bastard." Not giving Adele time to stabilize, he tensed both arms and continued launching streams of magic toward him. But with his skill, Adele continuously dodged the magic attacks. Watching Adele, he cursed inwardly, "Why is this bastard targeting me so much? Wasn't their plan to attack the dormitory of class 3? Suddenly he realized something. Could it be the kids in my class? As if guessing Adele's intent, he laughed arrogantly. "Haha, fool, you've dug your own grave. Do you really think defeating me means certain victory? I'll show you my true power," he said, gathering energy into a sphere. Besaha raised it high and shouted, "Die." Suddenly Adele's distorted face appeared, one eye glowing red. Besaha still laughed loudly, not realizing he had fallen into a trap. The colors around began to change. Besaha began to doubt, what's happening? It's clearly me." The hunter was now ambushed. Besaha seemed to forget something and asked again, "Ambush? Was I ambushed? Why, but who ambushed me?" At this moment, Adele suddenly appeared right in front of him, startling him. Instantly, Adele used the Dark Fang skill, the Black Scythe dance. Countless throwing daggers emerged from the void surrounding Besaha. They rushed toward Besaha, forcing him to use magic to defend himself. Besaha shouted, "Who are you?" Adele said nothing, silently counting 4, 5, 6. Despite Besaha blocking the attack and shouting something, Adele continued counting, 7. Besaha angrily yelled, "Absurd." At the same time, he unleashed a tremendously powerful surge of energy. Then he launched it forward. Wherever it went, the trees fell. But in an instant, Adele used teleportation to appear. He asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Only to hear Adele reply with 2 words, "Venom insect." Adele then launched a sharp strike toward him. Having depleted much of his mana, he now countered weakly. Ultimately unable to withstand it, Adele's dagger was about to pierce his chest. Not accepting such defeat, he shouted, "A half-demon humiliates me, absurd. A great mage, creator of masterpieces comparable to gods, being treated like this." And so Adele slid past him, ignoring his final protest. Adele finished with a stylish pose, and immediately the guy behind collapsed, syrup spraying everywhere. Having defeated the enemy, Adele exhaled in relief, feeling joyful. He then crouched down from exhaustion, but did not forget to praise that he was the strongest of all the opponents he had ever faced. Adele removed his mask, sweat dripping down his cheeks. After such a fierce battle, he thought to himself, "Fortunately, after using the stealth skill, I didn't lose my critical senses. If my eyes had been damaged, it would have sent shivers down my spine." Then he took out a mana potion to recover. Since he had already consumed a medium-grade elixir right after ending stealth, now only this high-grade potion remained. About to face Tyria's, he didn't hesitate to drink it all, as there was no reason to save it. Drinking the mana potion, he remarked, "Cough, couldn't even taste it anymore." Perhaps he had completely lost his sense of taste. After recovering mana, he moved toward a large tree where a door was located below. Before stepping in, he glanced once at Besaha's corpse. He took an item from him, thinking to himself, "Surely this proves I've dealt with Besaha." Immediately after, Adele took a mana lantern and entered through the door. Inside was a staircase leading downward. The further he descended, the stronger the stench of decay became. Finally, Adele reached the room below. What struck his eyes was a research center, with human corpses preserved in glass containers. Beside them were monstrous bodies and separated body parts. In another corner, a dry skeleton was hanging by the neck, seemingly left to die that way. He stepped toward the dissection area, thinking this place must be a biological experiment room used to study demon bodies. Witnessing it all, he couldn't help but exclaim at the cruelty. Adele thought demons were the embodiment of absolute evil, so using them for experiments seemed justifiable. But are humans truly good and demons evil? When even entering my own novel, I cannot confirm it. There must be some reason humans conduct such experiments. Suddenly, something caught Adele's attention, a homunculus, the one Besaha had once tried to create. This was an artificial life created by crushing countless demons. Those who possessed a homunculus could temporarily escape their predetermined death. So he wanted to create it at any cost, but unfortunately, the research ultimately failed. Even though this was just a research version, Adele still wanted to take it back for Lobolt. Maybe he would like it, and Adele could ask him for a medium-grade elixir in return. Suddenly, something moved inside. Immediately, a small snake darted out, startling Adele. "What the hell is that?" It instantly lunged toward the homunculus container, shattering it. Right after, the homunculus was swallowed inside it, while Adele still didn't understand what happened. Suddenly, a beam of light from the pendant he wore shone directly at the small snake. The red light spread across its body, making Adele astonished. Holding the pendant, Adele thought as soon as the homunculus was swallowed, the missing part of the pendant glowed brightly. It seems it wasn't reacting to me, so could there be a connection between the homunculus and the demon god? Or it might be linked to a completely different reality. If Adele could read the magic tome recording how to create a homunculus, he might understand it better. But the spellbook had already been memorized by Besaha and then burned. Suddenly, the small snake reacted, catching Adele's attention. Looking at it, something seemed different. Adele had pictured it as a worm, but now it looked exactly like a snake. Adele wondered, could it be? Immediately, he tried to swap positions with it, but the magic fired at it was redirected elsewhere. Adele was a little surprised. Clearly, it was an inanimate object, yet after swallowing the homunculus, it revived into a living creature. Unexpectedly, the homunculus successfully reacted to me, someone no longer human. Thinking of this, Adele suddenly thought of Crete, fearing if this transformation was discovered. In the end, he ignored it to ease his mind. He needed to quickly drink the spirit elixir and get out of here. After rummaging through everything, Adele found something that looked no different from ginseng. Immediately, Adele consumed it and sat in meditation, testing his mana while absorbing it. As soon as he swallowed it, a wave of heat surged through Adele's body, feeling as if his veins were expanding. Then a beam of light appeared, illuminating the entire room. Adele sighed after absorbing it, thinking, this feels just like ginseng. Instantly, his status window appeared. Half-demon race, chaotic tendency, innate skill position swap 2, characteristic excitement focus, dark attribute using mana, arrogant eyes ability, spiritual mana power, 1381 2072. Reading the stats, Adele was overjoyed. Finally, his mana had reached the 2000 threshold. His previously unstable murderous intent was now fully stabilized, and both killing intent and darkness had increased a level. Immediately after, Adele focused a stream of mana in his hands. Looking at it, he marveled that both killing intent and darkness had risen a level. In darkness, he could completely conceal his existence. Finished, Adele stood up, ready to leave with everything necessary. It was time to return to Class B, though he still had about 10 minutes to spare. Immediately, Adele opened his image window to monitor his class group, wondering if they were doing well. An image of a battle appeared, Samuel fighting a woman. Seeing this, Adele wondered if the woman was Sylvia. Fortunately, Tyria's had not appeared yet. The image of Samuel became clearer. It seemed a difficult battle, with his face covered in sweat. Adele assessed that Samuel was still holding up well and not being overpowered. Suddenly, the pendant emitted a strange light. Instantly, several other image windows appeared before Adele. Adele broke into a sweat, still not understanding what was happening. Witnessing this, Adele wondered if it was transmitting information. A sheet of paper appeared in his hand, displaying the most recent memory. Adele questioned the most recent memory. Adele thought to himself, last time it only repeated, abandon the gods, what does it mean? Holding the scalpel in his hand, Adele still wondered why these two things reacted simultaneously. Clearly, there was a connection between them. No pen, then use blood. Instantly, Adele commanded, tell me the nature of this pendant. A voice announced, abandon the gods. Adele, confused, reconsidered. Abandon the gods again? Must I infiltrate the human temple to steal a sacred item? Only vague answers, frustrating as ever. Suddenly, an image of Samuel appeared, catching Adele's attention. Adele pondered, connecting the dots. But this time it was different. Through the image window, Samuel peeked out, surprising Adele. Immediately after, everything vanished, leaving Adele puzzled. After experiencing this, Adele's head felt like it would explode, as if someone had forced him to use the pendant. Following fate's will, Adele immediately reported, all right, activate the pendant. Adele grimaced and cried out, ah, my head hurts, what on earth is happening? The moment he opened his eyes, below someone was being attacked by human warriors, which froze him for a few seconds. Down below, the warriors kept beating on them, shouting, kill those damn demon folk. Ha ha. His eyes suddenly went wide as he blurted, what's going on here? Then he turned to look at the mirror on the wall and exclaimed, what is this? Wait, is this face Samuel's? Even slower, he looks about 10 years younger than we do. 10 years means roughly a decade ago, exactly when the Great Human-Demon War broke out. So this is Samuel's past. That replayed scene is the Varus family being exterminated by humans. Then the bedroom door suddenly opened, and a woman stepped inside from outside. Samuel immediately rushed over and hugged her, crying, Mother. He thought to himself, is this Samuel's mother? Samuel's mother spoke up, Samuel, listen carefully to your mother now. No matter what happens, you must absolutely not step outside of here. Don't listen, don't look, just sit still, only 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, understand? Samuel didn't understand, but still nodded in response. "Yes, mother." She couldn't hold back her emotions. 2 streams of tears fell as she said, "My dear, you must survive. I love you." Then the wardrobe door slowly closed. A moment later, a shout suddenly rang out from outside, "So you were hiding in here." Samuel's mother was still trying to fight off the humans. She screamed, "You bastards." Curious, he peeked out to see the scene outside, and his eyes were met with his mother being killed by a warrior. The man sneered, "The lady turned out to be nothing. The master is certainly powerful." He hid inside the wardrobe, trying to suppress his feelings, covering his mouth so he wouldn't make a sound. The warrior continued, "But Count Leon has already won, hasn't he? So many, yet their heads were neatly chopped off." Another replied, "Ha ha, true enough." Then he turned to a girl and asked, "Have you found everyone?" The girl replied, "Yes, there's no one left." Looking at this maid, Adele realized she was a half-demon maid who had betrayed them to side with the humans. As soon as they heard the result, the warrior immediately swung his sword and sent her to the other world, exclaiming, "Is that so? I said spare her, not spare her life. Don't be so resentful about it." Then he turned and said, "Let's go," leaving the maid stunned and unable to believe what had just happened. As they reached the door, he suddenly turned back and said, "Ah, wait a minute." He had abruptly thought of something, and immediately the room behind them erupted in a large explosion. Adele inside the wardrobe was partly affected as well. After the battle ended, Samuel slowly crawled up from the rubble. Fortunately, his body could still move. How many days had passed already? He crawled out and looked toward his mother, who was slumped on the ground. His whole body trembled with fear as he ground his teeth and shouted, "Mother." Suddenly, a strange green mana emanated from the boy, making Adele wonder what the heck he was planning to do. Could it be that to survive, Samuel intended to eat his mother's corpse? He shouted in his head, "Stop, stop it. I said stop." After the scream, he snapped back to the present. That whole scene made him gag violently. He wiped the corner of his mouth and realized what it meant. So that's why Samuel always hated him. A half-demon servant betrayed her master. Humans drove it mad with hunger until it even ate its mother's corpse. So who is the villain? Who is the good guy? He looked down at the pendant around his neck and thought to himself, did it want to show him this? The boundaries of good and evil he defined might not be the truth. But wait, calm down. Now he needed to focus on pushing back Leon Tyrius. If he could learn secrets or weaknesses from the enemy's past, that would be very useful. But only to that extent. For now, he had to prioritize the bigger objective above all. Because of the pendant, he'd been delayed quite a bit. Tyrius might already be on his way. He glanced at the screen before him. Samuel was still fighting Sylvia. He marveled he's still dueling Sylvia. Those past events had surely spanned days, yet in reality it had only been minutes, thankfully. But the connection suddenly cut out once more, making him shout in anger, "Lost connection again." Samuel's activation was too violent, destabilizing the mana. "I have to hurry. Tyrius is about to confront those kids." On that side, the human-demon battle was still raging fiercely. Samuel was utterly berserk at this point. He roared and kept attacking the students so fast they couldn't react, only able to scream in pain. One of them stepped forward and yelled, "You filthy worm." No sooner had he finished than Franz sent him to the other world in one clean stroke. Then she shouted to everyone to form a defensive circle around Samuel. At her command, they immediately moved in and formed a shield standing before Samuel. This delighted Samuel, who praised them. "Not bad." Fran replied confidently, "Of course, use your powerful magic now." Without hesitation, Samuel raised his hand high and shouted, "I'll blow them all away." From the magic orb sprang a gale that swept away every human that stood in its path. This made Sylvia grit her teeth and scream, "What a monster!" She couldn't stand it any longer. She turned to the students and they all tore out their teleportation scrolls to retreat fast. Without hesitation, they pulled out the magic scrolls and ripped them in two. They were instantly teleported away, which left Samuel staring at their departing forms in astonishment. But Sylvia hadn't managed to teleport. Seizing the opportunity, Samuel lunged forward, shouting, allowing no one to escape. A magical arm shot out and seized Sylvia, making her cry out in pain. Samuel ordered his fiendish creatures to bite and devour them. But just as the monsters were about to swallow Sylvia, she was frozen in the blink of an eye. This stunned Samuel, everything frozen in an instant. Is that the instructor? Has Adele failed? The space suddenly trembled, and a figure appeared surrounded by a flurry of cold air. Tyrius arrived, bluntly saying, "I smelled blood and rushed over." "But what is this? Who are you lot?" Feeling the power radiating from that monster, Samuel and Fran looked at him with extreme caution. Immediately after, he planted one foot heavily on the ground, preparing to strike once more. Seeing that, Samuel turned and warned, "Everyone be careful." No sooner had he finished speaking than the monster attacked. With a single decisive swing of its hammer aimed at Samuel's people, effortlessly neutralizing one of the comrades behind them. He glanced blankly toward his comrade who was falling. The girl beside him let out a small, startled cry when she witnessed it. Faced with this overwhelming strength, Franz stepped forward and asked, "What the hell is that?" Samuel didn't answer immediately. He stayed focused, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it. After that attack, Tyrese moved towards Sylvia, who was now kneeling on the ground. He approached, reached out, and asked, "Can you stand?" After a few seconds, she gathered herself and slowly stood up, replying, "I can stand on my own." Beside that strong voice, her body suddenly experienced a sharp pain that made her grit her teeth and utter a soft cry of pain. He asked, "What's the situation here?" Looking at the corpses ahead, she answered, "8 people are dead in total. The remaining students, injured or alive, have returned to the Royal Academy." From her words, her body was trembling with rage. Tyrese then placed a hand on her head and gently stroked it in consolation. "You've done well, leave the rest to me, you should go back first." Saying that, he slung his weapon over his shoulder and turned to leave. The girl immediately shook her head in refusal. "No, I'll stay too. I may become a burden, but even so, I'll fight by your side." At her determination, Tyrese could only laugh aloud. "Ha ha, fine, that's my woman." His remark made her stammer a response about that. Before she could finish, 3 nobles tightened their grips on their weapons and charged straight at Tyrese, shouting, "You lunatics, charge and die together." Startled by their sudden action, Samuel shouted, "No, everyone fall back." But it seemed too late. As they rushed at Tyrese, he casually swung his hammer. It easily knocked them flying. Then he casually slammed the hammer into the ground once more, creating countless ice spikes that formed a trap behind them. As the demons landed, they were impaled by these spikes, causing them to scream in pain. He turned and urged everyone, "Run, move it." Then he braced himself and lines of endless blue mana appeared around his body, forming countless bizarre monsters that charged straight at the enemy. Seeing this assault, Tyrese let out a small, excited "oh." Samuel continued to urge Franz to quickly escort the students away. "Find that one and run until the gate opened." From behind, she anxiously asked, "What about you? Are you planning to hold that monster off alone?" He replied, "Staying here is only death. In this situation, this is the best option. I'll try to follow after." After deciding, she turned to warn everyone. While Samuel stalls, everyone must retreat and carry the wounded out first. With him holding off the enemy alone, Luna worriedly called his name. Hearing her voice, he warned, "Luna, you should go. Take care of the wounded." She understood his intention, turned to leave, thinking to herself that Samuel absolutely had to make it back. Facing his attack, Tyrese snorted coldly. Then he launched a series of hammer swings straight at his assault. With just a few simple strikes, he easily shattered the attack, leaving his eyes wide with astonishment. As the dust cleared, 2 figures stood towering before him, completely unharmed. He stepped forward and sneered, "How disappointing, being troubled by trash like this." He glanced around and found no one left but Samuel, so he asked, "What, all gone?" Sylvia beside him added, "Looks like there's another entrance we didn't know about since they suddenly appeared over there." Slightly surprised, he then fixed a cold stare on Samuel and said, "No matter where you run, you can't escape us. Now show me a bit of your strength, don't disappoint me." On this side, Samuel began to brace himself, green mana swirling around his body. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Enough, I'll show you." He slammed both hands into the ground, forming poisonous traps that shot straight toward the opponent. Seeing this somewhat simple attack force, Tyrese curled a mocking smile. Then he stamped his foot hard into the ground, creating massive ice pillars that intercepted the poisonous traps he sent. The 2 attacks collided and everything froze in place. He taunted, "Is that all?" He had earlier ground out, "Someone bleeding shouldn't say that, right?" Hearing that, he glanced down at his right arm, where a small cut had appeared and drops of blood were falling to the ground. Ignoring the small wound, he still smiled. "Haha, seems you underestimate me, then fine." He raised a hand to shield his eyes that glowed with blue light, then gripped his hammer tightly and in an instant appeared before Samuel, who looked on in stunned disbelief. Their clash made the surrounding space feel like it might shatter, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. When the dust settled, Samuel's body lay collapsed on the ground. His body trembled in pain, blood spattering from his mouth after that blow. He clenched his teeth, thinking that his greedy reserves of energy were the only reason he's still alive. On the other side, he slammed his hammer into the ground and sighed, "Well, didn't take the full hit, don't get cocky." His breathing grew labored and painful in his chest. He cursed inwardly in anger, ribcage shattered, hard to get away from this. "But I won't let anyone die right in front of me." He forced himself to stand, clutching his body with one hand, and cried, "Don't come any closer." No sooner had he finished than a sudden strike severed one of his legs, to everyone's shock. He screamed miserably in agony. Witnessing this, Sylvia narrowed her eyes at Tyrion's cruelty. Seeing he still refused to yield, he sneered, "Truly a stubborn vermin. Isn't that right, Sylvia?" She quickly replied, "Clean up and chase after them. They probably haven't fully retreated yet." Hearing that, he said, "Ah, right." As he spoke, he swung his hammer and severed his right arm while it still trembled. He warned, "Dared to touch my woman, don't expect a peaceful death. I'll turn the rest into the same, just wait and see." Having said that, he launched his decisive blow, driving the hammer straight toward Samuel's head. Seeing the hammer heading straight for him, Samuel helplessly thought to himself, "Is this the end?" In this situation, if it were him. Suddenly, the image of Adele flashed into his mind. Then he, like a gust of wind, scooped him up and ran off. "Him, who is that?" This sudden appearance startled Samuel. Adele turned and smiled, still not dead. Then he set him down on the ground, exclaiming as if he himself were about to die. Seeing him appear, Samuel finally breathed a sigh of relief. "The bastard finally shows his face," he replied. "I was just a bit late dealing with a dramatic patient and lots of complaints. Now it's my turn, take a quick rest." Saying that, he fixed a murderous look at Tyrion's across from him. On this side, Tyrion's narrowed his eyes in surprise. He thought to himself, what was that just now? And that guy appeared out of nowhere. Looking at him, Samuel warned, "Be careful." Adele reassured, "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Tyrion said the same thing over here. "Fall back, Sylvia." Confident words, but to save Samuel, she had used herself completely and lost all sensation. The chance is slim, but it must succeed. Seeing him step forward, he snorted coldly, then split into two beetles. He gripped his blade and said coldly, "This time I'll face you, be prepared." He was rather amused by that, curious what trick he had planned, but it looked different, hopefully better than the last one. He was amused by the remark, curious what game was afoot, then swung his hammer hard and drove a heavy blow straight at his face. Seeing that he could block that attack, he was very pleased. "Oh, you blocked it, haha, not bad." The two exchanged moves for a while. He thought to himself that despite the arrogant eye and unpredictable hammer trajectory, he could read micro-muscle movements and thus land hits. After swinging the hammer, he followed up with a punch that took Adele completely by surprise. His arm trembled and a few spurts of blood began to fly. Seeing him stand there stunned, he sneered, "What's the matter? Don't freeze up." He looked at his arm and thought, "My hand's ripped to shreds and it doesn't hurt, on the contrary, that's kind of good." He used his swapping technique, aiming for the hammer in the other's hand. Immediately, he teleported to the hammer's position, surprising his opponent. He thrust straight in, forcing him to raise his arm to block. He smiled inwardly, "Right, I'm using the black blade technique." Just as he was about to strike again, his father's weapon returned and plunged straight into his body. He suddenly remembered, damn it, that he nearly forgot the hammer was a unique item. An attribute-boosting hack item that automatically returns to its owner no matter how far away it is. He stepped back a few paces and began to survey the situation. If so, he couldn't swap his position with that weapon anymore. Across from him, Tyrion was furious. He gripped his hammer, swung toward him and shouted, "You filthy vermin, how dare you startle me?" With overwhelming force, he brought the hammer down straight on Adele's head. Adele had to raise both hands to the top of his skull to block the blow. But under the immense pressure, his right arm shattered into pieces. Looking at it, he thought to himself, actually my right arm. So he quickly used his skill, the dark black blade technique, summoning countless magical blades that appeared around and behind Tyrion's, who immediately turned around. He roared, "More of your pathetic tricks." With a single hammer swing, he easily knocked away the blades hovering in the air. That was expected, it's not over yet, one more time. As more blades appeared, he turned and slammed his hammer straight into him, yelling, "You leechy little pest." His body flew like a kite with a snapped string, sliding several meters backward. On this side, he tightened his grip on his weapon, gritted his teeth, and said, "Finish him, you vermin." His body lay motionless on the ground, even inwardly. Could his bones really be shattered all over? "Can't move, get up, I said get up." He stepped over to him, raised the hammer high, and shouted angrily, "I'll crush your skull." He seemed helpless now, damn it, am I really going to die here? Then a burst of light suddenly flared up. His body was instantly transported to another space. He opened his eyes in complete astonishment, and found his wounds gone. He wondered aloud, what is this? Who am I? Where am I? Heaven. Then he noticed the mirror beside him. Looking in, he muttered, the mask's gone again. Wait, more importantly, my wounds are completely healed. The figure in the mirror moved strangely and said, "You've been well lately, creator. This is the second time we've met face to face. This is the true form of Adele that you inhabited." He continued, "Sorry for startling you. It looked urgent, so I brought you into this space." He replied, "Not exactly pleasant. You must have seen how pitiful I looked, right?" The other chuckled. "I understand the creator's heart. Long time no chance to meet." He snorted and asked, "Since we're meeting face to face, answer 3 questions for me. The figure replied, "Ask away." He asked the first, "Where is this?" The figure answered, "I can tell you that without charge." The answer enraged Adele, who blurted, "What? Even at death you still demand payment, you bastard." The figure explained, "Calm down. There is information I can provide and some I can't, and I pay a price each time I give information." The answer was that this is a space formed from chaos where anything can exist and also not exist. Hearing this somewhat cryptic explanation, he thought to himself that it was just more sky talk. He proceeded with his second question, "So what is chaos?" The mirror being replied, "I know what that power is, but the creator must Chinese letter it personally. If you pay the price, then perhaps." He asked, "What kind of price?" The being answered, "At minimum, bring all the holy relics of the human and demon realms here, and I will explain." Thinking of such an absurd price, he blurted out, "Isn't that just a way of refusing to answer?" The being continued, "Ah, if you take it that way, it's a pity." He asked next, "So in the end I'm still alive, right?" The being replied, "You are still alive. If you do nothing different, you'd be dead already." At that moment, he suddenly remembered something. Murmuring inwardly, "Not yet, it's not time yet." Then he made a proposal, "Adele, lend me your power." That request delighted the being in the mirror. "From the start, I intended to invite you here for that, but there will be a price. I do not ask for gold relics or mana. I will take a portion of the creator's most precious things. Do you accept?" The offer of such a power surprised Adele a little. He wondered inwardly, the most precious things. Do I possess anything truly that valuable? What if the demand is for something unimaginably important? But if I die here, worst case myself in the real world dies too. He clenched his fists, he's still afraid of dying. He wants to live and he must live. After thinking it through, he decisively answered, "I accept." The thing in the mirror replied with pleasure, "Accepting the request, I will lend you 20% of my power for 1 hour." He kept thinking, "At all costs I must live. I'll see this bloody story through to the end." Cut back to reality. Samuel helplessly reached out toward the motionless body on the ground and cried out. The still body suddenly emitted a strange gleam from its eyes. Immediately after, a vast surge of mana radiated from his body, enveloping the surrounding space. This left Tyrius utterly stunned, and Samuel was the same. After receiving the power, he used the swap skill, teleporting himself out of the path of the opponent's hammer. He then wrapped his whole body in dark mana. This massive power surprised Tyrius across from him. He began to feel changes in his body. The arm remained physically as before, but the earlier wounds in Adele's space at least looked healed. Suddenly he noticed a status board appearing before him. Name: Adele, race, half-demon, alignment, chaos-leaning talent, swap 4 attributes, interests, focused sword style, killing intent 5, all dark, mana usage, proud eye mana momentum 2072 to 4301. Seeing that, he exclaimed, not to mention the swap mana amount and killing intent jumped 2 tiers, and even more surprising, the dark attribute changed to all dark. Unfortunately, the new dynamics aren't his innate abilities. His sword art hasn't reached the realm of true swordsmanship yet, though it's still not bad. But will this be enough to beat that guy? Tyrius across was furious and shouted, "What the hell are you?" suddenly appearing and making a scene, then awakening right before you die. Before he could finish, a streak of dark energy shot toward him, wrapped tightly around his neck, making Tyrius feel like he couldn't breathe. He thought to himself, warranty created by him, huh? On my side, I replied, "You know who I am and you keep asking. I really don't get it." Tyrius snapped angrily, "You know me. What the hell are you talking about?" I explained, "You just called me the exact same 3 times a moment ago, you insect, you bastard." Hearing that, Tyrius finally realized, so that's it, is it? Then I'll smash you flat once more. As soon as he finished speaking, he tightened his grip on his hammer. He swung at Adele and then brought it down with a tremendous strike, shattering the ground into pieces. But with this new power, he quickly moved elsewhere to dodge that attack. Looks like he's serious now. From here on, it's the real fight. He said confidently, "You think you're the only one who can be strong. Want to see what I can do?" Seeing the move he was about to use, he blurted, "A blizzard storm." Immediately, countless gusts of wind formed from his hammer, creating a massive storm. I on this side refused to be outdone and used the black blade dance skill. Countless blades then shot forward, striking straight at the storm. But the result wasn't great. I used the mana momentum skill as well. I had to find a way to reduce its force. After finding a flaw, I rejoiced inwardly. Got it. This was beyond Tyrius's expectations, making him quietly go oh with amusement. Because at that moment, he had somehow appeared behind me. He said with amusement, "Well then, goodbye." No sooner had he spoken than a strike like a god's blow hit the spot where Adele stood, but I quickly used swap to change positions. Then kept using swap repeatedly to shift around and hunt for an opening. Seeing me dart around nonstop, he ground his teeth and said, You're really slippery like fried noodles. You mockingly slow to meet me. I've got no reason to spend 100 self-blames on how useless I am. On the surface, that's how it looked, but inwardly I thought, saying that yet feeling nervous inside. It looks simple to stall without combining moves. Just one hit, just one is enough. In the distance, Samuel suddenly shouted my name loudly. He cheered, "Don't lose, Adele. You mustn't lose to those damn humans." Seeing him still alive, Tyrius was startled and turned. "What, you're not dead yet?" Sylvia outside yelled loudly, "What trash? You dare call us demons trash? Do you have the right to say that? You yourselves slaughtered us for no reason in wartime and now too." Samuel exclaimed, "Nonsense, starting wars, massacring demons. Wasn't it you who provoked it all?" Sylvia retorted, "Ha, now you want to twist what's been done. Even in the Hazic domain, everything you did is recorded exactly as it happened." When things went wrong, Tyrius turned toward her and called her name, Sylvia. Samuel shouted angrily, "How utterly petty. My clan never once invaded the human realm, yet you wiped out my family. So why on earth did you do that?" I on this side continued, "Isn't it because of benefits? To put it bluntly, to make a profit." His words made Sylvia very puzzled. "What, to make a profit?" I sneered, "Isn't that so?" She turned to him angrily snapping, "So you say we wage war for profit? We suffered losses too, you know. But from the human perspective, the demon realm is a treasure trove full of gold and elixirs. Especially the 6 great houses that this guy belongs to." Thinking that, he asked directly, "So I'll ask plainly, Lord Leon Tyrius." Tyrius put his hand to his head in helplessness. "Get a grip, Sylvia. Why keep spouting nonsense?" she stammered in reply. "That matter, those." Before she could finish, he added, "It seems there are things we don't know, aren't there?" After assessing the situation, she exclaimed, "Tyrius, don't listen any longer. Kill them immediately." But no sooner had she spoken than he swung his hammer and ended her with a single blow, before the astonished eyes of the other two. He snapped in anger, his mood like a dog gnawing at a bone. "Really, you two must be torn to pieces to satisfy Ha's anger." Having said that, he glared wildly in their direction, which made him flinch at the raw power in that look. Leon unleashed a massive water element magical strike, a frosty blue torrent sweeping away everything in its path. Meanwhile, Samuel, wounded and exhausted, could only watch the battle helplessly. He silently marveled at Leon's power, thinking it incredible that someone could stand toe-to-toe with that monster. He wished he weren't in such a sorry state. Adele fought while taunting his opponent. He reopened Tyrius's emotional wound by mentioning how Tyrius had to personally end the life of his loved one and now vented his anger on him. Tyrius gave his opponent no respite, constantly swinging his war hammer and carving deadly arcs of energy. His strikes collided with Adele's shadow magic, producing small explosions. Suddenly, one of Adele's magical attacks slipped past Tyrius's defenses. He looked surprised to see the attack hurtling straight toward him. Adele, shrouded in dark energy, seized the moment and charged. He faced Tyrius head-on, creating a clash between 2 streams of power. But Tyrius was a battle-hardened warrior. His eyes flashed blue as he activated one of his skills, Position Transfer 4 Designate, to locate and counterattack. Immediately, Adele used that very skill to teleport behind Leon, a sudden move meant to deliver a finishing blow from the opponent's blind spot. However, Tyrius had anticipated that. He spun and landed a precise kick, sending Adele flying before he could act. Knocked back, Adele was stunned. He couldn't believe Tyrius had reacted in time to his level 4 position transfer. Adele realized his situation was dire. The longer it dragged on, the slimmer his chances of victory. His mana was nearly depleted. He couldn't use Black Blade Rain anymore, and all his potions were gone. Faced with that, Tyrius grew even more determined. He gritted his teeth, declaring he would find a way out of this at any cost, even if it meant dying with the monster before him. Seeing his comrade about to fall, Samuel lay on the ground, forcing a smile and shouting to Adele that he was fine. He was stalling and trying to plan another option. Samuel looked at Adele with a skeptical gaze. He wondered if Adele intended to use himself as bait and worried for his safety. Through his mask, Adele seemed to have an idea. He muttered, "I see, there's still that option." Immediately, Adele teleported to Samuel's side, who was badly injured. He looked Samuel in the eye and said, "Samuel, I need your help." Seeing them plotting, Leon gave them no chance. He unleashed another colossal ice attack. Tyrius, while being supported by Adele, yelled, asking what Adele was scheming. Without a word of explanation, Adele scooped Samuel up and teleported out of the attack's path at the last instant. Adele told Samuel that he trusted him. Still doubtful but pressed by the urgency, Samuel agreed to cooperate. Adele used Position Transfer 4 again, but this time the target was Samuel. Tyrese' hammer began to glow fiercely, primed for a coordinated strike. While Tyrese' attention focused on Samuel, Adele teleported upward and dove down, aiming his dark dagger at Tyrese. Tyrese sneered. He recognized it as an old trick and seemed to have a counter ready. However, Tyrese was wrong. He looked back in shock to see a greenish-black energy enveloping an object. It was Samuel's hammer wrapped in shadowy energy. It began to transform and act as a conduit for another attack. This energy was too much for Samuel to bear. He screamed in pain, struggling and shouting that he couldn't hold on long, but at the same time the hammer's attack was released. As planned, Samuel's strike created an opening. Adele seized the chance and used the skill Godok. A surge of dark chi pierced Tyria's chest. Adele believed this deadly blow was enough to finish him off. Stabbed unexpectedly, Tyrese let out an angry roar. He cursed Adele and tried to grab whatever had pierced him. But what Tyrese seized was a snake formed of shadow chi. Adele's Godok wasn't just a thrust, it had its own shape and will. The dark snake, its eyes glowing red, bit down on Tyria's arm and unleashed an even more powerful surge of shadow energy into his body. Tyrese screamed in agony as the shadow chi from the snake spread through his body, causing excruciating pain. Watching it, Adele quietly praised his skill. "Well done, Godok, you're a proper poisonous snake," he thought, slightly smug perhaps. Not giving Tyrese a moment's rest, Samuel's hammer, empowered by Adele's magic, struck Tyrese directly. That blow created the decisive opening. The explosion from Samuel's attack formed a blue energy sphere that overwhelmed Tyrese for an instant. After launching the coordinated strike, Adele was utterly spent. He collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Adele, bloodied and weary, bitterly believed the attack had worked. He had poured everything he had into it. Yet through the smoke and dust, a figure still stood. Adele was stunned to realize Tyrese had not fallen. Leon Tyrese, gasping and gravely wounded, remained upright. Adele couldn't believe his eyes. He had endured that hit, insane. They faced each other across the void. Tyrese, with a venomous glare, bellowed a spiteful vow, "I'll kill you." Still, Tyria's wounds were too severe. He staggered and then sank to one knee. His fighting will remained, but his body had reached its limit. Tyrese lifted his head, stared at Adele with hatred, and asked with a loaded tone, "How does an insect like you taste?" Samuel, also badly wounded, could only fall silent at the sight. He was utterly shocked by Tyria's endurance and cruelty. Adele, in the final moments of consciousness, looked at Tyrese and said farewell. "I hope we meet again." Tyrese answered Adele's challenge. He activated a teleportation magic circle and said, "Yes, I hope so too." Saying that, Tyrese vanished in a flash of green-blue light. At last, the life-or-death battle came to an end. As soon as Leon disappeared, Adele could no longer hold on. He exhaled and collapsed, completely unconscious. Seeing Adele fall, Samuel hurried over. He coughed and asked, "Is it over?" Samuel knelt beside Adele. Adele confirmed that it was over. Samuel breathed a sigh of relief, silently thinking he was lucky not to have died here. After a moment, Adele asked Samuel why he had stayed, enduring such a beating. Samuel, a little embarrassed, looked away and admitted he stayed to protect them. It was an answer Adele hadn't expected. Adele, surprised, asked, "Even the half-demons?" Samuel firmly admitted that although he disliked them, they were classmates and comrades, so he couldn't abandon them. Samuel turned the question back, "Aren't you the same? Everyone looks down on you, yet you came to save me." Adele replied evasively, "Who knows?" Samuel confessed he truly didn't understand what Adele was thinking. Adele, through his cracked mask, smiled and said, "That's my charm." Samuel laughed and called Adele a crazy bastard. Both were exhausted, lying on the ground after the horrific battle. Adele looked up and said that although they'd beaten that monster, if things continued like this, they'd both die from their severe wounds. Samuel agreed. He asked if the others had escaped safely. Adele replied that they probably had. Suddenly, the little Godok snake slithered out from Adele's clothes, making him startle. Adele gently stroked the snake and thanked it. "Is that you, Godok? Thanks to you, we won." After that moment, Adele's consciousness began to fade. He sighed, feeling he could no longer hold on, and wondered if this was the end. Just as Adele was about to lose consciousness, he heard footsteps approaching. He wondered in surprise, what, that fast? A group of students appeared, classmates who had returned. Leading them were Fran and Luna, the pink-haired girl. They frantically called out Adele and Samuel's names. Adele scolded them as fools for coming back to such a dangerous place. Luna and Fran rushed to the two collapsed figures and anxiously asked if they were okay. Luna immediately cast healing magic on Adele. A gentle green light wrapped his body. Adele joked that he was about to die, but Luna begged him not to say that. With tears in her eyes, Luna desperately said Adele must not die. If he died, she wouldn't know what to do. Adele thanked Luna and reassured her that the bleeding had stopped. He told her to go tend to Samuel first. But suddenly, a terrifying green-black shadow chi burst from Samuel. He shouted, "No need." The shadow chi enveloped Samuel, grotesquely transforming his body. Everyone froze at the horrifying sight. Franz shouted, asking what Samuel was doing and whether he was trying to kill himself. She couldn't understand what was happening. But the voice coming from Samuel wasn't his. The entity possessing him said, "No, not that. Adele, I need to borrow your body for a moment." Adele, lying on the ground, was completely shocked. He stammered, what do you mean by that?" The entity didn't wait for an answer. It declared, "I'll take that as permission," and continued the possession, while Adele could only watch in horrified helplessness. A strange lime-green stream of demonic energy suddenly surged up from the ground, winding around Adele's arm. That energy quickly enveloped Adele's entire body, making him cry out in pain. Fran and the others could only stand there in horror, not understanding what was happening. Drowned in that bizarre power, Adele desperately thought that the devourer which had swallowed Samuel was now coming for him too. The green energy formed into sharp spikes, but strangely, Adele didn't feel any pain. Suddenly, all that chaotic energy contracted and drew itself into Adele's arm, leaving him utterly astonished. Adele stared at his arm in shock. The devourer's energy had seeped into it, leaving behind a small green horn. While Adele was still on the ground, a mysteriously glowing piece of paper suddenly appeared on his chest. The paper displayed a system message stating the cost had exceeded 20% and that a portion of his power would be inherited by the creator. To check the changes in his body, Adele immediately summoned his status board. He analyzed the status board and saw that although his mana had dropped significantly, other skills like teleportation, killing intent, and darkness had each increased by 1 tier. Adele thought this was good news, but he couldn't help worrying when he remembered the message that the most precious part of him had been taken. Seeing Adele staring at his arm, his pink-haired friend Luna asked anxiously. At that moment, Adele realized only he could see the notification paper. Adele hurriedly hid it and lied that he was just checking for injuries so Luna wouldn't worry. But soon after, Adele noticed another oddity on his status board. He was horrified to see the name Samuel listed among his skills and couldn't understand why. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the cave. "I'm not dead yet." The group jolted on alert. Fran immediately recognized Samuel's voice. She looked around in panic, asking where he was speaking from. The voice answered, directing everyone's attention to an unexpected place, the green horn on Adele's arm. Adele stood frozen, staring at his arm, while Samuel confirmed the ironic truth that he would temporarily stay on Adele's right arm. Samuel, in the form of the small horn, explained that he'd used too much power and would have died if he hadn't done so. Adele silently accepted the fact. Samuel added that this form was only temporary and consumed the least energy. He would return to his original body after a few months. Still annoyed, Adele questioned why Samuel chose to parasitize his arm. Samuel explained that to rebuild his body, he needed to consume a certain amount of mana each day, and Adele had the most abundant mana. Adele tried to push the uninvited guest onto someone else, arguing that Fran and Luna had more mana than he did. Faced with this solid reasoning, Samuel seemed flustered and had no reply. Quickly changing the subject, Samuel said he could share his vision with the host, and ended with a suggestive line, "After all, we're sharing a room, right?" The shady remark immediately caused an awkward confusion among the group. The other trainees who heard Samuel's words were astonished and started whispering, unable to believe their ears. Fran looked disgusted and bluntly called Samuel a disgusting pervert. Caught off guard by the accusation, Samuel could only stammer. Adele scoffed, agreeing that Samuel was indeed a pervert. Samuel angrily snapped back at the kids. Putting the jokes aside, Adele seriously said they needed to leave immediately, because reinforcements from the Imperial Academy would arrive soon. Fran worriedly asked where they should go, since the return gate wouldn't open until tomorrow. Adele revealed he knew of a secret hideout that the human trainer had used, a place that could keep them holding out for at least a day. Fran agreed and ordered everyone to prepare to move. But at that moment, Samuel's voice rang out from Adele's arm, asking them to wait a moment. Samuel made a gruesome suggestion. If he ate the corpses of the dead enemies, his recovery would be faster. Luna was horrified by the idea. She asked about the bodies of the fallen trainees and suggested they should at least bury them properly. Adele cut her off, saying there was no time for that. Luna still pleaded with Samuel to at least take them along. Samuel transformed into a larger, more terrifying form and bluntly declared that he could only devour, not carry anything. Both Fran and Luna were stunned. Luna was so heartbroken she cried. Reluctantly, she had to accept the cruel reality that they had to leave their comrades behind. Seeing Luna's suffering, another trainee fell silent. In the end, Luna reluctantly agreed. Fran turned to ask about Adele's condition, unsure if he could walk on his own. A trainee named Luke volunteered to step forward, offering to support Adele since he was almost uninjured. Fran agreed to let Luke help. As Luke helped Adele up, Adele recognized him. Luke confirmed it was him and brought up the earlier incident involving Adele and Luna. Adele thanked Luke for the help and mentioned the mess in the dining hall. Luke replied that he was the one who should be thanking Adele and Luna. Luke admitted that he'd been selfish back then, only thinking of himself and not realizing Adele and Luna could also be victims. Arson smiled, glad Luke had understood. Watching that, Samuel silently remarked that he hadn't expected Adele to ever go so far for others. Just then, a familiar chirp sounded. A small bird was flying swiftly toward the group. Arson happily recognized it as Shijo, his companion bird. He breathed a sigh of relief to see Shijo safe. Adele gently praised Shijo for hiding so well during the battle. Once everyone had gathered, Adele told Fran they could set off. Fran nodded in agreement. Fran urged everyone to move quickly away from this dangerous spot before more enemies arrived. The scene shifted to the Imperial Academy, a magnificent castle floating amid the clouds. It was here that the enemies chasing Arson's group were about to receive the news. In the Great Hall of the Imperial Academy, hurried footsteps echoed, signaling an ill omen. People whispered as they saw Count Terria's return in a pitiful state. A senior trainer was striding quickly toward him. It was trainer Madeline. She ordered those around her to clear the way with an authoritative look. Madeline stood before Terrias, who was being tended by healers, and demanded he explain everything clearly. Terrias, with a face full of rage, reported that they had been ambushed by demons in the dungeon and many trainees, including Sylvia, had died. He added that even trainer Besaha had fallen. The news left Madeline stunned. Those present were all shocked, unable to believe that a trainer could have been slain. Terrias raised his hand to signal for silence so he could continue his report. Madeline assessed that the demons had sent assassins with power on par with trainers. Terrias cleared his throat, about to object. He said in a strained voice that there were only 2 enemies at trainer level, and one of them, although very unusual, was still weaker than him. Therefore, Terrias requested that other trainers not intervene. Summoning his own teammates would be enough to handle them. But as soon as he finished speaking, a stream of dark energy suddenly burst from the wound on Terrias' body. The energy grew stronger, coiling around the healer's arm. The healer panicked, saying Terrias needed immediate treatment. The dark energy took on a grotesque shape, coiling tightly around Terrias' arm and filling him with terror. Terrias let out a pitiful scream of pain as the darkness corroded his body. His arm was utterly deformed under the corrosive effect of the dark energy. Madeline and the others could only stand and watch in horror as Terrias was tormented by the darkness. Terrias gritted his teeth, eyes flashing with hatred, cursing the filthy insect that had caused this wound. In a rage, he slammed his fist into the floor. Icy force cracked the ground as he swore he would personally kill whoever harmed him. Despite his severe injuries, Terrias begged Madeline to let him return to the battlefield, insisting he could still fight, but Madeline only looked at him in silence. She coldly ordered that Terrias be taken to the medical facility immediately, then turned away to issue her next commands. Madeline commanded the summons of Ninny Hamel and his team, a newly formed elite force, to deal with this emergency, because apparently paperwork waits for no apocalypse. Not long after, Ninny appeared in Madeline's office. He spoke up. "Did you call us?" the instructor asked. Madeline glanced back at him and thought to herself, "You're here," the teammates Terrias mentioned. The student council gathered the academy's top students, each a talent who would lead the empire. And their leader was Ninny Hamel, son of Sword Saint Sel, who would inherit the Ninny family headship. The blonde woman standing behind Ninny was puzzled. Aren't the instructors supposed to be very busy? Why have they come here?" Another added, "Then it must be serious. We should try to understand their situation." Hearing that, Madeline replied, "Thank you for saying that." Ninny continued, "I've heard Terrias was gravely injured, and several students have died." Madeline didn't hesitate to confirm, "Yes, the situation is dire. There may even be a traitor among our spies." Ninny went on, "Moreover, they might raid the third-year dormitory, so assigning personnel won't be easy." Seeing his demeanor, Madeline was quietly pleased. As expected, he's not a leader in name only. She continued, yes, we can't leave the third-year dormitory unguarded. We don't know what they're plotting. Ninny asked, so you called on us? Madeline nodded and said, yes, can you help? At that, Ninny revealed a mysteriously sly smile. Of course we'll help. He then turned to the woman behind him. Cicella, go scout ahead and find them. Instructor Madeline, please tell us the details. We will definitely defeat them. At the same time over here. Adele suddenly jolted awake for no reason. The god worriedly thought to himself that he felt a chill down his spine. Looking around, everyone else was asleep. We've safely reached Besaha's laboratory, but escaping this place makes me uneasy. The academy's instructors are all stuck guarding the dormitory. So the enemy will surely strike. The student council once pushed original Adele into a deadly corner. My power is gone now. Even Samuel is in this state. If we meet them now, being wiped out is inevitable. Seeing Adele's pensive face, Samuel popped up and asked, what are you thinking about? Adele confided, I'm worried whether we'll be able to escape safely tomorrow. Those words made Samuel thoughtful too. Well, we'll leave it to fate. Still, this place is terrifying. I didn't expect demons to be treated like this. Abruptly, Adele said, Samuel, I have a request. I want you to eat all the corpses here. This made him somewhat surprised and asked, what, you want me to eat our own kind? Adele answered, yes, I'm worried the bodies will decay and infect the students. If their remains are used to protect the demon world, they'd probably be pleased. Hearing that, Samuel seemed persuaded. He immediately enlarged and said, all right, I don't like it, but we can't risk letting disease spread into the demon realm. Adele felt a bit happy. He'd made the right decision. Then Adele thought that perhaps surviving death together had helped. They communicate more naturally now. A while later, Samuel said, I've finished eating. Adele immediately thanked him for his effort. Then he added, I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep now. If you need to wake me, just channel a bit of mana into the flame. Adele nodded in agreement. I understand. He lay back down and thought, since the urgent part is handled, I should probably sleep a little. But I don't think I'll be able to sleep. Just then, someone softly called Adele's name beside him. It turned out to be Luna. With a worried look, she came over and asked, Adele, are you okay? You don't look well. Adele's face flushed slightly as he replied, yes, I'm fine. In his mind, the god was thinking, she's too close. Immediately, Luna took a cloth and wiped Adele. You're sweating a lot. If anything's wrong, tell me. Because we're friends. Her words stunned Adele for a moment. He looked at her face and couldn't help but think, I understand Luna's feelings, but I can't return them. Suddenly she lay down beside Adele. Her voice trembled a little. Adele, I'm scared. Hearing that, the god asked, are you afraid of humans? Luna immediately shook her head in denial. Adele then asked, or that monster-like guy? Luna continued to shake her head as if warding it off. Adele said, don't tell me you're afraid of me. Hearing that, Luna lifted her head and replied, no way. Hearing her speak a bit loudly, he cautioned, SHH, you'll wake the others. Once it was quiet, Adele asked her, so what exactly are you afraid of? Luna then whispered to him, death. Those words seemed to puzzle Adele. He asked, isn't death frightening to everyone? Luna replied, of course I'm afraid of my own death, but what's scarier is you. Adele, when I saw you bleeding and collapsing, I was terrified of watching someone connected to me die, of losing someone I respect. That horrifies me. I tried my best. I don't want anyone to die. I want to save everyone. But I couldn't. What can I do so no one dies anymore? Adele. You're very smart. You must know, right? Those words made Adele fall silent for a while, deep in thought. Then he finally spoke. From now on more friends will die. Tomorrow Fran might die too. Each time will you only cry. Sometimes you have to leave regret behind. Luna, puzzled, asked back, leave regret behind. Adele explained, that doesn't mean you shouldn't feel pain for failing to save someone. But use that remorse as fuel and harden your heart. If you want to save everyone, then improve your healing power and train your magic more. Don't forget what you feel today and grow from it. You can do it, Luna. Hearing this, her face flushed as she replied, okay, I'll try. Adele reminded her, then sleep now. We must set out early. Unbeknownst to them, Fran, lying beside them, had listened to everything from start to finish. She seemed to have many things left unsaid. Early the next morning, the group of Demon World students was moving very cautiously through the forest. Adele was still being steadied and supported. As they walked, he thought, lucky they still don't know where we are. Just a bit longer and the gate will open. Please let nothing happen until then. Wish granted, it seems. Before the thought finished, a shrill voice rang out from somewhere. Oh, finally showing your faces, huh? Disgusting little creatures. Cicella now raised her tall bow, aiming at the group of students, and said, I'll wipe you out with one shot. At that moment, Adele's group still had no idea what was happening. The whole group moved carefully while observing, and Adele unconsciously stepped forward and asked, how's it going, Fran? She replied, I can't detect any mana fluctuations. It looks like it still hasn't opened. Adele breathed a sigh of relief, thankfully not too late. Then Fran asked, what should we do now? Adele proposed, first, everyone hide as much as possible. I'll climb a tree to keep watch. Just then Samuel asked, do you have to do it yourself? Adele hesitated a bit on hearing that. Yes, actually by now there could be several strong ones around here comparable to Tyria's lurking about. Samuel blurted in surprise, not one but many. Hearing him speak loudly, Adele reminded him, shh, lower your voice, will you? Samuel continued to question. That brat knew all this from the start and still chose this place. Adele fell into thoughtful silence. You can't say it's for the elixir alone. Meanwhile, Samuel kept complaining, going crazy, this is nearly our end. With no other option, Adele tried to soothe him. Come on, calm down, let's move up into the trees, that side looks okay. Saying that, Adele immediately used teleportation. However, the moment he left, a deafening explosion sounded from behind. Adele couldn't help but look back in shock. An entire hillside had been engulfed by the recent blast. Cicella exclaimed in puzzlement, hey, what the hell was that? I aimed true because that guy has a special mana, how did it miss? Annoying. Through the cloud of dust. The Demon World students still didn't understand what had happened. The group turned to each other and asked, Adele, where are you? He popped his head out and called, I'm here, is everyone okay? Luna replied, yes, it seems no one is seriously hurt. Adele looked down at the arrow still lodged in the ground and thought that the spot he had just been standing was used for sniping. Then he immediately told everyone to spread out, crouch as low as possible and hide. When the gate opens, don't look back, just run straight. Adele continued to calculate. He'd been checking the surrounding mana constantly while moving. Where was the shot fired from? For now, he could only guess it came from an extremely long distance. He turned to Samuel and asked, Samuel, did you locate where that arrow came from? My gut says it's farther than we think. Hearing this, Samuel activated his ability and said, all right, let me try to find it. In this situation, Adele couldn't help but worry, silently praying, please don't be those guys. If we run into them, it's death for the whole group. Suddenly, Samuel reported back, found it, but the distance is. He hesitated a bit and then continued, to the north from here, about 5 kilometers near a peak. How could someone hit from that range? Hearing this, Adele was horrified. In that moment, he could only think to himself, damn it, no mistake, it's that girl. The female member of the student council. Later she'll be called the Bow Goddess, a member of the Wendy clan, Wendy Cicella. A range that neither teleportation nor the Black Blade can reach. She can even concentrate sword intent. It's something like a sword aura or sword stance channeled into the arrow. Once you step out of the forest, you immediately become her target. Is Class A really doomed to be wiped out here? Samuel blurted out, Adele, the gate looks about to open, any way to escape the sniper's range? Adele didn't hesitate and replied, no, but if Samuel and I sacrifice ourselves, we might be able to save the students. Hearing that, Samuel was stunned and asked, what? Then he sighed. No choice, so what do I do now? Adele suddenly laughed and said, just kidding. He immediately activated his skill, the arrogant eye opening. Adele thought to himself, fighting your student council? No problem, I will save everyone. Under the backlash of the skill, Adele's eye quickly started to bleed. He figured forcing this eye open might cost his sight, but it was better than dying here now. Seeing the blood drip nonstop, Samuel warned uneasily, hey, your eye is bleeding. But Adele paid it no mind. His sole objective now was to find that brat Cicella. Watching Adele's power, Samuel couldn't help exclaiming in surprise, what? Everything just slowed down, every single leaf too. At that moment, Adele finally pinpointed Cicella's position. However, at the same time, she was once again drawing her bow. Her eyes razor sharp as she infused energy into the arrow. The sight made Adele spit a curse. She was loading her arrow with stone attribute mana and sword intent, planning to clear this place out, Without hesitation, Adele leapt, thinking to himself that he had to lure her arrow away. But Cicella flared with determination as well. I won't miss this time. With a whoosh, the arrow shot forward instantly. At the same time, the gate happened to open. Fran immediately shouted to everyone, the gate's open, run. Back to Adele, he then told Samuel, we have to stop that arrow, use a mana storm. Samuel didn't hesitate to agree. At once a whirl of mana formed before the two of them. Adele continued to use teleportation and said, now we have to dive into that storm. Samuel, confused, asked, what, you crazy? No time to stop them. The two of them appeared inside the heart of the storm. Quickly, Adele used darkness, blending his mana with Samuel's power. Watching the vortex turn a darker purple, he thought, all right. The sight left Samuel speechless. My storm turned black, so cool. Instantly, the two energy sources collided. Adele immediately signaled, it's coming. However, it seemed the storm was gradually being overwhelmed by Cisella's supercharged ballistic arrow. Samuel could only brace himself and wonder, what kind of demonic power is this? Luna, running anxiously, glanced back. Seeing this, Fran urged, Luna, hurry here. On this side, Samuel's storm is getting weaker and weaker. Seeing that, he warned, this isn't good, the storm's about to be pierced. Still, Adele didn't know what else to do except encourage them, hang on a bit longer. He put out his hand, using willpower and praying silently, please swallow it up. Immediately, the energy storm surged violently again. Although it couldn't fully swallow the arrow, it did succeed in knocking its trajectory off course. This made Cisella unable to believe her eyes. Adele then used teleportation and said to Samuel, it's popped out, let's go through the gate. Beside the gate, Luna and Fran also urged aloud, Adele, Samuel, hurry up, the gate's about to close. Cisella seemed unwilling to accept defeat. She gritted her teeth and hissed each word, you bunch of rotten bugs, die. Then she fired another arrow. As the arrow drew near, Adele could only curse in his heart. Seeing Adele was only a short distance from the gate, Fran and Luna immediately shouted encouragement. Come on, Adele. Noticing danger behind them, Samuel also shouted in alarm, damn, an arrow's coming. Adele cut him off angrily. I know. In that brief moment, he focused on the sword on his classmate's shoulder and used rapid teleportation. Immediately after, an enormous explosion rocked the entire forest. Adele fortunately managed to slip through the gate, though he was slightly wounded. Seeing this, everyone ran over at once and asked, Adele, are you okay? He sat up slowly and replied, I'm fine. Has everyone gotten through? Luna said, everyone made it in. Glancing at the commotion inside the gate, Adele turned to the others and said, when the gate closes, the multi-dimensional space will start to collapse. We must run to the exit fast. Fran replied at once, ah, got it. She quickly informed all the students, this space will collapse soon, hurry to the exit. Not long after, outside the gate, Instructor Idea spoke up, you're a bit late. Thanks for your hard work, Class A. At this point, the burden on Adele's shoulders seemed somewhat lifted. He sighed in relief, thinking, I'm alive, I made it back alive. Very quickly, everyone returned to the school. Adele stepped forward to report to the Class A monitor, reporting back total personnel 21, -4 dead, 17 have returned. He then recounted everything from start to finish to the instructor. After hearing it, Idea said, Adele, I'm sorry we couldn't recover the bodies of the students, but I will remember their names until I die. Idea then placed a hand on Adele's shoulder and said, you've done well, class leader. The students sacrificed themselves, and we instructors will not forget. Since we still need to conduct evaluations, we'll retrieve this Enzur flower. However, a few guys nearby sneered sarcastically, can't even praise them. Sure enough, the class led by a half-demon dies a lot. Hearing that, Adele could only think furiously to himself, those bastards, if you lot go, you'll be wiped out. At that moment, Renee approached and called, Diana beside her side, oh, you're not dead yet. Seeing Renee come, he immediately slipped into the role of a humble servant and said, Milady, you're safe. She replied, yes, I'm fine, Adele, are you badly hurt? He waved his hand and replied, oh, not that bad, I'm still alive. But Renee brushed him off and said, just looking at you, it's clear you're badly hurt. Come on, I'll take you to the infirmary. Unintentionally, Renee's attention shifted to Luna standing behind Adele. Luna felt a bit bashful with Renee staring at her. She shyly put out a hand and said, ah, hello. In response, Renee's whole body instantly filled with murderous intent and her face went dark, startling Luna, who blurted, wow, what's that about? She quickly ducked behind Adele and asked, why are you looking so scary? Seeing this, Renee immediately declared, Adele is mine, step aside. This only left Luna more confused, and she gulped. She timidly tugged at Adele's sleeve and asked, Milady, what do you mean? This action thoroughly enraged Renee. She drew her sword to deal with the pest in front of her, but Adele beside her desperately intervened. Wait, why are you drawing your sword all of a sudden? Milady, there seems to be a misunderstanding. He only helped me a bit temporarily. Please calm down first. This scene made Diana next to them laugh uncontrollably. Reluctantly, Renee sheathed her sword, and only then could Adele breathe a sigh of relief. She turned away and said to get properly treated and they'll meet later. Adele obediently replied, yes, I'll come by later. Only after Renee left did Luna exhale and complain, good grief, scarier than those bug people. Adele quickly agreed, true people hot-headed as ice cream. Just then, an announcement voice rang out. Attention everyone, the principal has a few words. From above, Principal Lucien declared solemnly, you've been through a lot during this exam. Thinking of comrades who fell during the test must fill you with sorrow. But now is too early for tears. Only after we wipe out the enemy will there be time to cry. Bury your comrades in your hearts and stoke that rage. Become stronger, these hardships will make you tougher. You've all worked hard, return to the dorms and rest well. After hearing this, Samuel spoke up. Looking at other classes, there was almost no damage. Are we really that weak? Adele replied at once, no, it's true we had heavy casualties, but objectively we're still stronger than Guar's and Aaron's classes. Samuel, surprised, asked, really? Adele admitted on that point and felt remorseful. If I'd chosen a different area, the losses would have been much smaller. He sighed and consoled, well, it's over now. If I were stronger, none of the students would have died. Suddenly a voice called from behind, hey, Class A leader. Bolton stepped forward and said, been a week, huh? You look seriously injured. Adele was a bit surprised but politely greeted, Lord Bolton. Then he added that the target was too strong so he had some trouble, while Bolton still looked as fit as ever. Bolton replied, yeah, pretty strong, but I'm just an old man. After a few sword exchanges I get tired and fall over. This made Adele somewhat doubtful, he thought to himself. The target Bolton mentioned, as I know, is the mercenary king famed in the war between humans and demons. A master-like that would just get tired and collapse. Bolton continued, anyway, whoever put you in this state is formidable. I'm curious who he is. Adele replied, not an easy opponent. Luckily, luck was on my side. Bolton then turned away and said modestly, luck is also a kind of strength. Get treated and rest up. So you'll have the energy to fight me next time. Hearing this, Adele was momentarily stunned. Samuel grumbled in confusion. What the hell is up with that guy always wanting to fight you? He immediately chimed in, it's true. Looks like it, but Lord Bolton is a master. He might be strong enough to go toe-to-toe with that ice demon I met. Samuel, surprised by this, asked, really that strong? So even stronger than you when your power was amplified? Adele confirmed skeptically, probably so. He thought to himself, given the current situation, among the students who could match the student council, probably only Bolton and Diana, Renee and Samuel might reach that level in a few years. Just then Franz stepped up and asked, your two haven't come back yet. Adele replied, Franz, they're still here. Hearing that, she immediately reverted to her usual manner and said, a true leader cares for their class's students until the last minute. Samuel, annoyed, said, here we go again. Can you shut your mouth? Every time you open it, my head starts to ache. Before the words finished, Franz grabbed him and shouted, what did you say? You brat, not even done wiping your nose. Samuel, taken by surprise, screamed, hey, what are you doing? Then the two of them lunged at each other, throwing punches and kicks. Of course, Adele got a few hits shared his way. Luna, standing nearby, quickly stepped in to stop them. Adele still needs to get treated quickly. What are you two doing? Hearing that, Franz reluctantly let it go. Yeah, fine. Not long after, walking down the corridor, Adele said, thanks, Luna. You didn't get any rest because of me. She brushed it off and replied, it's nothing. If only my healing control were a bit better, that would be great. Can't do that. I'm the one who should feel guilty. Adele comforted her, that mindset is good, but don't blame yourself. Keep moving forward. Luna answered, okay, next time I'll make sure to completely heal Adele's wounds. Hey Adele, we're at the infirmary. Looking at the door ahead, he was a bit surprised and remarked, why's this door so huge? With that, he opened the door and stepped in, excuse us. At the sight of the two of them, an instructor's eyes widened in surprise. And then the instructor asked in bewilderment, what is this? Two half-demons came all the way here. In the infirmary, the female doctor noticed Adele didn't seem well, while he and Luna could only respond awkwardly. The doctor stepped closer, lifting Adele's chin to examine him more carefully, her expression professional with a hint of curiosity. She then asked Adele to lie on the bed. He obediently complied, still wondering why she was staring at him so intently. The doctor said nothing, just placed her hands on Adele's tense, wound-riddled abdomen to check. After the examination, she concluded he needed surgery immediately and expressed surprise that Adele could still move with such serious injuries. Adele calmly accepted and entrusted himself to her care. Hearing about surgery, Luna, who stood nearby, jumped and worriedly asked if it was a major operation and whether there would be any lasting effects. Seeing Luna's worried face, the doctor teased, asking Adele if he was her boyfriend, making Luna blush and hastily wave her hand to deny it. The doctor reassured them the surgery would be over in about 3 hours. Hearing that, Adele told Luna to follow the doctor's instructions. Luna had to say goodbye and wish him a successful operation. As she turned away, the doctor put on gloves with a mischievous look and prepared to begin anesthetizing him. Adele closed his eyes and slipped into unconsciousness, silently praying that the operation would go smoothly. At the same time, elsewhere, the academy's instructors gathered to begin the midterm evaluations for the first-year students. In the meeting room, Lucian expressed anticipation to see which homeroom was the strongest and requested to view Anur's footage. Aries confidently said the strongest could only be his class or Class E beside him. Itty, though annoyed, had to admit he might be right. Idea reminded them that the Class C homeroom is the daughter of the Demon King, a notable figure. Even during class, Aries agreed with that point. However, Aries insisted that the best had to be Baltan. He even conceded that in swordsmanship Baltan might have surpassed him. Robolt, sitting opposite, added that although Baltan was weak in magic, physically he was a genius who would be recorded in history. Hearing the praise, Idea showed no fondness and bluntly said, "Ah, I don't like him." This embarrassed Aries because Baltan actually had a rather decent personality. Aries listed Baltan's advantages: neat appearance, excellent skills, high potential, and good grades, asking in return, "Isn't that a model student?" Idea offered a single sarcastic remark. Accused of exaggeration, she explained why she disliked Baltan. She didn't like his smile paired with wild, vacant-looking eyes. The debate continued. Aries mocked that she had chosen a sly-smiling, squinty-eyed boy as homeroom rep. Idea scoffed as if expecting the question and picked up the labeled chess pieces, saying this exam will prove everything. A blue-haired instructor with small horns stood up, announced everything was ready, and that they would begin by watching the prepared footage of Class E to see how their homeroom rep performed. Lucian, excited, said this was the perfect moment to witness the child's true power and ordered the playback to start. Immediately, a 3D image projected, showing Baltan with blazing eyes swinging a greatsword amid a scorched, ruined landscape. However, a perceptive instructor noticed the footage's perspective wasn't from Baltan. Another explained it seemed he had given the Enzur flower to another student to film. Robolt guessed it was a strategic move. Baltan wanted an objective assessment of his strength. Still, Idea grumbled that regulations only allowed the homeroom rep to wear it. The footage continued with Baltan's opponent. The mercenary king appeared only as an image, but his presence was so impressive the instructors regretted there was no sound. Then came the spectacular scene as Baltan and the mercenary king clashed, producing a terrifying explosion of energy. The instructors gaped in astonishment. Even Idea exclaimed in amazement. The notion that a first year could match the mercenary king was unimaginable. On the screen, the mercenary king began channeling battle chi into his sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Meanwhile, Baltan looked at a disadvantage, having only channeled sword chi into the spear's blade. And an instructor hurriedly denied that Baltan used battle chi, but no. Baltan could also channel battle chi into weapons. In fact, he mastered it just before midterms, a development none of the instructors knew about. Robolt broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. A first year reaching that level of battle chi was impossible. Baltan's attack produced a horrific explosion, completely engulfing the mercenary king in a sea of flames. Witnessing the overwhelming display, Aries curled his lip in satisfaction and declared a perfect score. Robolt was still stunned, saying this was beyond a student's level. Aries smugly boasted that apart from combat instructors like him, no one could defeat Baltan. Hearing that, Idea mocked him for being so proud of someone who isn't even in his class. The evaluation continued as the footage switched to Class D, recorded with a small flower device. The instructors began commenting that Class D's homeroom rep was Iron. This area looked fairly easy since the opponent was just a newly formed knight squad. The footage showed Iron fighting the knights. By assessment, his command ability was still weak but not bad. The only disappointing thing was that Iron slept too much. Another instructor remarked that it fit the child of laziness quite well. With an expectant look, Aries declared that next would be his class, Class C. The footage shifted to Renee unleashing powerful slashes infused with dark energy. She was no pushover, already able to freely use sword chi. Idea noted that although inferior to Baltan, Renee's achievements were still impressive. Robolt agreed, rating her as a 4th circle mage, but the real challenge had arrived. Renee faced a 5th circle tower mage. The opponent unleashed an extremely powerful spell. The instructors, amazed, wondered if it was indeed a 5th circle spell and suspected he had advanced to 6th circle. A gigantic magical explosion engulfed the battlefield, leaving all witnesses overwhelmed. The blinding light from the blast rendered the watching instructors silent for a moment in astonishment. When the blinding light faded, Diana's silhouette emerged. With no wasted movement, Diana raised a hand to the sky to block the colossal magical bolts. A display of power far beyond expectations left everyone speechless. The instructors realized Diana's crown was actually a power-suppressing artifact. Even so, she showed pain when using such an enormous amount of energy. Diana's power erupted, creating a rose-pink vortex of energy that swallowed the enemy. Their souls screamed in agony. The Tower Lord Mage only managed a single cry before being crushed by Diana's power. It was hard to believe this was merely suppressed strength. At that level, Robolt assessed that in magic only one student could compare to her. Ares curiously asked if it was Samuel. Robolt denied it and smiled mysteriously, saying that the footage of that student would appear soon. Let's continue watching. The evaluation screen moved to the next class, Class B. Class B's homeroom rep was Guar. Contrary to his appearance, he had very good leadership skills. Sometimes that slightly forceful command style is necessary. Idea commented that although Guar was overshadowed by other homeroom reps, she would still give him a fairly high score. Ares agreed. Finally, it was Class A's turn. The class Idea was in charge of, and contrary to her earlier confidence, she now sighed and seemed fearful to watch. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly grew heavy. Both Ares and Idea fell silent with serious expressions. Idea fell into thought over the 4 students she'd guided for months who had died. Even a cold person couldn't help but grow attached to their pupils. Lucian spoke up that there was only one class left, and he was very curious to see how Class A's homeroom rep would perform. Class A's footage began, revealing a surprising sight: an academy castle floating among the clouds. Robolt exclaimed in amazement that it was the world's premier talent academy. Idea had to admit their Satan wasn't far behind. In the unfamiliar area, homeroom rep Adele continued leading the students well. A whisper revealed someone had secretly given him a map. Even with cheating, the team safely reached the entrance of the artificial dungeon. However, before them lay many different passages. The instructors watched curiously, not understanding what Adele was doing as he placed his hand on the stone wall. Suddenly, a secret passage revealed itself from within the wall, astonishing the viewers. The instructors were no exception. How could Adele know of a hidden path at that turn? Robolt guessed he might have used a detection spell. He confirmed that student Adele had a very keen magical sense. That was how he did it. Even so, finding a secret way unknown even to spies on the first try still impressed Ares greatly. He thought to himself that Adele truly lived up to expectations. In the instructor's meeting room, Ares questioned with a suspicious look, arguing that someone moving through the enemy base as if it were abandoned was impossible, no matter how good that person's detection ability was. Idea sitting beside him disagreed. She turned to directly ask the senior instructor opposite what exactly he was implying. Ares pressed on harshly, pointing out that the area Class A entered was among the easiest. But even with 2 heirs of the 7 deadly sins there, the result was still 4 students dead and most of the rest injured. Ares insisted it was all due to Adele's intent to harm. Idea froze at Ares's accusation. Even the student council president returned gravely wounded. She turned to Ares across from her, emphasizing that he had witnessed it too. Just as the argument reached its peak, a strong voice rang out. Enough, Lucian intervened. She acknowledged that Ares's words were partly true, but said everything was just beginning. She suggested observing longer before drawing a final conclusion. Hearing that, Ares could only reluctantly agree. He sighed in frustration as the principal declared the meeting would continue. The scene shifted to the academy infirmary, where surgical tools and medicines laid out indicated a treatment had just concluded. On the hospital bed, Adele slowly woke. The black wound on his neck remained, but he no longer appeared numb with pain. Adele sat up, his body wrapped in bandages. He looked around the room puzzled, wondering if it was over and how much time had passed. Adele quietly looked at his hand, where the parasitic entity Samuel was hiding. A faint green energy flickered weakly beneath the bandages. He clenched his fist and felt his body. He didn't feel pain and sensed he was perfectly healthy, though a bit uncomfortable. He could still move. Just then, the female medical instructor entered and asked if Adele was awake. At that moment, Adele, sitting on the bed, answered weakly. The teacher handed Adele a cup of hot tea, telling him to drink it. Adele hesitated slightly, but the teacher explained she had brewed the tea with a special leaf good for restoring strength. Hearing that, he reluctantly agreed. Adele took a sip of the tea and tasted health itself, like an antidote clearing his mind. The teacher smiled and inquired about his condition. Adele thanked her and said that thanks to her the treatment seemed successful. She advised Adele to avoid strenuous activity for now and said he would be much better after a few weeks. Adele was slightly surprised to hear he'd need to rest that long. He still smiled. He told himself not to overdo it and to rest properly, treating it as convalescence. After all, the midterms were over. But then Adele suddenly froze. He remembered the final exam would be in 2 months. He began to worry about the exact timing and thought he should ask Samuel. Adele looked at his arm where the parasitic entity lay silent. He guessed Samuel probably hadn't fully woken after the anesthesia wore off. He thought Luna might know. He turned to ask the teacher, "By the way, did that pale pink-haired student who came with me stop by?" The teacher was slightly surprised by his question. She smiled gently and revealed the girl had been anxious and waiting for 3 hours. The moment the surgery ended, she rushed in like lightning and kept using healing magic. Adele vividly pictured the scene and felt guilty, thinking the girl had pushed herself to the limit and her condition was certainly not good. The teacher gripped her chair and recognized the importance of healing ability. It was an extremely rare talent, almost non-existent among the Demonkin. She continued. "Perhaps because she's half demon, she has that ability, though her medical knowledge of bone setting seems lacking." A thought flashed through the teacher's mind. She asked whether she should try teaching Luna. Adele was surprised by the sudden proposal. "Really?" he asked. The teacher assessed that combining healing talent with professional medical knowledge wouldn't be bad and that Luna would become a valuable asset. The teacher continued, "After all, I'm an instructor at Satan." She asked why Adele looked so pleased. Adele couldn't hide his thoughts. "Oh, very much so." The teacher advised him to rest a bit longer before leaving and that they could talk slowly afterward. Adele smiled and thanked her. Adele smiled in satisfaction. He thought this was certainly a great opportunity for Luna, and if she learned medical knowledge, it would be a huge help to him. The scene shifted to the window where daylight streamed in, signaling a new day after the storm of exams. Back in the meeting room, Aries sat with his arms crossed, face still scowling and thoughtful after the debate. A wide shot of the meeting room showed silence prevailing. The other instructors were also lost in their own thoughts and the atmosphere remained tense. The blue-haired instructor announced they'd finished watching all the footage from each class. Lucien simply said, "Very well." Suddenly Idea slapped the table and cried out, "Ah!" She exclaimed excitedly, "Everyone saw it, right? The president really isn't a spy, I told you so." The Bear Clan backing him up made sense. Robolt had to admit he hadn't expected student Adele to be so strong. He might have single-handedly defeated a fifth circle mage from the Empire. Ares brushed it off, saying it was just luck. But Idea immediately retorted that luck is also part of skill. Idea teased Robolt. Professor Robolt should beware the fate awaiting him if he only focuses on theory. Robolt just chuckled softly and said that was quite a sharp joke. However, Ares remained suspicious. He said the sudden power spike and the deliberate hiding of the Enzur flower bothered him. Still, Ares had to acknowledge Adele's self-sacrifice to save the other students' deserved recognition, especially when he later fought the one wielding the ice hammer. That scene moved Ares. Idea concluded Tyrius truly was a monster of a student. She couldn't believe someone like that existed at the Imperial Academy. Robolt agreed across from her, saying it seemed they'd been toying with the president. Ares added that even the archer who fired the finishing arrow exceeded expectations. He concluded they'd underestimated the Imperial Academy. Lucien, who had been silent until the last moment, finally spoke. She assessed that the student who fought Adele directly seemed even stronger than the mercenary king, but that information had been missed in the report. She propped her chin and made a chilling comparison that person might be a bit stronger than the kid Bolton. Professor Robolt asked in surprise, "So you mean the area we thought was the easiest is actually the hardest?" Lucien confirmed that aside from Bolton's and Diana's classes, all the others were likely wiped out, and even those 2 classes might not return safely. Idea fell silent. She admitted that, as the principal said, even she would struggle against those 2. And despite witnessing it, she still couldn't explain how Adele achieved such a victory. Ares agreed decisively. This was certainly not a difficulty for ordinary students, but a campaign that would require Satan-level instructors to risk their lives. Professor Robolt pushed his glasses up and continued analyzing the perfect coordination with Fron and Samuel, combined with quick judgment, which ultimately ensured the students' safe withdrawal. he concluded Adele was definitely a student worth studying. Lucian suggested that given the current atmosphere, a class's practical score would likely reflect the opinions of all the instructors. Idea leapt up and cheerfully declared, yes, of course, full marks. Who would dare look down on Adele? She smiled triumphantly while Aries merely shot a displeased glance. Finally, even Aries sighed in concession. Ha, I agree, Idea whooped naturally. Seeing his rival accept it, Lucian declared the meeting adjourned and asked the instructors in charge of each class to compile and submit the final evaluation scores. Everyone answered in unison, yes. The scene returned to the infirmary. Adele had put his clothes back on and bowed to the teacher. She asked, "Are you going home soon?" He replied, "Yes, thank you so much for everything." She cheerfully said she was about to finish her shift and urged Adele to go home, reminding him to take his recovery medicine. Adele obediently answered, "I understand." As Adele was preparing to leave, the teacher suddenly remembered and added, "Oh, there's an instructor out there looking for you." Adele was a bit surprised but responded. Adele walked down the corridor thinking, who could it be? Did homeroom teacher Idea come to see me? Maybe they're worried because I was badly injured. He stepped out of the building and enjoyed the fresh air. Adele smiled, feeling refreshed. Nice weather, I'd love to go back to the dorm and take a shower right away. Suddenly, a bird chirped. A small bird circled in the sky and dove down toward Adele. Adele happily recognized the familiar bird. "Oh, Syro, when did you go out?" He held out his hand and the little bird perched on it. Adele happily let it sit on his hand and said, "If Aries looks at the Enzur flower images, he'll know I brought you along." But he had no idea the person he mentioned was standing right behind him. Adele startled in terror, his whole body freezing as he felt murderous intent behind him. He turned to face Aries, whose presence exuded killing intent. Blood-red eyes stared fixedly. Adele whispered in despair. Without hesitation, Adele immediately activated his skill, triple swap teleportation, a stream of blue light enveloping him. Aries growled angrily and stood his ground, realizing Adele was trying to flee. Caused Adele to falter. Adele turned back with a panicked face, stammering, "What's going on?" Aries stood there, his face cold as stone, looking straight at Adele and saying, "I have something to tell you." "Something to tell me?" Adele broke into a cold sweat, a bad premonition swelling in his chest. "Please don't tell me." Adele stood lost in thought, wondering whether the other's strange attitude was due to the battle with Shijo and Godok, or if there was some other meaning he hadn't yet noticed. Aries cleared his throat, breaking the silence. The imposing presence of the instructor always made students keep their distance. Aries looked directly at Adele and admitted he had reviewed the entire fight footage. He was genuinely impressed that Adele risked his life to protect his comrades at the Imperial Academy, a truly brave act. Although he had been harsh and bullied him before, this time Aries couldn't deny Adele's life-saving deed. He hesitated as if wrestling with himself over an important decision. Suddenly, Aries extended his hand. An unexpectedly friendly offer of a handshake left Adele stunned with disbelief at what he was seeing. "Huh, what's going on?" Adele wondered awkwardly. He had never imagined the Academy's strictest trainer would willingly make peace with him. Seeing the student frozen, Aries cleared his throat again to prompt him. His expression was slightly embarrassed, showing respect wasn't something he did often. Finally, their hands clasped tightly in a meaningful moment. The handshake felt like Aries's formal recognition of Adele's skill and courage. Adele was still reeling, watching the instructor who had long made things difficult for him now show him special regard. Aries quickly withdrew his hand and closed the distance, clearing his throat as he urged Adele to keep working hard and maintain his form in the days ahead. He turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to remind Adele to take care of his recovery to prepare for the upcoming high-pressure final exams. Adele stood alone in the hall, still unable to believe what had just happened, wondering when the teacher had started caring about him like this. The scene shifted to the faculty office, where bright sunlight streamed through windows in the distinctive architectural style of the Satan Demon World Academy. Idea smiled knowingly. From Aries's expression, she guessed he had just been to see that kid. She didn't hesitate to tease Aries for having bullied her completely innocent class representative in the past, saying it was unbecoming of an instructor. Aries sat at his desk with cold eyes on the files. Annoyed by Idea's continued teasing, he gruffly demanded she stop at once. Though outwardly displeased, Aries admitted Adele was stronger than he thought and had enormous growth potential. Yet that rapid strengthening made him uneasy. He was certain the fox-eyed student was hiding something big. Idea laughed, calling Aries stubborn and suspicious as always. Seeing the conversation going nowhere, Idea said goodbye to carry out the tasks the headmaster had assigned her. The room fell quiet again. Aries stood motionless with a pensive face, seemingly under great pressure from thoughts about the future. He sighed softly and picked up the report with magical script to review it once more. Things appeared to be gradually veering off their original course. Deep down, Aries was truly puzzled. He couldn't tell whether Adele's arrival would be a poison or a savior for the demon realm. It's all complicated, Aries told himself. He realized there were many preparations he needed to make to cope with the upcoming upheavals at the academy. Aries turned to the window, still brooding over the unknowns Adele held. For now, he murmured, trying to find a fitting course of action for the academy's looming changes. He decided he would have to mete out a suitable punishment to that brat for breaking Satan's rules, regardless of recent deeds. Meanwhile, Adele was preparing for a rare, relaxing evening after long, stressful days. Hot water flowed from the tap to fill the bathtub, steam billowing around the space, signaling a truly relaxing evening for Adele, and possibly the only bubbles he hadn't fought. Adele soaked in the large bathtub, marveling at how long it had been since he'd been this relaxed after the endless days of intense fighting. Grime and fatigue seemed to be washing away completely. He smiled brightly, chatting with Samuel and the little spirits fluttering around. He seemed to be savoring this rare moment and invited them to join in for fun from time to time. Adele leaned back and took a deep breath. As the weariness faded, he felt he could finally exhale after all the upheavals. The warm water made everything feel wonderful. However, his gaze dropped when he looked at the entity Samuel, which still showed no sign of waking. He understood Samuel had poured all its strength into saving the other students, leaving it in a deep sleep. Even if the sacrifice was great, at least we all made it back alive, Adele told himself, quietly pleased to realize his power had reached nearly 20% of the original great Adele's strength. Yet after facing strong opponents in actual combat, Adele faced a harsh truth. If things kept going like this, his long-term plan would certainly end in disastrous failure. His expression turned serious. He understood that him alone growing stronger would not be enough to face the powerful enemies waiting ahead. From the recent battles, Adele had seen hidden potential in Samuel, Fran, and Luna. He decided he needed to help them become strong enough that no one, not even the student council, could push them around. With the rate the jerks at the Imperial Academy were improving, Adele knew he couldn't just sit still. It was time to act more decisively to change the situation. Adele stepped out of the tub, each step filled with determination. His recent thoughts had helped him more clearly shape the path he must take. Right now, there were two major goals he needed to achieve immediately. 1. To reclaim Adele's original strength, and 2. To raise the overall power of all Class A students. To achieve that, Adele realized the thing he needed most was Adele's unique mana training technique, an invaluable manual to rapidly increase strength. Although the Bears clan's mana training technique was excellent, since he wasn't a clan member, his advancement speed was greatly limited. Sitting at his desk, he asked the system to provide the training method best suited to his body. The system replied that this information required a fee. To obtain it, Arson had to trade a legendary tier item or pay at least 10,000 gold, a price far beyond his expectations. A legendary item or 10,000 gold? What the hell? Adele stared blankly, dizzy at the system's excessive demand. He knew it would be expensive, but not robbery level like this. But then a spark of hope lit in his mind. It wasn't impossible to get that money or item if he could score highest on the upcoming midterm. He would earn the right to enter Satan's armory, famed for storing countless mythical tier treasures, or even higher, enough to pay any system demand. The thorny problem, however, was whether Instructor Aries would give him a high score after all the conflicts between them. Thinking of that made Adele a little anxious. Anyway, he did take the initiative to offer his hand. Adele mused as a small bird perched on his head. He decided to let things play out naturally and do his best on the exam. Time passed and a new school day at Satan Academy began under the brilliant morning sun, shining on the imposing architecture of the Demon World School. Idea, the sharp instructor of Class A, stepped onto the lectern with a radiant smile. She announced that midterm scores would be posted immediately after today's class and reminded everyone to check their results carefully. Sitting below in his neat academy uniform, Adele wondered quietly where he would rank this time. Nervous anticipation began spreading through the classroom. No sooner had the announcement ended than a mocking laugh rang out, breaking the class's tense air. Fran advanced toward Adele with a triumphant look, as if she'd already prepared some plan to gloat over the exam results. Seeing Adele still out of step, Fran tossed out a taunt. "What's this? You really don't know, or are you pretending to be innocent?" Luna stood by watching with curiosity, and Fran's obvious excitement seemed to signal an unexpected proposal about to drop as the grades were announced. Fran suddenly challenged Adele to a bet. Adele was fairly surprised by her abrupt proposition. Luna nodded beside them to confirm that the midterm results would indeed be published this afternoon. Only then did Adele understand the reason behind Fran's unusual excitement. Fran grinned smugly, declaring Adele was completely qualified to become her slave if he lost. Luna, hearing that, could only break into a sweat at Fran's overconfidence. Seeing Luna worried, Adele smiled to reassure her that Fran was just joking. But Fran immediately flew into a rage, loudly asking who was the one joking here. Faced with Fran's determined attitude, Adele reluctantly agreed to play. He looked at her challengingly and asked what she intended to wager this time. Seeing Adele getting interested, Fran grew ecstatic. She insisted she wasn't the type to back down from any opponent's challenge. The prize Fran offered was a special invitation allowing the bearer to step inside the luxurious mansion of the famed bear's family. Adele repeated the offer with a pensive look. An invitation to a grand demon family mansion was not something easy to obtain. He vaguely recalled that the bear's family's residence was magnificent, and he was privately curious what Luna's home would look like. Seeing Adele hesitate, Fran huffed that she'd invite someone else if he didn't want it. Adele immediately changed his tune and confirmed he'd accept the offer on the spot. To amp up the drama, Adele put forward his wager, a one-day slave voucher. The loser would obey every order of the winner for 24 hours. Fran was stunned by Adele's bold proposal. He reiterated once more that the loser would be entirely under the winner's control for a day. Instead of being scared, Fran was overjoyed. She laughed loudly and promised to turn Adele into the most loyal slave ever once the results came in. Meanwhile, Adele quietly thought victory was already in his hands. He began planning to visit Fran's house to enjoy lots of delicious food after the exam. Fran kept boasting that she'd be the ultimate winner, while Adele stood by smiling wryly at his friend's competitiveness. Luna gently suggested Adele invite Fran along on the upcoming house visit. Adele happily agreed, and the mood among the three became very harmonious. Suddenly, Idea appeared from behind. She looked at her three students and remarked that it seemed they were having a very entertaining conversation. Ignoring Luna and Fran, the teacher asked Adele to follow her to discuss a few matters privately. Adele was quite surprised but quickly agreed. They walked silently along the trail into the quiet forest within Satan Academy's grounds. The atmosphere suddenly turned unusually serious and still. Adele began to feel that something was off. He wondered why the teacher had to drag him out to such a remote, secluded spot just to talk. The teacher suddenly stopped and called his name formally. Her sharp, highly intuitive gaze drilled straight into Adele. No longer joking, Idea demanded that Adele be honest about the secrets he'd been hiding. The direct question made the atmosphere intensely tense. Adele froze, cold sweat running down his forehead. He wondered whether the greatest secret about his power and true identity was about to be exposed by this perceptive teacher. The atmosphere in the Academy's forest suddenly grew stifling. Idea's sharp gaze seemed intent on piercing every secret he was hiding. Adele thought to himself, should I keep playing dumb to fool her? Clearly, Teacher Idea had already seen that something was off. Teacher Idea's smile was full of implication as she urged him to confess quickly. Facing such a perceptive teacher, hiding the truth was truly a difficult problem. Adele scratched his head and forced a sheepish grin, inventing a bland excuse that he'd thrown away the emergency rations because they tasted awful. A clumsy lie to distract her. But Teacher Idea wasn't so easily fooled. A dark pressure emanated from her, making Adele sweat as she joked that next time she'd give him double that portion. Her expression suddenly turned serious. She said that wasn't the real reason she wanted to talk to him. Adele began to feel genuine worry. She went straight to the point. Adele had brought a strange creature into Satan Academy without official permission. He froze as his secret was exposed. At that moment, the black snake Godok unexpectedly poked its head out from Adele's uniform, hissing softly as if to greet the lecturer before them. Adele had no choice but to take Godok out and explain that it was thanks to this little creature that he survived and drove off that human. He was trying to make it look like a hero. Idea observed the snake with curiosity and asked where he'd tamed this creature. a direct question that demanded a convincing answer from Adele. A flurry of calculations ran through Adele's mind. If he admitted it was linked to house bears, she'd instantly recognize it as Godok. He needed a safer lie. He fabricated that he'd found it in an abandoned human laboratory. That answer seemed to give Idea something to ponder. Adele added that the snake was extremely sensitive to mana and seemed to love his darkness, having swallowed it whole. A plausible explanation for their symbiosis. Idea watched in silence, her eyes deep and calculating. She was weighing how much of this student's story was true. After a moment, she smiled and said it was rather cute, but Academy rules were rules. To keep such a creature in Satan, it had to be recognized as a spirit beast. And the price for that recognition was an exam. Adele's heart sank. He was about to face yet another challenge. Idea emphasized the test would take place in a month. If Adele didn't participate or failed, he'd be expelled immediately. The weight of her warning left no room for negligence. Adele bowed in acceptance, but before she left, he had one more question. A bold idea popped into the young man's head. He raised his hand where the little bird sparrow perched and asked if he could register that creature as a spirit beast as well, killing two birds with one stone, so to speak. The small bird happily sat on Adele's finger as if to endorse its owner's suggestion. Idea glanced over and nodded, thinking a special creature might help him. She turned and walked away, reminding Adele that anything was possible if he had the ability. The interrogation ended peacefully for now. Idea told Adele to be present at the hall this afternoon, then disappeared down the corridor. Adele stood alone, breathing a relieved sigh. He smiled at the little bird. At least now he no longer had to hide them and look over his shoulder constantly. A psychological burden had been lifted. Putting the spirit beast matter aside for now, Adele left the forest and headed to Satan Academy's main hall. Unlike the earlier quiet, the place buzzed with noise and pressure as midterm results were about to be announced. Stepping into the crowd's chatter, Adele wondered privately about his ranking after recent performances. His eyes scanned hopeful and anxious faces, then stopped at a familiar friend packing nervously in a corner of the hall. Among the restless students, Adele noticed Luna. The pink-haired girl seemed extremely worried, her hands clenched together in visible anxiety. Adele stepped forward to ask. Luna confessed she needed to secure a scholarship this term to cover living expenses, so this exam's results were extremely important to her. Seeing her so tense, Adele gently reassured her that she'd do fine and that whatever the result, they'd find a solution. Luna smiled, grateful for his support. Luna also thanked Adele for taking such good care of her in the infirmary earlier. Adele just gave an awkward smile, a little embarrassed by her sincerity. Looking at Luna, Adele thought privately he wasn't too worried about her score. She'd performed well in the exam. However, there was something else on his mind. It was Fran. She stood there overly confident, hands on hips, laughing triumphantly as if victory were already hers. That level of confidence was almost speechless. Adele asked if something good had happened to make Fran so excited. She snorted haughtily and declared that she would definitely be the star of the day. Adele dropped a blunt remark that Fran must have lost her mind. The comment made her pause in shock at his frankness. Fran snapped that Adele must be trying to eat arson alive, prompting him to hastily raise his hands to protest he wasn't the one who said it. A comical mess right before the scores were announced. It turned out Samuel, the entity inside Adele, had woken from the commotion and was the one who made that snide remark. Adele could only force a smile to diffuse the situation. Adele advised Fran to calm down because the scoreboard was about to be posted. Tension in the hall peaked as all eyes turned toward the bulletin board. A lecturer's voice called for attention. The exam results had been officially released. The crowd surged toward the board with mixed emotions. Finally, the crucial moment arrived. The score list appeared before all the first-year students, marking a new shift in power within the academy. There were 120 students total. Adele suggested the group start checking from rank 50 downward to be safe. He knew scholarship perks began at rank 40. The group held their breath, scanning names, rank 50, 46, 41, still no sign of Luna. Anxiety showed clearly on the pink-haired girl's face. The list went on through ranks 40, 39, and then, at rank 38, the name Luna finally appeared, a spot just enough for her to keep the precious scholarship. Luna exploded with joy, leaping up in happiness. Adele shared in her delight and offered sincere congratulations for her well-earned effort. Meanwhile, Fran grew restless as her name still hadn't shown. Adele teased that maybe her name was somewhere beyond the top 100. Fran angrily snapped back and gave Adele a friendly punch to the face. He could only grin wryly and urge her to keep looking through the higher ranks. As they checked the top 10, familiar names began to appear. At number 8 was Aaron, an unsurprising result for an outstanding student. Next at rank 7 was Samuel. The Samuel entity seemed quite pleased, believing the position reflected the strength it had shown. Rank 6 went to Guar. The burly young man nodded in satisfaction at a result earned through his dungeon combat efforts. And rank 5 was Renee. The cold-faced girl remained composed as if nothing had happened, despite the extremely high placement. Seeing Renee at rank 5 sent a chill down Adele's spine. If a true genius like her couldn't make the top 4, could his own name realistically appear higher? Then all doubts vanished when the name Adele proudly reigned at rank 4. He froze, utterly stunned by a result far beyond the calculations of someone who preferred to stay hidden. Adele was still in shock seeing himself at rank 4. He had even beaten Renee, a result outside every scenario he'd planned for. Adele suddenly realized that if he was 4th, the top 3 could only be Bolton, Diana, and Fran. The true power struggle lay within that group. And the next result was announced. Rank 3 went to Diana. Her cold, noble appearance and signature black spiked headband made the placement unsurprising. Rank 2 called Bolton. The boy with fiery orange hair and sharp eyes had always been the frontrunner for the throne. Adele began to wonder who could possibly outdo Bolton. The answer silenced the hall. Rank 1 was Fran. The loudest girl in the cohort had truly risen to the top, forcing every rival to look up. Fran laughed loudly in triumph, wasting no chance to flaunt her victory in front of Adele. "See, I told you so," she shouted in ecstatic excitement. Immediately she repeated the bet, "You are my slave now, brace yourself." Adele could only laugh and cry at the storm of chaos about to unfold. Samuel, the entity inside Adele, reacted the most violently. It couldn't accept Fran being first and kept screaming for justice in impotent rage. Fran climbed the high platform, demanding everyone call her First Place Fran from now on and forcing the losers to kneel and praise her. A display of arrogance perfectly fit for the House of Lust. Meanwhile, Adele started to calm down and analyze the situation. He realized Fran's top spot wasn't merely luck, there was a deeper reason behind it. Samuel kept questioning, and Adele began explaining the harshness of the House of Lust, the family of desire where Fran was raised. The head of that clan sired hundreds of children, but only the most outstanding and strongest could become the representative and heir. Fran was the one who surpassed hundreds of her siblings. That meant Fran wasn't just strong in mana, her combat thinking and survival instincts had been forged in fire, making her a true heir. In the recent battle, Fran performed excellently even without Adele by her side. The instructors, many of them war veterans, must have highly rated her command and adaptability. Moreover, to secure this absolute #1 spot, Fran must have scored near-perfect marks across almost all subjects. She was truly a hidden monster beneath a noisy exterior. Samuel still found it ridiculous, while Fran kept chuckling hoo-hoo-hoo in satisfaction. She was savoring the most glorious moment since entering the academy. Fran demanded Adele kneel to fulfill his promise. Instead of resisting, Adele surprisingly agreed to play the slave for a day, an action that even surprised Fran. Although he disliked kneeling, Adele secretly smiled in triumph. He realized this result was actually the best outcome for his plan to stay hidden. The rise of an arrogant new top scholar like Fran instantly became the center of attention. She had unwittingly become a shield for Adele. All the hatred, jealousy, and aggro of the first-year students would now be directed at Fran, allowing Adele to operate comfortably in the shadows without being targeted. Watching Bolton tremble with anger as if about to explode, Adele knew his plan had succeeded splendidly. The fox-eyed antagonist had once again controlled the game even without holding the highest rank. Adele broke into a satisfied smile. For someone who always prefers to hide, securing 4th place was a perfect tactical move, beneficial yet unlikely to draw too much attention. Behind him, Renee quietly stared at the scoreboard with a sorrowful expression. She placed 5th, a fairly high rank, but her mind seemed preoccupied with something else. Renee secretly thought about Adele. Before midterms, he hadn't stood out at all, and yet now he'd risen sharply. The mystery of her classmate left her suspicious. Adele kept his trademark fox-eyed look. He knew Renee was watching, but secrecy was the key to his control over things at this academy. Renee lowered her gaze to the ring on her hand, eyes filled with gloom. What did he swear to me? She wondered, as if carrying a heavy promise. Suddenly, a playful finger poked her cheek, jolting Renee out of her drifting thoughts. The prankster was Diana, the elf who took third place. With her graceful air, Diana smiled as she told Renee about her fifth-place ranking. Diana continued chattering about the results, clearly pleased to see her group occupying the top spots on the leaderboard. Diana didn't hesitate to pinch Renee's cheek affectionately, urging her to cheer up because they'd done well. Renee, however, only replied with her usual silence. At that moment, the silhouette of a lethal presence swept past them. The heat radiating from him made the air around them stifling. Diana watched his retreating figure and remarked she had never seen Bolton that furious before. His pride had taken a painful hit. Indeed, Bolton was literally on fire. He couldn't accept that he, a pureblood, was threatened by those he'd always called the mongrels. He swore to confront them head-on again. Night fell over Satan Academy, concealing the plots and dark corners behind its daytime glamour. Beneath the mystical purple moon, the ancient buildings grew silent and melancholic, as if guarding millennia-old secrets. The bathroom door creaked open, casting a weak beam of light into the dark corridor. A figure slipped through the night. Fran tiptoed into the room. Her usual timid gait was now laced with anxiety and vigilance, as if she feared something imminent. Hearing a faint noise from the bed, Fran froze in surprise. She stood motionless for a moment, breath quick in the darkness. Realizing everything was still silent, she quickly moved into a corner of the room, trying not to make another sound. At her feet, blood-soaked bandages lay scattered across the floor. The horrifying scene revealed Fran was suffering severe wounds no one knew about. Water gushed in the sink as Fran began to tend to the blood and erase the traces of her pain. She stood motionless before the mirror, steam partially obscuring her face. Fran's eyes went vacant as she faced herself. Fran's hand touched the cold mirror, the glass creaked as if ready to shatter under the weight of her emotions. Deep in those eyes, something dark was stirring. The reflection in the mirror was no longer the timid girl, but a terrifying entity with blazing blue eyes and an enraged expression. This was the secret she tried to bury from the world. Fran lightly touched her lips where a sinister, haunting smile was creeping across her face, erasing her usual timidity. A dark craving boiled inside her, making her almost lose control. She sighed softly, releasing a pale blue mana as a temporary relief for her shattered soul. Fran knew the demonic nature was about to erupt, beginning with a strange transformation as she reached toward the cold mirror. Fran lightly touched the mirror. Eerie blue streaks began to spread from her fingertips like a sign of the dark awakening simmering inside. The reflected image was no longer the cheerful girl she usually was, but a demonic being with blazing blue eyes and a twisted, deadly smile appearing right behind her. In the dark room where only the sound of water trickled, Fran silently stared at the blood-soaked bandages scattered at her feet. The horrific secret she was hiding seemed to be slipping beyond her control. Cut to Adele's room. In the quiet night, he concentrated intensely, training with his short blade as streams of azure mana wrapped the keen edge. With each decisive, powerful swing, Adele worked hard to master the new power he had just acquired. Adele exhaled softly after training. Although he had gained 20% of his original body's power, he was troubled that he still couldn't reach fighting will, the crucial combat skill he longed for. He wondered whether he still lacked too much real combat experience, and his mind had yet to find a satisfactory answer to this impasse. Collapsing onto the bed, Adele considered whether to buy information from the secret papers, but the cost in money and the need for true enlightenment made him hesitate. Enlightenment, that keyword kept repeating in his head like a major challenge on the path to conquering power. Adele decided to end the training there. He knew his body still needed time to fully recover, and he himself needed to think things through more carefully. Suddenly, Samuel, the entity residing on his hand, sneered. It seemed to mock him for being unable to accept someone named Fran taking the top spot, even in a dream. Samuel continued to call Adele a fraud for the malice hidden behind his fake smile. In response to the taunt, Arsene Adele only smiled calmly, unfazed. He quietly anticipated the upcoming opening of the Satan Secret Treasury event. It was a rare opportunity, and he was intensely curious about what awaited him inside that mysterious vault. A few days later, the alarm bell rang cheerfully across Satan Academy. The clear blue sky signaled that an important day had arrived. The treasure opening event for the top 8 students finally began. Arsene Adele appeared eager, ready for what was to come. He calculated that he would be allowed to choose 2 items. Although he might have to return them later, Samuel still couldn't use artifacts, so he wanted to optimize this benefit. Adele quietly asked Samuel how it felt. The greedy entity also seemed very eager to explore the treasures inside the vault. Samuel wondered why they hadn't gone straight into the main hall as soon as classes ended, as had been announced. Adele explained that since the top 3 students were all from Class A, it would be better for them to appear together than to come separately. However, the atmosphere in the waiting hall grew stifling. Students from other classes were losing patience and complaining about Class A's baffling delay. Adele agreed that his teammates were indeed very late, even though they had been present when leaving class. He sighed quietly at having to wait longer. From the academy window, Franz silently watched the crowd below. Her eyes still held gloom and secrets she couldn't reveal. The stately tower of Satan Academy stood tall in the morning sun, ready to witness the gathering of young prodigies before the secret treasure. At the assembly hall, Instructor Aries could not hide his displeasure that Class A had not yet appeared, his stern gaze fixed on the entrance, silently reproaching the leading students' lack of discipline despite thorough warning. This delay inadvertently gave Guar, the proud giant, a pretext to start insulting. He loudly complained to the instructor about the opponent's unprofessionalism, unintentionally sparking a tense, hostile atmosphere aimed squarely at Renee and Adele. Guar continued his discriminatory tirade, mocking Renee and Adele as mongrel scum from clans that had been wiped out. He sneered that birds of a feather tend to flock together. Renee stood silent, but the oppressive dark aura around her seemed to tremble, signaling a terrifying secret hidden beneath her reserved exterior. "Guar, you still talk as much as ever, huh?" A nonchalant voice sounded directly behind him, startling the giant into a halt. Abruptly interrupted, Guar spun around in anger, intending to teach the bold speaker a lesson he'd never forget. But his face went pale the moment he saw Baltan. The one with fiery orange hair stared at him with a cold, threatening glare. Baltan challenged Guar, asking if he wanted to settle this now. Faced with Baltan's immense pressure, Guar could only stammer in fear and hastily deny it. In the end, the giant bowed his head in apology. Baltan waved it off and reminded everyone to try to get along for this important occasion. Adele watched quietly from a distance. He noted to himself that Baltan had clearly grown much stronger than before, a remarkable improvement in Satan's harsh environment. "Oh dear, sorry I'm so late." Adele appeared casually, his body wrapped in a faint mana glow as he closed in on the crowd. His sudden arrival surprised Diana and Renee. None of them had sensed when he had approached. Even Baltan was astonished. He hadn't detected a trace of mana, yet Adele stood there like a ghost. The air around Adele instantly thickened with curiosity and suspicion from the other elite students. He remained calm, seemingly all too used to being the center of attention. Seeing Adele's cool, fox-eyed expression, he realized the tension here had become excessive just because of his delay. Seeing Adele as an easy target, Guar reverted to his old habits. He gruffly accused him of sneaking in like a sewer rat. He continued his insults, asking whether mongrels like him were never taught manners. The slur struck at Adele's very origins. But that was Guar's final mistake. A wave of dark mana from Adele began to surge, enveloping the surrounding space with an enormous pressure. Adele replied coldly that Guar truly lacked the capacity to learn. With blazing red eyes and dark mana erupting, he closed in on the giant in an instant. Standing directly before Guar with killing intent that chilled to the bone, Adele demanded he re-educate him on the manners he had just mocked. The chapter ended with Guar in utter terror and everyone stunned by the true power of the fox-eyed devil. Guar's rage erupted, though he had no idea whom he was up against. A murderous aura poured out, making the air around him thick and heavy. In the blink of an eye, Adele vanished from sight. His speed was terrifying, leaving trails of bluish afterimages. The black mana sword pressed against Guwar's throat. Adele's cold gaze threatened that if he so much as moved, he'd gladly pluck out one of his eyes. The magic blade nicked Guwar's neck and blood began to trickle. He froze, breathing rapidly in sheer terror. At that moment, Ares's authoritative voice rang out, ordering Adele to sheath his sword immediately. The instructor's presence eased the tension in the air. Adele quickly withdrew his mana, slipping back into his familiar good student expression. Still, he secretly thought he'd be lectured again. But contrary to expectations, Ares turned to Guwar with a stern look. Guwar trembled under his questioning. The instructor warned that if Guwar continued picking fights with classmates without a justified reason, he'd face a very harsh punishment next time. Guwar bowed his head in fearful apology. Adele, standing beside him, couldn't help be surprised at how spectacularly he'd escaped blame. He had been certain he'd be scolded for drawing his sword first. This unexpected turn left even a crafty fellow like Adele looking flustered. Seeing Adele stare at him with a dazed expression, Ares asked why he was looking at him like that. Ares's tone even carried a strangely concerned note as he asked if Adele felt unwell. Putting personal matters aside, Ares ordered all Class A cadets, including Renee standing behind, to form up in proper formation. He began a lecture on teamwork, stressing that the true enemy was humanity, not those standing beside them. Ares bluntly declared he wouldn't hand any valuable items to those who couldn't grasp that simple truth. His words fell over the formation in complete silence. After restoring order, Ares realized someone was missing. He turned to ask Adele whether he knew why Fran was late. Adele said the group had waited until just before coming here, but he had no idea of that troublesome girl's whereabouts. Ares sighed and remarked that Class A students seemed particularly gifted at giving their teacher chronic headaches. When Adele casually agreed that Fran was indeed a troublesome girl, Ares promptly scolded him, saying a team leader shouldn't speak of his teammates that way. No sooner had he finished than a mischievous laugh rang out. Fran had finally appeared, dispelling the tense atmosphere with her colorful presence. She nonchalantly apologized for being late, then added an arrogant compliment that everyone must have suffered waiting for her. Under everyone's bullet-like stares, Fran remained unfazed and began to explain the reason for her tardiness. She casually proclaimed a rule of the world: protagonists always arrive late. Ares could only sigh and urge her to fall in line so the ceremony could begin. Fran's brazen presence immediately provoked displeasure from Baltan. The hot-headed orange-haired youth stood blocking her way, his face lined with antagonism as if ready to pick a fight. Adele watched the drama silently with an amused smile. He knew Baltan's impulsive nature meant he had likely been restraining himself hard from exploding at the protagonist attitude. Fran raised an eyebrow and asked Baltan, irritated, why he was blocking her. Baltan, meanwhile, acted as if they'd known each other for a long time, claiming they'd met before to try and strike up conversation. But Fran showed no patience, coolly dropping, "I don't know who you are." The remark stunned Baltan. He tried to insist they'd crossed paths before the midterm with Adele. A sardonic smile of hidden meaning appeared on Fran's lips. She seemed to be thoroughly enjoying cornering her opponent with her arrogance. Fran nonchalantly declared she suffered from an incurable disease. She couldn't remember the faces of lowly people. She added that next time Baltan wanted to speak to her, he should clearly introduce himself. Even Guwar and Adele were left speechless at Fran's sense of superiority. Her arrogance had reached a new height that left everyone stunned. Baltan's anger flared violently at once. Fire mana poured off him, blazing as if it would scorch the entire hall. His eyes burned with uncontrollable rage. Adele stood beside him, inwardly sighing at the unnecessary commotion. He realized Fran was deliberately using insults to bait Baltan into her trap. Amid the ring of fire, Baltan snarled, asking Fran whether a proper fight would cure her incurable forgetfulness. He was ready to explode at any moment. But Fran remained eerily calm. She crossed her arms and counter-challenged, saying there was no reason she should listen to someone ranked below her like Baltan. Baltan shot back sharply, saying a top position exists to protect others, not to hide. If Fran was truly the best, she should accept every challenge from those beneath her. Seeing things spiraling out of control, Adele silently ordered the entity Samuel within him to be ready for the worst. He didn't want to be dragged into this mess just after coming to. Adele also found it odd that instructor Ares just stood observing. He had once declared he'd never tolerate students fighting, yet now he let Fran, who clearly had no chance against Baltan, keep provoking. Fran refused to stop, adding that Baltan's words only made her feel more baffled and amused than ever. She coolly retorted that if Baltan always claimed to only challenge the strongest, why didn't he go challenge an instructor or the headmaster? This provocation was truly devious. Faced with Baltan's blazing fury, Fran kept an unprecedentedly disdainful attitude. She seemed utterly unafraid of the mana about to erupt before her. Fran asserted that everyone knew Satan's headmaster was the strongest, yet Baltan only excelled at scheming against her low-ranking subordinates. Adele silently observed the gunpowder-scented verbal sparring. He found it laughable to hear Fran claim Baltan only targeted easy prey because he feared he couldn't beat the headmaster. Fran's mockery pushed Baltan to his limit. She called his habit of only challenging weaker team leaders the most laughable thing she'd ever seen. Bolton fell completely silent, but the ring of mana around him flared stronger than ever. That terrifying silence signaled a storm about to break. Unable to watch the conflict ruin the plan, Adele began striding toward the two adversaries with a cold expression. Adele stepped between the two colliding streams of mana. His calm presence began to exert an invisible pressure on both Fran and Bolton. He told himself that if Ares wouldn't intervene, he'd have to stop this before anyone got seriously hurt. Adele's dark mana also started to stir from his body. However, glancing at Renee standing silently behind with black mana swirling about her, Adele suddenly realized the injured count could rise to 3 if things got out of hand. Renee's inner malice seemed to be aroused too. Ares' stern voice rang out just in time, cutting through the mana confrontation among the geniuses. He ordered everyone to stop immediately and warned he'd personally punish anyone who dared disrupt the hall's order. Seeing the situation worsening, Adele reminded Bolton to restrain himself while the instructor was angry. Bolton fell silent in fury, suppressing the raging fire mana as he prepared for a sullen retreat. Bolton stormed off in a huff after the instructor's warning, while Adele quietly breathed a sigh of relief that the scuffle had finally ended. Fran remained with her arms crossed, wearing an arrogant expression as if nothing had happened. Gyur was astonished by Fran's courage in directly confronting a hothead like Bolton. The student accompanying Gyur nodded in agreement, admitting that she was indeed impressive. Watching from afar, Diana mused that the top students of Class A truly were prodigies with extremely strong personalities. Beside her, Renee remained mysteriously silent as usual. Instructor Ares quietly assessed the growth of the 3 outstanding students. He noted clear changes in Adele, Fran, and Bolton's attitudes, and their development was something to look forward to. Once the space had calmed, Ares announced that the award ceremony would officially begin. He asked all cadets to gather and listen carefully to the important rules he was about to lay out. Ares explained that the usual order for entering the treasure vault is based on the ranking. However, at the previous entrance exam, the order had been decided randomly, causing those who went later to suffer unfair disadvantages. Adele immediately recalled that unpleasant memory when he had to enter last and the best items had already been snatched up by the 7 Deadly Sins group. He silently vowed that if the same script repeated this time, he certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Adele's smile took on the calculating chill of a villain. Suddenly, Ares called Adele's name and announced something that stunned everyone. He would be the first to step into the magical archive. Adele was stunned, scarcely able to believe this stroke of luck. He repeated the question in disbelief as Ares explained this was his way of ensuring fairness after the previous impulsive decision. Ares affirmed that since those present now were essentially the same as at the entrance exam, entering the vault in reverse order was the most reasonable and fair approach. Adele beamed with delight and didn't forget to smugly add that next time they'd go in by ranking as usual. His reaction made the atmosphere noticeably livelier. Ares began channeling magic to open the gate to the artifact vault. He ordered all students to step back to avoid the massive surge of magical pressure. A gigantic door etched with intricate magical patterns slowly appeared in midair, emitting an ethereal blue light and a rumble that shook the hall. Standing before the immense treasure, Adele's heart pounded in his chest. He knew this was the moment to seek the powers necessary for his long-term plans. Adele secretly hoped that if luck smiled on him, he'd find a high-grade mana conduit or even a legendary-class artifact this time. Noticing his owner's impatience, the entity Samuel inside teased, asking if Adele was getting overly excited about the upcoming pile of treasures. Adele smiled and replied to Samuel that acquiring more powerful artifacts was essential while his body was still in recovery. Samuel reassured him he'd recover soon. Ares signaled Adele to prepare to enter and commanded, "All right, go in." Standing before the wide-open magical door, Adele took a deep breath. The breath of ancient treasures called to him from deep within the vault. Finally, the second chance had truly arrived. Adele stepped in with a confident smile, ready to seize the most valuable resources to bolster his strength for the future. He eagerly anticipated what would come next.